going, everybody? Just thought I'd hop on for a little while and touch base with everybody, give them an update on the last few videos, and see what we got coming up. Might have picked up some few new guests. We have a guest that we've been waiting on for the middle of August. But yeah, a bunch of new stuff going on here shortly. And I think today I'm going to go live. I'm going to share the live stream in the chat in case anybody wants to jump in. And yeah, be taking questions and just kind of hanging out for a little bit, seeing what everybody's up to. But yeah, pretty much just hanging out. Had a long day of work. Had a guest set up for today, but they had a family emergency and wanted to make sure that everything went well with them before we rushed into something. And yeah, but not sure if they're going to be able to make it. So about, let's see, the last show I did with Michael McIntosh and the Pen of Perspective, that one, I've had a couple of people ask about it. That one had so much editing we had to actually take out. And so I ended up taking that one out of the live stream circle for a little while. Looks like the Pen of Perspective is here. We'll let him jump in here.
Hey, Jake, how you doing tonight?
Not too bad, man. How you doing tonight?
Well, I love that background. I wish we could actually see that. I think it's a cloud that looks like a UFO. I'm not sure it's actually a UFO, but that image is. Or that. And then you got that whole funneling of the clouds into an eye in the back. I mean, it's just a beautiful image in and of itself. I was just listening to Luke Lewandowski of We Are Change, into some things that are happening in our world currently, and it's a scary thing. Just getting back from, obviously, I'm kind of screwed up because I was playing soccer.
Nice.
And here in Brazil, soccer isn't just soccer, it's conversation and beer with your friends. So that's why
it's community building right there.
Yeah, exactly. It's 3 hours afterwards. That's about it. 3.5 hours, 3 beers. 3 beers. I'm talking about the liter bottles. But yeah. Then afterwards, I had a great conversation with about 7 individuals who younger and that sort of thing. And I was going by a shop, a store, get some cigarettes and that sort of stuff. And I saw them there and I was talking to them. So I have 2 new subscribers to the Pena Perspective. So
I jumped on one of your videos today and saw one of the ones in different language. I was trying to comprehend some of the words. I feel like if you listen to it over and over again, Junior's right. You actually do give enough character and, antics with your hands or whatever that kind of helps describe it a little bit more. Like I really think you are more visual as well. So it's interesting.
However, Junior also mentioned today. So thank you. Junior also had the comment that the fact that it's on YouTube versus Rumble and the others, which I've been on for a year, those videos I made last year for Facebook, However, YouTube allows you to put subtitles on them for your language. He was doing that for Leo's video that was in English. He wanted to be able to follow that in Portuguese. And there is an adaptation to where YouTube itself will be able to do the translation for you. It might not be actually the best, but you'll understand the majority of it, I guarantee you. And so try that for the other videos. Now, little by little, video by video, it took me 20 minutes to do 5 seconds of my first video of putting in the actual subtitles in the other language. I started with the first one, which is a relatively short video, to where I want what would be normally the subtitles that appear in the bottom of the video. I don't have to edit to video with YouTube. I can actually put in the words. So instead of subtitles of an English language in English, I'm putting, if I'm speaking in English, I'll put the subtitles in Portuguese. If I'm speaking in Portuguese, the subtitles will be in English. So that's something, that a little project that I have, and that's if I have enough time to do that. And it is time consuming, even though YouTube makes it a whole hell of a lot easier than Rumble or BitChute or Minds or the others, where I'm also at.
I'm messing with their chapters right now. So some of our long podcasts, I want to go in and add the sections so people can queue to the section and see the different topics we're talking about, because we kind of do jump around a little bit and we cover a lot of things.
Absolutely. So and also making smaller snippets of those, like JRE, the JRE experience, the Joe Rogan experience type thing.
Oh yeah.
He has 3.5 hours of video, but what is it, Jamie? Which is his producer and stuff. He'll pick out a 15-minute clip out of that video that will make people go, oh yeah, that's a nice topic. And they'll wait for that section of the conversation to appear, and they'll watch the entire 3.5, and they'll absorb all the information. Because there was an interview that they did. It was a news agency actually interviewed Joe Rogan, so it was kind of inverted. Joe Rogan is usually interviewing others, so this duo was asking a bunch of questions about Joe and his beginnings and all that usual rigmarole. But there was something in the middle of that to where I had also recognized, and it was actually absolutely fantastic to hear him say it and state it in an interview. He preferred, and when he started this, I mean, at least 15 years ago is when Rogan was doing this stuff. Everybody used to tell him that it had to be short, because people's attention span is short. And which is why on my videos, I'm 5 to 15 minutes. I try and keep it short as well. Who's Duncan? That's a new one. So thank you very much.
Duncan?
I appreciate your.
I have today's podcast set up a little bit, interview podcast, whatever, set up a little bit different. I'm sharing the stream link for the first time in a while. I don't always do that. And if anybody wants to jump in and ask any questions, we got a few people in the chat right now that I don't recognize, but we're happy to have you here.
I need to go over to your channel and check out that chat then, because it seems.
Banana Bowie, thank you for joining us.
It's also the time.
We're
just
a fun channel.
We're live. All right.
Oh yeah.
So Jake, where are you at to tell Who's Duncan? Where are you at right now?
What do you mean?
You're in Chicago, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm in southern Brazil.
Oh yeah, just to give some preference.
Exactly. He's just browsing random channels. He wants to know what we're talking about. I'm extremely deep philosophical, economics, and definitely Jesus Christ is Lord. Jake, it is his channel. He interviews many different people. He has various different positions on many different topics, and the topics that we talk about are varied. Definitely, I'm usually on Thursdays. However, Mondays is becoming a thing as well. So welcome, Who's Duncan. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy today's show, which is usually just a good conversation among a couple of friends that are growing ever closer, right, Jake? Sorry, it's your channel. Take it over.
Oh no, you're fine. I wanted that little intro as well. Yeah, we cover a little bit of everything. We have authors on here. We have documentarians on here. We have time travel claimants on here. We have experiencers with UFO ghosts.
I still want to talk with Mark Fiorino, man. That guy, I want to be on a freaking podcast.
I would put him as a physicist. I mean, he's a smart guy.
He is a physicist. Hey, Mud Rabbit, welcome back. Hey, get the other people in the chat up to date because you are the person that is.
Oh no, we're not gonna put you to work, Mud Rabbit. If anybody has any questions, we'll answer them.
We'll definitely, absolutely. That's what we're here for. Banana Bowie, nice name. Great family and people, good Americans. Thank you very much. Now I'm living in the south of Brazil, but Texas is home. Thank you very much, Mud Rabbit. Appreciate it. Everybody is welcome. Thank you for visiting, joining, and don't forget to like and subscribe and share this among your friends because it'll be good.
Yeah, not all the episodes are for me. You gotta kind of pick and choose which ones.
I don't listen to him every day. I mean, absolutely not. He has some people that however, the other day he had a comedian on. It was because it's all about the masks and the mandates and the other things which we can't really talk about. I choose which episodes, if they're interesting, I'll listen to. The title really has a lot to do with me. If the title is intriguing, I usually watch the video, and that's something that I have to pay attention to whenever I'm making my videos. And unfortunately, I'm not making the same content as Jake. So that goes out to you, Jake. The title that you put on will draw in more people, as we see today. Time travel, the esoteric, can run the gamut, and we answer questions. So like Junior was telling somebody that I want to bring onto my channel, maybe in the next couple of weeks, you are the topic. You ask us the question and you decide the topic that we're talking about. It's completely interactive. And that's one of the great things about live and the internet and YouTube and all that kind of stuff. However, not being simply waiting for people to put in a topic and conversation and everything else. We have certain directions that we like to take. Right now, I feel like talking about the soccer and conversations that I had with people.
Well, I mean, bringing up Junior, I think just bringing up Junior gives a good example. Junior doesn't speak English. We have the Pen and Perspective translating.
Not a freaking lick.
Yeah, so we literally are taking questions from anywhere and anybody as best as we can accommodate. Yeah. Just to give some more perspective on that.
I speak 5 languages, so, if I can understand it, we'll do.
Yeah, I'm a big fisher in my area. There's fishing. A lot of I like going kayaking and fishing. They have a lot of walleye and catfish in the area that I'm at, and that's kind of what I go fishing for. A little bit more of a casual fisher. It's not fishing if you're not relaxing and enjoying yourself. For me, I mean, what about you?
I don't fish. I buy my fish in the market. Now, that being said, my problem with fishing is that you sit out there for hours just waiting for something to happen. I can't.
You gotta go to better spots. You gotta go to better spots. I don't sit for hours anywhere. Don't do that.
Whatever.
Sometimes I'll just pop out the back of my kayak and I'll just kind of paddle, and then when I get a bite, then I worry about it. You know what I mean? You can just troll, and you're not really. But yeah, I get the boring of I'm staring.
You're out there trolling. My brother-in-law goes out to the edge of the ocean, right, the beach there, and he tosses out his rod and he sticks that thing up there, and he just sits there on the beach and he's relaxing on the beach, waiting for the fish to bite. I'm sorry, if I don't have things that will either alter my mind or occupy my time, I really can't fucking do that. I'll be reading a book. Part of the
relaxation and enjoying yourself. I agree.
Yeah, relaxation.
Having a sit back if you're of age and, sitting there with a friend. And I mean,
relaxation and being tranquil requires beer and bud. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just you can't do that with your brother-in-law, and so that it's just boring as shit. However, I respect people who like it. One of my best friends, he plays video games of fishing games, and he goes to different rivers and spots in the fishing game, and he knows the different spots where he'll get more fish more quickly, and it's prize fishing and trying to get the biggest one, and I get all that. That's fine. My video games are building cities and like Sim City, you know, the plumbing and the electrical and what districts in the transportation and what roads and industry close to commerce and close to residential. You have to keep them separated because pollution from one affects the other, transit from one affects the other. And so that's the kind of game that I play. But yeah, I'm just weird.
Did you see that last question? Depending on how big are the peacock bass in South America?
See, that's the question. I would have to know what the hell a peacock bass is. But everything gets freaking big here. I've got a pet wild bird. It's a jacu that I call him Jacob. There were two, Jacob and Israel. One of them that hasn't appeared yet. And since our cold spell, Jake hasn't come back either to shit in my floor. Because that's what he does. He goes into a corner that it's covered but open, and he'll just sit there. And as he's sitting there, well, he'll just do what birds do. So at the end of the week, there's just this whole area covered in his excesses. So yeah, nature's good, and nature's bigger here. The peacock bass, I'd have to actually look up. Let me look up a picture to find out what the hell a peacock bass looks like.
All right, I'm on it. All right, so they look pretty big, if I had to say. Look on here. Got some decent size. They look about 3 to 4 foot. Some of them look pretty heavy, at least weight wise.
Okay, well that looks good. We got all kinds of. That's pretty actually.
Oh yeah,
but we got all kinds. We got all kinds of fish down here, and
they're even in Florida as well. They're in southern Florida as well. They're not just in South America.
That's cool. We have so many. Me personally, I was born in Mexico City. And so in my childhood, my dad would like to take me to the Central Market because my grandfather was in charge of oranges for the city. So my dad would go visit my grandfather. And while we were there, my dad loves seafood. So since we were in the Central Market for the largest city in the planet at that point, we had fresh seafood that was available from both beaches in Mexico. Veracruz and the Pacific side as well, Manzanillo, Puerto Vallarta, that sort of thing. I couldn't handle fish very much. I would usually have the shrimp cocktail while my dad was having a ceviche and enjoying himself. Because my mom's from a farm in Oklahoma, and that's where I spent a lot of my youth as well. And so I'm used to, meat and potatoes. My German grandfather and grandparents, meat and potatoes, meat and potatoes, meat and potatoes. Grunts, snappers, and grouper. Interesting. I was getting to the point to where I want to create my own little aquarium to where I've got vegetables going through a hydroponic system that it would go into the aquarium feeding the fish, and the fish dung can then be used to feed the vegetables. Have an enclosed system to where I can actually have vegetables and fish to survive. That was my expectation. I haven't gotten that done yet, and we are unfortunately at the point to where I would need that in the next couple of weeks or months.
Mud Rabbit, one of the things I do when I'm fishing is they have those back mark on the hooks, and they make it so they get trapped. A lot of the places I go, they don't allow those types of hooks. You actually have to take them off with needle nose pliers, and it's better for the catch and release for the fish when I go fishing. so it's less wear and tear on the fish. They heal faster. It's not permanent damage. So most of my hooks are actually set up like that because I go fishing in Michigan, Wisconsin area a lot. It's actually closer to the Canadian border, and there's this place called Land O'Lakes, and I go to Sylvania, and you don't see a person for. I was up there for 2 weeks and didn't see another soul for the whole time I was there. And you're just awesome. Kayaking, crystal clear water. All the water is a little colder because it comes up from springs in the ground. There's trees that fall off the shore that have been there for years. And since the water's just a little cooler, they don't disintegrate. So you got this just ancient graveyard underneath your feet of the nature from prior, and fish everywhere.
You can see it because it's crystal clear water. That sounds absolutely perfect.
And then the land itself has never been deforested. They've never used it for anything like that. So it's, to me, I call it Sasquatch country. You can't see 10 feet in front of you. It's deep, dense woods.
That's fantastic. I got to go there someday. If I go up there, Jake, will you take me there to see that? Love to see that.
Oh yeah. Because I told you before, I like going out. I like going camping in the middle of nowhere. I mean, there's forest rangers around. I know how to get a hold of people if I'm in danger. I always bring a lifeline. But
it's surviving in the woods.
What's that?
It's surviving in the woods. That's the objective. Being able to do that. That's Cro-Magnon man.
It's proven it. It's proven it to yourself. Like, just to get to my campsite from where my car was, it was a mile hike, and then you had to go a mile across the lake, and then you were at your campsite. So just to go back and get a can of pop, like, you had to bring everything with you. We trekked all the way, and
but that's the thing. I mean, when I go up the mountains here, it's 3 hours to get to the top. You can't go down and grab something because you feel like it for the picnic up there. If you want to have a picnic up there, you take everything with you. And more importantly, because it's nature, you take everything back with you. So you got to carry it both ways. You can't just, and a lot of people like to just leave their garbage wherever. No, that shit builds up. You can't.
Oh, yeah, no, we make sure to pick up
everything you do. You pick up your crap, and if you can, pick up somebody else's that left it behind as well.
Leave it better than you found it. I mean, if you have that simple practice, you're fine.
That's the way people should be, but not everybody is. Unfortunately,
I found these things the first year I went up there because it was just ironic. We didn't know. We tried to pick a week with good weather. First day we got there, well, we were setting up our tents at 7 p.m. It starts snowing, and I brought these emissionless candles, and they raise the temperature of your tent by like 5 degrees, but they don't create any pollution. So I had a couple of them going. I was like, oh, this is nice. I got a little fire going in here. I'm not worried about burning my tent down. Like, I like being able to accommodate myself.
Technology is good.
Oh yeah, even simple technology like that.
Wait, go back to that last question.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look at it. I still have the banner up, but so if anybody wants to check it out.
I looked at the organic portals. They're very interesting. I haven't dug into that rabbit hole, but yes, I looked into that, and I was, surprised by the information that I found that you gave me. So thank you, Mud Rabbit. That's something that I didn't know about, but yeah, I'm digging in deeper about those. Because those have a tendency of talking about a larger and longer structure, something that was there before man. It's not something that we developed, and it's not something that was developed by other entities that came and did it. We have many of those as well. These are organic. This is something that nature itself creates. The electromagnetic universe itself creates these strange interfaces in our reality that enable us to go to other places, and they're completely natural. And finding them, completely by accident usually, but they've been found for a long time. So you can guarantee that these places are kind of marked down. But that was a very interesting topic, Mud Rabbit. Thank you very much. And yes, I'll be digging much deeper. There was another question after that from one.
Wasn't a question. It was from Who's Duncan. He was just kind of letting us know. It sounds like it's storming, and he's kind of worried about the internet. So,
where is it storming? Because we had a cold front come through here, though. Right now it's 57 degrees, which is why you see that I'm not wearing my parka. as well.
Sorry, I was just adding a couple things to the chat. Keep it updated.
No worries. I actually need to get into your chat.
Yeah, smooth hooks. Groupers have to be a certain size, so I'm careful. Yeah, and because you don't want to. You want to keep the stock going, and sometimes people overfish and take too much out of it and don't put them back. There's only certain fish you can eat at the places that I go, and I try to bring enough food. Like sometimes we eat some fresh fish just because it's nice to do it. As long as you're preparing it and eating it all, and then we leave the rest for the animals in the area. There's bears in the area that'll take whatever you don't eat. You just got to leave it in a good spot for them, preferably away from your camp. Because
preferably.
You have to tie up your food and hang it from a tree at night. I mean, you can't.
Animals don't know, and animals don't care. No. Really, they're just
going to crawl into your tent. They'll crawl into your tent right next to you.
They'll go after your food. They're hungry because every animal's hungry. That's just what they are. Camping in the Keys.
Ooh, that's scary.
That would
I'm not much for swamp. I'm not much for swamp or
no. That's not swamp. The Keys aren't swamp, but the Keys aren't swamp. The Keys are beautiful beaches and that sort of thing. But it's just a question of, well, yeah, it's cool. There are lots of islands and that sort of thing. There doesn't have a lot of movement and that sort of thing, but still, that I'm used to camping in forest. But yeah, the Keys, that's an interesting thing.
Zachary Kim, I was gonna. I answered you in the thing. I have a lot more editing to do. I've already cut out 20 minutes of that video, including some of the questions in the chat. So hopefully I can get the rest of it edited out.
Hold on a second. I told you we didn't do anything that was really out of bounds on that. What are you doing having to edit that down?
I would tell you what I found in it so far, but I don't want to have to edit this video as well. Yeah.
Okay. So seriously, you found it. Okay.
Well, wait. Somebody touched on some certain Republican individuals, referring them as inappropriate names, and brought them up several times. We didn't divulge into the topics because we jumped off of them soon, but so there's a bunch of weird
enough to create a little flag. Yeah, I get you. I'm gonna have to limit my mouth in the future. You're right.
But
sorry. I forget this is YouTube, not Rumble.
Yeah, freedom is not allowed here.
Yeah. So Zach, yeah, it will be out, and your squirrels, raccoons, yay, cool. Next topic. I love raccoons. We don't have raccoons down here in Brazil. I have to deal with the possums. I have possums, and I have bats, and I have jacu, and I have aracua. I've got lots of nature. But I used to love raccoons.
Raccoons are definitely the scavengers of our area and most of the areas. Those are those garbage hunters that we were talking about, like with bears and other things. Those are the ones that are going to crawl into your area. And I did that stupidly the other day. So I had a what's it called? Like a tote, and it had a lid on it. This raccoon opened the lid of the tote and chewed up all my ramen noodles that I had brought with me. I'm like, come on. It's like I didn't realize he could open it. Lifted it with his
animals hand. Ain't stupid. And actually, animals used to be. This is something that we have to. It goes into what my book is, and it's basically what quantum reality is. This second phase that we're moving into, because it's not just humanity that is awakening. Okay. 3-4 months ago, scientists found that monkeys were going into the Stone Ages. They started using tools the way humans used to do millions of years ago, or thousands, tens of thousands, or whatever some anthropologists want to put. Dates are really relative anyway. But not just them, they're all evolving. And so these animals, one, they watch us. And why? Because they're hungry. And our food is better than nature's food. And so they're becoming addicted to it. And so any addiction, they're going to try and find some kind of way of doing it. So they watch us and they see how we undo the lids and the tops and the everything else. They learn and they try and they test and they develop. But at the same time, their consciousness is elevating. And so their thought processes are evolving beyond what we used to think were these base animalistic instincts. They are becoming more than that. And it's really bizarre to see, but it's happening.
Not just because I want to touch on this again with you.
Okay,
there's more topics coming up in the chat that I want to jump to, but I do want to talk about the evolution of monkeys and what do you think maybe is some of the causes, whether it's diet or other things.
No. It's the interdimensional moment in which we are entering. Okay, the Maya previewed this.
Let me give you a couple of examples. Let me give you a couple of examples and see if they make any difference to that. Do you think it made a difference when whatever species it was, the beginning humans, started cooking their food with fire rather than scavenging for food? Do you think
anthropologically it's been proven? Anthropologically, it's been proven that it did make a significant difference because the energy consumption of cooked meat allowed us to have to hunt less because we had a larger energy coefficient. We finally had full bellies. We finally had the ability to have the energy to allow the brain to grow. It is when we started to, not when we invented fire, which was well before we started cooking meat. Man invented fire well before that. So the two things are not necessarily immediately connected. However, inventing fire was a great evolution. It separated us from the rest of the animals because we could define one, extend our days. We could live at night, whereas other animals went to sleep at night. We could defend ourselves against animals that had a tendency to prowl around in the evening. So we allowed our own propagation through the invention of fire. However, the human brain, which we weren't even human back then, it's Cro-Magnon man anyway, but the Homo sapien brain expanded after we started cooking meat with that fire, which previous to that was only and solely for our protection, illumination and extension and other things. When we started cooking the meat, it was easier to ingest. We spent less energy to digest it, and it gave us a greater energy return that also helped us with, muscles and everything else. But what is anthropologically seen in the historical record is the expansion of the human skull. So the fact that is beautiful, we should keep that a little bit more. So the expansion. I want to
jump into this next. Yeah.
Oh, the stone day. Okay.
So
that topic was brought up by one of the shroom buddies of Joe Rogan, and I love that.
No. This topic in general was created by Terence McKenna.
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about.
Because he's never been on the Joe Rogan show. That's why.
Yes, of course he has. Terence McKenna has been on the. That's the only reason I know.
His family members, his family members have, but Terence, I don't believe has ever. I don't think he was alive. If I had to guess, I'm gonna double check my facts really quick.
I'm thinking I watched an episode of Joe Rogan talking to Terence McKenna. He talked about the it wasn't stoned ape. He was talking about mushrooms because he was really big into the fungal aspect of consciousness that has pervaded this planet and those sort of interactions. And so it led to that theory of the stoned ape. That's their reduction of what he talked about with Joe Rogan, from what I understood.
So I just pulled it up just to double check. In a couple of Joe Rogan's episodes when he's talking about mushrooms, he did have a relative of Terrence McKenna by the name of Dennis McKenna. And that is the guy pictured right here. This is Dennis McKenna.
That's not the guy I saw, but okay.
He's the one that, and also Paul Stateman is usually the one talking about mushrooms. He also wears a mushroom hat that he gave one to Joe Rogan as well. But Terrence McKenna is the one that came up with the stoned ape theory. And basically, it's the idea of monkeys coming out of the trees and then eventually having
mushrooms, gaining consciousness and discovering that they can be more than what they are. It's very understandable and logical. I like the idea.
There's more to it than that. It's that we were then hunting on the ground. We were following cattle and stuff like that, where we were able to find these mushrooms that were being produced. And then what we've learned is, depending on the dosage of the mushrooms consumed, we learned that in small amounts, it actually produces better sight and ability of perception. So your hunting skills could be improved. A little bit more than that, it actually promotes reproduction. And then a little bit more than that gets you into the expanding your mind and more esoteric things that
they're all connected. Proposed. It is a wonderful element. However, it cannot be abused. Now, what they mentioned in that study is that it's limited. Why? Because these apes were following the. Now, how did they get to the point to where they were hunting bison? I don't know. Apes aren't known to hunt cattle. However, the mushrooms under the cattle are the best ones. I don't know. I have to look into that theory a lot more. I like the idea. It's possible. But then again, you know me, I'm a creationist, right?
Yeah, it's possible. And just because you are a creationist doesn't make these things possible. I think God could have put these plants on our earth. I think God could have put these for the evolution of mankind. I don't think it necessarily counts God out of the equation. I just think there's other steps to the process that we might not have noticed. Zachary Kim had another question. He said, were you going to say something, Jake? Yeah, Michael McIntosh, I believe, is going to be on again this week, and we're going to do another solo interview. So if you want, we can also touch on any of those topics, because I don't know how much of the editing is going to mess up that video. I'm going to work on it. If you want, Zachary.
As long as I'm not in it, there's not going to be that much editing. Because,
I wanted to, because there was a lot of time travel questions coming in, and he didn't get a lot of chance to answer them all. And so we kind of wanted to double back and get some of those questions answered. There was just a lot of jumping around. And
I have a tendency of doing that.
Well, no, I like to get Zachary Kim usually comes up with some really good questions. He gave us a little bit about, where he's from. He's actually from South Korea. His family is. He lives in Connecticut now. And I want to help him out as much as I can getting this information across if Michael can answer them. Michael doesn't have all the answers to these things. He's just got a little bit of knowledge.
Zachary's questions in that other one, holy crap, 3,300, 2,850. These are time travel isn't my thing. My thing is about existence and what we're doing here in this particular time. So that's not my topic. That's McIntosh's thing. But still, those time references that he was making, holy crap, I'm interested in that. But I have no idea about that. But yeah, I haven't seen those guys that you guys, those are rabbit holes that I haven't gone down. Yeah. Raccoons are smart.
Yeah.
Raccoons are smart. Those guys we got how many movies about raccoons? I mean, they are the smartest thing. They're little thieves. They're hungry and they're smart. However, the idea mushrooms might actually be there for everyone and everything to expand. Because we've seen drunk monkeys, monkeys that eat fruits that are maybe a bit too ripe. And so the sugar inside the fruit has become alcohol.
Well, we see it in all animals.
But the monkeys are in the trees and they're eating the fruit. And all of a sudden you see monkeys that are jumping. They can't reach the limbs because they're too drunk. There was article.
Cats are always a great example. There's a lot of cats in nature that like to actually hallucinate and lay on their backs and just look up. And it's interesting to me.
That's why I love cats. But there was an article about 3 weeks ago about elephants.
Oh,
that were going through. They got into some, I don't know what the hell they got into, but they all just got, I think they got into grapevines or something like that. They all got drunk as a skunk, and you've got this entire herd of elephants that found a flower bed next door or something like that. And since they were drunk, they all laid down in the flowers and just went to sleep. And so you got this entire herd of elephants laying down in a flower bed, drunk as a skunk. I thought it was hilarious seeing that image. And that also shows that, I don't know if the elephants are elevating themselves to our level or if our animalistic instincts are for all species, not just ours.
Well, I think it makes a big difference on the types of intoxicants that they're consuming. I think anything that is fermented and turning into alcohol isn't really expanding their mind. Just like I don't think alcohol expands the human mind. If anything, it dulls it. It makes it harder to walk rather than make it easier. I mean,
which is why those elephants fucking laid down and went to sleep, because that's the best solution. Just go to sleep, man. Let it blow over.
Yeah. So I think it just depends on what you're consuming and, what it does. I mean, and there's probably plants that have a different effect on other animals. Like that's what's interesting about
catnip.
What's
catnip.
That?
I don't know. We've never tried catnip, but it's nothing but the cats go freaking nuts.
Oh, I feel like there's humans out there that have tried it.
Well, for example, chocolate. Chocolate is great for us, but if you give chocolate to a dog, you're going to poison him. You're going to kill him. Dogs can't do chocolate, so please do not give chocolate to your dog or chicken bones. Neither one of those two. No, avoid them. We know how to avoid it. They don't. It splinters in their throat. And I've had a dog of a friend of mine died because they give him chicken bones. Please don't do that to other animals. Seriously, my rabbit. Okay. I got my own green herb. It's not catnip. But yeah, I enjoy that one as well.
But yeah, no.
We all got to alter our reality somehow, because this reality, even though it's our destiny and everything else, is really fucking boring, to be honest with you. So we spruce it up something. This is why we also have an internet connection, and I'm talking to somebody 5,000 miles away because it's a Monday night and, we're bored.
So I talked to our cloaked unseen world, Ryan. And
very cool.
We're gonna have him on and do a show coming up here pretty soon. Try to connect.
Seriously?
Yeah, try to connect this.
That is too fucking cool. Congratulations, dude.
Connect this world here. Yeah, there was. Well, I feel like I saw him on a show recently, and he didn't get it. He basically. I'll just be 100% honest. Andrew Basiago has been referring to him for the last 4 months and misquoting him and all of this other stuff. And I kind of want to give Ryan a chance to actually finish a sentence without getting talked over and without.
I like the unseen world. His videos are absolutely fantastic.
Well, and it was at the same time, like he literally donated $30 to the show just to get some questions answered, which is the point of the show. Which is it's also Andy's show, which I respect him as a host, but at the same time,
it's Aaron's show. Andy is
on Sunday when they do the Truth Quest the Quest for Truth with Andrew Basiago. Aaron just moderates it and keeps it running, and he gives him the platform for it, I believe. And they have a contract.
Show.
What's that?
So it's Andy's show.
Yeah, but Aaron also has his own show, and I think Andy is on Aaron's platform, doing his show. So I do think Aaron's, handling, the most of the mechanics of it. But at the same time, they do have a contract between them. That's why Andy's also not doing shows in other places, because Andy's got a lot of shows that he usually does. But right now they're contractually obligated to each other. So
He's only doing it on Aaron's platform. So yeah, okay, I get that, and that makes a lot of sense. I like to watch Aaron's shows, and I like to call into his shows as well. I mean, you and I did that last week.
Oh yeah,
it's fun to do. Aaron's good folks.
Oh yeah, Aaron's always a good guy, and that's why I understand. So we got somebody jumping in. I'm not sure who it is. So we're gonna take this with a grain of salt. We're gonna have the mute button on recall here. But Birdhouse, we're gonna let you in, and if you have any questions, feel free to jump in.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Hi, Birdhouse. How you doing tonight?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Good.
I got multiple people here.
All right, Birdhouse.
You
got multiple people in what?
Yeah, do you guys use Discord at all?
What do you mean?
Whatever.
Oh, the platform?
Like a chat room.
I'm on there, but I haven't used it very much. I first learned about it with Marfugal, but some people took his down, and so I've been hesitant to use it much. I'm on there. My son uses it a lot, so I'm aware of it, but I don't use it very much.
So yeah, there's 6 or 7 of us here. So if you're gonna hear multiple people, sing what's up.
Yeah, just try to coordinate
welcome.
it.
Thank you all very much.
So Dawi, say hello. Solo, say hello.
Oh, what's up, guys? Like, I appreciate you guys for having a part of your show. Like, we're just honestly trying to just trying to blend in.
Remember to like and subscribe.
Oh yeah,
you got it. I already subscribed and I've liked already.
Appreciate it, guys.
Don't forget my channel, Opinion Perspective. Later on, you go and subscribe to that one too. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry, I interrupt.
No, I'll do that later.
Okay.
Is there some topic you guys are talking about, like we can weigh in on it, or
we're basically open to anybody's topics. So whatever you got on the table, as long as it's YouTube appropriate.
Spit it out.
Okay.
Yeah, well, okay, Solo, talk to them about the Tiger King stuff. Tell them what you think.
Oh no, I mean,
are you
talking about Tiger King previously? Yeah.
Tiger King from that Netflix documentary. So apparently he got Solo, tell him the situation. Tell him the story about Tiger King.
No, I mean, if they don't have the precursor history.
Oh, Tiger King, the TV series.
Yeah.
Okay, give us a little pretense, and we'll talk about it if it's not too out there.
Well, I mean, basically, he has a long sentence. He thought he'd be pardoned by Trump. It didn't happen. Yeah, I mean, he definitely did do some shit that was against the law, but they tried to do some murder for hire shit that wasn't he wasn't serious about.
Okay.
So he has a lot of time on jail, but they actually just rescinded his sentence. So it's gonna resentence him now. Hopefully, we'll get a season 2. That's honestly all I care about for his content. If you watch it, it's amazing.
I mean, I feel like everybody was
with his content. Lots of people said that it was great. Some people said the guy was nuts. So I don't know. I haven't watched it. That's just hearsay.
Oh, you haven't watched it?
None of that. I haven't watched it. I don't do Netflix. I used to. And then I figured out how really whenever they launched the Lucifer channel program, whatever, I decided to so I haven't watched that one particularly. I know
you watch a lot
that there was conversation about Trump giving him pardon, but the guy was really wacky and out there. And so they might have a deeper plan and everything else. And maybe in the next 6 months, things will get cleared up. But that's a whole another.
Trump gave Kodak Black a pardon.
Yeah, it's true. That was interesting. And didn't he have something to do with getting 6ix9ine taken care of? I thought he had to.
I think he just snitched.
Oh yeah, well I know he did that.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah. I mean, 6ix9ine's kind of right on that. It's these guys are gonna take care of my family. It's I don't care. It's easy. But as long as he walks around with security the rest of his life, I don't blame him.
I don't know. I feel like only security can do so much. You're eventually going to put yourself in a vulnerable position, but I wish him the best. I mean, He's walking on eggshells.
Question.
I mean,
I
he
got a
put
question for-
himself in that position, trying to act like he was a gangbanger, but
Solo, hold on. I got a question
What's
for
up?
Pena perspective. So you stopped using Netflix because of the show Lucifer?
It's one of the reasons. Later on, it was justified. I personally stopped watching it. My wife and my kids still have that. They also have Amazon Prime because they like movies and they're into this world still.
Oh, you're
but when I started
very religious, like you disagree with that?
Very
Um,
religious.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to.
I wouldn't call myself a Bible banger because those people really irritated me when I was a teenager. So I went down lots of different rabbit holes. I've studied Taoism, I've studied Buddhism, I've read some of the Quran, I've read some of the Vedic texts as well, studied Hinduism as well to find out some of the things. I'm an art historian. I love Greek and Roman architecture and art, and their mythology
Yeah, same.
also interests me. And
Yeah,
so
I'm big
there
into
are
Greek
different
mythology
perspectives of
myself.
reality. But the thing is that I consider that part of the Antichrist spirit that is to take over the earth in the end times, and it is not a good thing, and it bothers me what they're doing. That's just my
Yeah,
perspective.
did you follow the Nostradamus predictions, like 30 Antichrist? That was supposed to come a while ago. It was what Napoleon, Saddam Hussein,
2000.
Hitler.
Yeah, they're all nuts, and we're all nuts.
I would say Michael, the Pena perspective falls more along the lines of the Mayan calendar, and he does follow more classical references, which to me also haven't come true. But at the same time,
I'm not trying to question your beliefs. Anyone could believe what they want to believe. But
we're just giving you.
What was it like the Lucifer show that put you over on Netflix?
Wait, hold on, Anne. Say hello to everyone.
Hiya.
Hi.
Morning.
She's from the
Pleasure.
UK. She works.
Nice to hear you.
What was that?
It'd be nice if you put a camera and we could actually see everybody. That would be great versus a gray screen.
I mean,
it's a chat room, so no one's really on camera.
I'm walking to work. I'm not putting my camera on.
Anne's kind of hot too, bro. To be honest.
Understandable. So we're all in different situations. A chat room. That's excellent. What put me off about it was the title itself. I think I watched 5 minutes of one episode. So there's not much in.
But wasn't Lucifer originally? Wasn't he originally one of the angels that got cast down?
No, he was one. He was one
under
of the top ones. He was the cherubim. He was the chosen one. He was on top of.
Yeah, sure.
He was the one covering and protecting God on his whatever. But he decided to do the unthinkable, which was. He wanted to be like the guy that he was protecting. It's like, you know, when you're the secretary of the boss and you're going, I'm doing all his work. He ain't doing nothing. I can be just like him. And you decide.
Power corrupts people.
Yeah.
He was the brightest and the best, and he fell to the lowest depths. And when he fell, and he chose to fall because he should take certain objectives, the problem is that he, in his fall, didn't decide to go by himself. He wants to take as many with him as possible. And therein lies the beginning.
It's kind of like a dude that's...
Hold on, can I just interject? Can I just interject? I just want to say this is kind of off topic. This is off topic. If Anne was my secretary, I would absolutely abuse my position.
Oh,
and I'll take it back to the first thing.
Come on, guys. Keep it appropriate.
What appropriate? Hollywood and Washington do that all the time. Just ask Mr. Bill Clinton. You know, he's got all kinds of.
Bill Clinton was the best president of our lifetime.
His economy was fantastic. I liked Clinton a lot. His economy.
I'm going to mute everybody for a second. All right. Let's not talk about Bill Clinton. Let's not talk about the Clintons. I just feel like it's going to end up with me having to edit way too much out of this. But I'm happy to answer questions. I'm going to let you guys back in. And I just had to mute the audios and make sure everybody knew.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Sorry, you're right, Jake. All right. Thank you very much. You're right. It's your channel. Go ahead,
But,
Birdhouse. We're all
Yeah,
in.
any other questions we're happy to answer too, or talk with you on. But with that Lucifer thing, we were talking about that. We were talking about the Lucifer thing earlier. I don't think just because of the name you can count things out. I think when the Vatican makes a telescope and names it Lucifer, I'm not going to not look at the pictures because of the name.
There's a reason why they named it and where they put it. The Lucifer telescope is one. It is it detects heat. Okay, so it is an infrared telescope. Not only infrared, it is a dual telescope, which means that it has depth perception. Okay, it can actually create a 3D image to be able to figure out how far away this freaking thing is. We can't see, we can only see through heat, which is coming and is predominantly coming through the southern hemisphere because its angle is different from ours. That is why they put the telescope down there, to prove what the Sumerians had told them and everything else that they had constructed, because they aren't what we think they are. However,
for me, it was a cop out for the Vatican, though. So if they find any alien technology,
they were looking for
anything,
Lucifer because he's coming
hold
in Nibiru.
If they find anything crazy
honestly,
through Lucifer, I can see them.
My opinion is, like, if you're a devil worshiper and you're into that shit and it makes you happy, like, enjoy it. Whatever, like, makes you happy. Religion was created to keep the poor people down. It's like Bible is a work of fiction. Like, it's all bullshit to me, honestly.
Okay.
I mean, it was only created to make poor people complacent.
Let's take the religious dogma out of it and let's go down to the basis.
Okay.
What is the basis of it? We want to be decent human
Hold on.
beings.
Let me jump in here first.
Others the way we want to.
Miguel, let me jump in here first. I want to play the middle ground here. So I personally think religion is corrupt by the man who writes it, because I think, just like you were saying before, men are corrupted by power, and I think the King James version isn't always the version that we're supposed to be getting. That's not going to be God's word. I don't think any version of religion is actually any higher power's word. I think it's the human manipulation is playing middleman. So with that being said, it's hard for me to follow any earthly religion.
I have no problem with people believe in something that makes them happy and they enjoy it, and that's what they're into. I'm not trying to shit on that, but you know what I mean? It's like
I worry about personally
they get taken advantage of religion. They take these people's money. Like, you need to donate to Jesus. Like, you don't have to do that. Like, that's not what religion's about. Like, there is certain facts in the Bible. Like, there's loose facts, but most of it is like a fucking, like a work of fiction. Probably the best work of fiction in our history. You know what I mean?
My best way of explaining it is it's positive. It's positive fairy tales and positive morals. Because I do think it is a work of fiction, and I do think it was written by man. And I've never thought of an earthly religion to be accurate. But I do have to let Mr. Pena jump in here because he has the religious perspective. So give it to us.
No, actually, I just want to let you guys talk. So, Birdhouse, please finish your thought process. It is interesting. It's not the first time I've heard it. I've heard that many times before, and I understand the absolute logic behind that. Please continue your thought, please.
I was just saying, like, any people, Muslim, whatever they are, if they believe in it, and that makes them, like, get through their day, and they believe in it, and it helps them with their life. I respect that. Like, I believe, honestly, the way I believe it, you don't need, like, organized religion to worship God or whatever higher power. I believe there is some type of higher power. There's something out there, but, like, I don't believe in organized religion. But the people that do believe in it, I don't shit on them or try to say what they believe is not real, because they believe it and that's real to them. And that's good enough for me. Like for me, like, organized religion is a fraud to me. But
can I just say,
a lot of people get taken advantage of through religion. And it's real.
Can I just say, just to help the conversation, the guy who is currently speaking, his name is K Solo. My name is Toad. And the other guy said, "Dawi, say hello. This is Dawi."
Toad is Muslim. I'm raised Catholic and broke that shit out at an early age. Anyway.
That way you know who you're talking to. We're not all Birdhouse. So the guy speaking
Yeah.
before me was K
I
Solo.
gotcha. Yeah, because the first person who spoke said that there were going to be 7 people in there. That's okay. I have to reference you to each one. I'm not
I
going to
mean,
remember.
there's some people muted and not speaking though.
Yeah, I understand that, so that we don't talk over each other, and that's understandable, which is why I want to let you speak. There's a Muslim, there's a Catholic, and there are others, another 5 or another 5 that. But independent of that, those man-made religions usually are control structures because they take advantage of the knowledge to take advantage of the others that don't know, which is why they always did them in Latin. Nobody could speak it. It was all limited. Why? Because they wanted you to depend on a central power to tell you what you should do. When the Creator didn't do that for us, Enoch walked with God. Moses walked with God. Abraham walked with God. What does that mean? That they'd rely on ancient texts and everything else? No, they were in perfect communion with him because they were doing what he asked them to do. Love thy neighbor. Be kind. Be gentle. Be loving. Be understanding.
Those general constructs of the religion are in goodwill. That's how you should be. But there's also a lot of corruptness that comes to that.
Well, and then
everything else is control.
Think about when these stories were written. They were written 100 years after they happened.
Yep.
How accurate
however,
can they be?
I hold on, Jake. Hold on.
But they try to twist it too, like gay people are going to burn in hell. Like, you don't believe that?
Unfortunately, I can't mention anything like that on this particular channel because they'll take the shit down. Because my positions are not acceptable in the particular context.
But I don't.
To each their own. The way I see it, though, like if you're born, like I'm a straightening, I'm heterosexual as you can get, but like people that are born gay, like as long as they've lived a good life, with people, like they're not going to burn in hell if they're in heaven.
Sorry, we start from the wrong precept. You think that everybody is good and they just fall out of something if they do something exact. If you kill somebody, if you kill somebody, then everybody wants to judge you because you took somebody's life, right? That's the general perspective that most everybody on the planet accepts, except for some because they justify killing because they don't agree with them, and so they can be.
No, if you kill someone, like, you gotta answer.
Okay. However, that is the precept that most people are good and they fall away from some negative thing. My precept is this: I will burn in hell for all the stupid fucking shit that I've done because I have done so much fucking crap and I have hurt so many freaking people in a multidimensional way that there is no way that my essence can pass the great filter.
So you're saying
I haven't evolved enough.
You're saying you crossed the line. Like, I've done bad shit in my life too, but I haven't like crossed the line where I feel like
there is no line to cross. The one line you cross is doing something that will harm someone else. That has to be paid for. That means that everybody. It's not that everybody's nice.
What about all the good things you did? Like,
doesn't matter. It's rags compared to all the bad shit you've actually done. Why?
You're speaking for yourself.
He tells me I have sinned 10,000 times a day. I have hurt people.
but if you're talking
you and
about
your friends, 7 people at this particular moment have complaints against me. That means that
hold on. Guys, let's get some pauses so we can hear both sides. I want to hear.
That means that y'all are sentencing me to, and I deserve that. I need to go to because we're not all violent.
No, so, I don't believe you. I don't believe you belong in hell. I think you're a good person. But listen, but like Jesus said, like I think half the shit's bullshit. Like you repent your sins and you go to heaven. But if you've done something so bad, like there's no coming back from that. But I don't think you've done something so bad.
I agree with you. I think there's levels to sin. I think there's levels to amounts of
and we got to
crime
get
that
into
you've committed.
Dante's Inferno, and that's 1500s. Okay, whenever we're talking about philosophy and all that kind of stuff, it has evolved over time. Our interpretation of what the original thing was has evolved over time. The Dead Sea Scrolls show us what things were like 3,000 years ago.
I've done some bad shit in my life, but I haven't done something so bad where I feel like I'm going to hell.
Can I say something? Can I?
Oh yeah,
can I share something? I don't know if this is considered evil or not, but I do this every week. I don't know why I do it. So I have this coworker. She brings in brownies into work every week, and we don't get along.
Brownies or normal brownies?
Normal brownies. They're normal brownies.
They're good. Still like those.
So like it's on our shared refrigerator, and because we don't get along, sometimes I'll take her brownies and eat them. And she doesn't know who's doing it.
You're not going to hell for that, so
you know. But like, I know
you're stealing. That's theft.
Hell for it.
No, I understand.
No, get it. But
that's a small.
If I do it, if I'm eating her brownies every week and she's freaking out over it, am I committing an evil act?
Yes.
No, that's not an evil act. I mean that's a sin. It's a misstep. You recognize it's a misstep. I'm sure in the long run, God will forgive you for this sin. It's not a big sin. It's not an evil sin. You're not an evil person.
He has given us his son so that he could forgive us, because he wants to forgive us. He wants us to come back home. He wants us to do the right thing.
But you said you sinned so wrong, you're going to hell.
Everybody's going to hell. Everybody deserves hell. The only way out of hell is to accept somebody who actually paid for your way out of it.
I don't agree.
That means saying,
I got saved.
Okay, I'm taking her fudge brownies every weekend. I'm going to decide that I'm not going to take her fudge brownies because I understand that they're her fudge brownies. Yeah. And if she wants to offer one to me, that would be great on her part. And I might ask her and say, hey, I keep seeing those fudge brownies and I really like them. I keep taking them and I apologize for that. But I'll stop taking your fudge brownies.
Actually,
but I really like them. If you could give me some fudge brownies, that would be cool. If she gives you or not is her choice. And if she doesn't give you brownies, that's part of what it is. That's part of repentance.
Let me jump in here for a second, guys. The other thing that you were talking about is homosexuality and the fact that it's frowned upon in Christianity. Yeah. I also think that's another messed up part of Christianity, because to me, homosexuality occurs in nature. I've gotten dogs that just like guy dogs. I've had a dog in my life that he wasn't corrupted by other dogs around him. He wasn't taught by the devil that he should like men. He literally just liked other guy dogs. And he would try to help.
It happens.
It occurs in nature. It has nothing to do. And for me, if you're not harming others,
you're absolutely right. And sometimes I feel like beating the fuck out of the son of a bitch who wanted to take 15 centimeters off my goddamn lot. He didn't have a fucking right. I wanted to chop him up into pieces and bury him in my yard so nobody could see it. That is my animal instinct, and I feel like fucking doing it. So why don't I?
Wait,
because
maybe
I am evolved. I think
you're confusing your own. But Miguel, you're confusing your own free will to what a dog actually does by nature. Because I don't think a dog has the same free will as itself.
I am not an animal.
No, we are animals. We are actually animals. A human sapien.
You're right. Yes, physically we are. Is your consciousness still animalistic?
I mean,
that's the basic
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you believe in evolution? Do you believe in evolution or creation?
I'm bizarre because
do you believe God created? Do you believe God created man in 7 days?
I believe God created man.
No, but do you believe God created man in 7 days? Like, you read the Bible, right? That's what happened. Like that. Like,
yeah, but
like
he actually created us.
He
created us in one. It didn't take him 7 days to create man. He created man in one day.
So you're saying yeah. I heard this take before. Like they say 7 days, they meant 7 million.
No, it was
like,
7 days. No.
Don't
All right,
read it
so you guys are
literally.
both.
Is what you're saying,
You guys
right?
are both right. You guys are both
yeah.
right. Miguel was talking about God said he created man in one day, and he was talking about all the other things he created in the 7 days. And
Now he created
you were
6
referring
days.
to-
The seventh day he rested.
and you were talking about the 7 days in general. Regardless, I don't think any one of them is possible. He didn't create humans in one day, and he didn't create the earth in 7 days.
I mean, there's
The
science.
Anunnaki created us in one day, and they've already proven the genetic modifications that they can actually do that. So yeah, the Anunnaki did it in one day and maximum 1 year because they did it in one
I
gestation.
mean, but like, what happened to like the dinosaurs?
Why was there any raptors on the ark?
The history of this shit with fossils. It's like, listen, like I said, the Bible is based on history, but it's a good work of fiction. But listen, there's a lot of people, especially in the southern United States, that follow this shit as a spoken word. Like they believe everything's said in this Bible. Like you got to read it. You got to read it like in the right frame of mind and like understand what it's talking about. Like
I understand. All right, what's your name specifically? What's your name specifically?
Quesola.
Huh?
Quesola.
Quesola?
Eslovan?
Yeah.
Eslovan.
Quesola.
Quesola.
What?
Quesolov. Okay,
Quesola.
where are you from, Quesolov?
I'm by New York.
Okay. Quesolov. The whole purpose of my channel is this. My grandmother was my Sunday school teacher. So my foundation is in the Bible. But I had many people.
I'm not trying to disrespect that.
I understand. Hold on. I haven't finished my point. I have a tendency of doing that. I explain too much and I take a while to get to my point, but I will get there eventually. I started off biblically. Absolutely. And in your infancy, that is what you create as your mind delusion of what reality is. However, as I grew, I wanted to be able to have a foundation for that because I had so many, including my 3rd grade teacher that told me that the flood wasn't worldwide. Hey, Divine Tiffany, thank you very much for joining us. Glad you're here. The conversation is deep today. You'll enjoy it, I'm sure. So my grandmother was teaching me in Sunday school about the things that Genesis told us that happened. And I had my 3rd grade teacher telling me that the flood was only regional, that it only affected the people that would later on write something similar like the Tales of Gilgamesh. In other words, the things coming out of Sumeria. So it was very regional. And those are the things that I had this disconnect between the science of reality, what they're teaching me, and what the Bible and the good book tells me as well. And so I had this disconnect. I knew that they were both true and they were both real because they're both looking at reality and looking at it from a different perspective. And so I tried to understand that difference. Okay. Now, my channel starts the very first episode that I have on my channel. Actually, the 3rd episode that I have on my channel is talking about quantum physics. Why? Because I want to make sure that people understand where matter comes from science, from a very scientific viewpoint.
Well, I appreciate that.
Most people have doesn't necessarily mesh with what they see. So I want people to understand what science actually tells us and makes us understand what life is. Eventually, I want to be able to connect the two things. Why? Because I studied a lot of physics, and I wanted to be able to explain how God did the things he did. There are explanations.
So
go ahead.
Birdhouse,
Jonah didn't get swallowed by a whale and spit out, right?
No,
sorry,
hold on.
Not a whale, a fish. It was different.
Mr. Pena and Birdhouse, let me jump in here for a second.
You're not reading the Bible as.
Hold on, Solo. I'm gonna mute you. I'm muting you, Solo. 1 sec. Go ahead, Jacob.
All right. So I just want to give everybody a general idea. This isn't the Pena Perspective channel. I don't feel the same way as Mr. Pena does. This is my channel. And I feel like the Bible depicts the world as being 2,000 some years old. I think that's a crock of shit. I think that
6,000.
the Ken Ham Museum is a crock of shit. I think the fact that he said he built the ark in like certain diameters, and my grandparents went to the Ken Ham Museum, and they are creationists in that sense, and that's why I'm so rebellious against it. I don't think that the earth is as old as the Bible depicts it to be, and I do think there's trees on this planet that are older than the fucking Bible. Like so there's certain stances that I take on this that are way different than the Penna perspective. So I want to make sure everybody knows we're not just a religious channel. We're open for talking about everything, but continue with what you're saying.
Mute Solo. I'm going to go ahead and unmute him now. Go ahead, Solo. You can talk.
Go ahead.
No, what I was trying to say is, like, I respect people that believe that shit, but, like, you do realize it's a total different type of perspective. Like, you should take that, like, God created this at a certain 7 days, but read into it, and then, like, look at the science, and, like, it can kind of match up if you let it match up. But if you're, like, believe in the Bible, like, word fact, everything in the Bible is real and facts, like, factual, it's not. There was like 20 people that wrote that work of fiction, and they all had their different take on the shit. Like it's a great book.
Compilation of work.
Like, don't believe it as like the do all tell all. Like we have science to prove all this shit wrong.
Can I have a little perspective here? The Bible read literally says that the universe is 6,000 years old. By some, laugh. Absolutely. By some Jewish scholars, they would take it literally as 6,000 years. However, that would be related to the very first civilization that we know of as the Sumerians, which are about 5,000 years old. We have the Egyptians, which are about 3,000 years old. We have the Chinese, which are about 5,000 years old. However, the pyramids in Giza have an age of around 12,000 years. The Sphinx has an age from 12 to 15,000 years. And the pyramids that I personally visited in the south of Mexico show of the leaders going up in rockets, look like rockets, to be with other people. And their mythology also tells us about beings of other planets. I have studied SETI, astrology, and everything else. The Bible, 100%, the way people interpret it, I haven't taken as that's not my base.
Yeah,
my base.
did you
my
know?
Father ends
Like,
up telling me. I know about anthropology. I know about.
Go ahead. Say that again.
No, I've been looking at this subject recently. Do you guys know, like, the Amazon rainforest? There's been actual explorers that circumnavigated the whole Amazon and Amazon River, and there was fucking cities there, bro.
Oh yeah, no, I mean we have maps.
Cities. They had a bunch of technology. You know what happened? Like, the white man, they fucking brought a bunch of disease, and like those cities folded. But the only difference is the Amazon forest regrow over all that shit. They're now just.
Well, that's what's so interesting about
as big as fucking New York or Chicago.
Okay, first of all, do you understand where I am located at?
No, I said I was from New York. You didn't say where you're at.
Okay, I am living in the south of Brazil.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So you know about this then, because they actually had, like,
Brazilians don't know about it. They think
like
I'm crazy when I tell them that, because to them the Amazon is just a freaking forest. I know of the antediluvian. Which some would say Atlantis, but that was the previous before. The Mayan have talked about we're in the fifth cycle of existence, of human existence. There have been 5 cataclysmic cycles that have eliminated human civilization over time. That's what the Maya believe. Okay. Now, we would be in the 5th cycle going into the 6th, because we're about to hit a cataclysm that will once again put us back to, as Einstein said, the Stone Ages. Now, how these things
I
that we see
wish.
throughout the world, because all the pyramids that we see are not only in Giza, they're not only in Mexico, they're in Indonesia, they're in the Philippines. China has more pyramids than any other place on the planet, but they cover them up with forests so that people can't see them.
How do
They
you
cover them up
think
with
they got
mounds.
built,
We
though?
have mounds in the United States that they covered with dirt so that people wouldn't see the pyramids. Yes, there are cities under the Amazon in Brazil as well, because it's not the forgotten continent.
True.
And I guarantee you that they're going to find them. In fact, many have found advanced structures
Finding them
built
now,
out of
yeah.
sound resonating stone in Africa, where there are a couple of documentarians that I like to follow that believe that in Africa is where they created Adam, because that's where they had the equipment to do the genetic modifications to make the freaking ape monkey man into what he is today through the genetic
Well, you're talking
modifications.
some
And
info.
they had this,
I don't know.
And
Talking
Birdhouse,
about the what?
the other thing I wanted to talk about Birdhouse is we have records of past maps that were charted of Antarctica without any ice on it, and these are composites that we've had. I
the
definitely
the Reese Perry maps taken from ancient texts that are lost to us today. We don't understand how Reese Perry created those maps. He knew exactly what Antarctica looked like before we even knew that Antarctica was something.
But yes, I think kind of with Graham Hancock's work, I think we are a civilization with amnesia when it comes to thinking that we are
If
most
the
advanced version of
aliens were
ourselves.
hiding anywhere, they'd be hiding under the North and South Pole underground. I can't believe
You
it,
think
bro. I
what?
wouldn't
The
think that.
aliens?
Actually, the aliens are hiding among us. They're hiding in the government. They're in charge of all that shit. They're hiding on the moon. They're hiding on Mars.
I believe that
They're
to a
hiding
point.
in
I
Saturn
believe that to a
as
point.
well.
What were you saying?
But like
Bert?
the whole
I couldn't
Trump
hear you.
shit, when he said the disclosure, like, do you guys see the disclosure? It's a joke. Yeah, I mean,
We've talked about that on our channel. Disclosure is,
but like
that's been
even the
people.
presidents and the generals don't even get on a need to know basis for this shit. It's like the people that were around at that time, they know that shit, and certain other people, and that's it. like,
It's
even the-
I want brownies.
Got a lot of people going on over there, but yeah, no, I don't necessarily think when we think of aliens that there's just one race. I think there could be more than one, and I think there's also
There's
possibility.
57 races that are on this
Can I
planet.
finish a thought? Come on.
Sorry.
Race doesn't exist.
But what I was saying is, I think basically that
Nobody's listening.
there could be other civilizations that have lived here prior to us.
ignorant. You're an ignorant person if you don't believe there's a race just like us somewhere out there in the fucking universe.
Oh no, I
Like,
don't
there's
think.
probably a million like
When
us,
I say
bro. Like, we
just like
haven't
us, when you say just like
we
us,
haven't
do you think
even
they
got
look
to
humanoid?
like we haven't even got to the next star, the next solar
No,
system.
no.
Well,
So
look,
when you say,
So
hold on, let me jump in this, Birdhouse. When you say just like us, do you think they look human? Because I think that's quite an assumption and a leap. I just think there's intelligent life out there besides us.
I do think somewhere out there's a similar race, 100%. Like,
Okay.
Why
I'm sure
do
there's
you believe
multiple
that?
I'm sure there's
Why do you
multiple
believe that?
intelligent races that don't look like us or aren't like us, but I don't think we're the first people that look like us that are like us. I think there's multiple other people that basically are doppelgangers somewhere in some universe.
Have you read Carl Sagan's works?
Yeah, but he also turned into a Scientologist. He's a weirdo.
No. Carl Sagan. It's not Scientology. Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan, scientist. Carl Sagan. When I studied astronomy,
I know Carl Sagan.
and SETI, Carl Sagan
he did turn into a Scientologist.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, what the
He
fuck?
did,
I didn't
he
know
did,
about
yeah.
that.
That was his
Hey,
religion.
I'm the Scientology guy. I know these things.
I didn't know about. I didn't know that.
He used to write fire science fiction, then he turned to weirdo and created Scientology.
No,
Carl
you're talking about L.
Carl
Ron
Sagan
Hubbard.
actually created the disc.
Oh, yeah,
the
L. Ron
resynth.
Hubbard.
You're
Thank
talking
you.
about L.
You're
Ron
right,
Hubbard.
you're
You're getting two people mixed
No,
up.
you're right. Yeah, you're right. I'm getting people mixed up.
Sorry.
But-
I had to make sure we cleared that up.
No, I appreciate the correction. like not a lot of people realize how big this fucking universe
It's
is.
huge. I calculated the Drake equation. I calculated there was 100,000 civilizations in our galaxy.
No, but we haven't seen any of that. Every time you go outside, you see the stars. You see the thousands of stars in the sky. Every single one of those stars is like our sun, and they have a solar system planets rotating around that. So I mean, it's like we can't even like get out of our solar system to get to the next solar system.
We have, but that's another topic. If we actually calculate,
no, they sent a satellite in 1975. It hasn't even got that far. They died, bro. You're talking about the Voyager. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 were sent out, and they passed Pluto about 10 years ago. They die once they get into deep space, but they don't get to the next solar system.
No, they're still going. They're still going. They're not dying. They'll relive as soon as they get close to another star to power
we
up
sent
their
that shit
solar
40
pole.
years ago. We don't have the technology to get there. But the shit we sent out now, maybe
That's
20
the
years
thing.
now we'll be able to see that.
Birdhouse, if you get a chance, watch. We have another video on my channel that I had a physicist on here who explains how we would have to do, explains how we have to do travel in order to do it. And yeah, it's not any kind of fuel based travel. It's not feasible. When you're
it's like Neil deGrasse and shit.
What's that? No, the guy I have, his name's Mark Ferrantino. And he's linked on my channel. You can check him out if you get a chance. But basically, he talks about how he can reverse. What was that?
No, I respect that shit. Like people are educated on that.
Oh yeah, no, I try to have a bunch of authors on here. Like I said, we don't just have a religious perspective. I like hearing Mr. Penna's religious perspective because I think it's different than most Bible thumping Christians. He does have a knowledge of ancient civilizations as well that the Bible doesn't want to acknowledge. But I still think there's some borderline religious things that he definitely has.
I respect that.
Oh yeah, no, I respect it.
It's good to have people from every side. Like that's how you
exactly.
Get an honest opinion. Yeah,
that's how you grow.
Hey, I want to thank you guys again for coming on. Like I really appreciate you guys jumping on and asking questions. Good conversation.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody in the chat,
especially you, Anna.
I just super like this stream, like on Tinder.
But what I was talking about when I was in college, a long fucking time ago, when I was 7 years old, I was. Do what?
What did you go to college for?
What did you go to college for?
International business at the University of Texas.
UT.
And I have a master's in economics from the State University in Southern Brazil.
Yeah, you spent more time in college than I did. Congratulations. It's like 6 years.
I spent more time studying than most college professors. I just don't get any college credits for it because, like Leonardo da Vinci, I am self-taught. Now, when I was
studying yourself is better than structure studying. Yeah.
You can get.
I've done both because I'm extremely introspective and depressive personality. So yes, I've studied myself. I consider myself a chameleon. I've had to deal with lots of different cultures and everything else. And so yeah, I've had the complaints of all those different cultures, and I know myself.
So you live in Brazil
right now? Yeah.
You gotta explain the context of why you're in Brazil and where these.
I want to hear the rest of his question, Jake.
No, I said, were you like born and raised in Brazil, or like are you like in like Rio de Janeiro, like a city, like in the coast, like where you in Brazil?
That's what I'm saying.
Jake, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much. I just wanted him to be able to finish the question, but you're absolutely right, Jake. Thank you very much. I was born in Mexico City, the largest city on the planet at that time. My infancy was created in that general melee of survivability and running and the high altitude and everything else that is Mexico City. My mother is from a farm in Oklahoma. Okay. So I went to Oklahoma because my parents wanted me to be educated in the U.S. because they
Is your
considered
dad
that
from Mexico?
my dad's Mexican, my mother's American. They met in the United States. My dad's been in the U.S. since he was 11 years old when my grandmother divorced my grandfather because he didn't want to pay for the kids' school or food because he was more interested in spending money on booze for the parties that actually generated income for his business.
Yeah.
So there are lots of things. So I've got both Mexican and American parents. And I
Okay,
lived
so
in
you end up in Oklahoma because you moved back to your mom's state. How'd you end up in Brazil?
okay, well, see, that takes about 20 years. So I went.
Make it a short story.
Okay, so general education, 8 years in Oklahoma. Then we decided to move to Texas, Dallas. Texas is home. I mean, if I want to go anywhere, it's to Texas. So I went to high school in Dallas. I was on the academic decathlon. I was accepted to Harvard, MIT. I had 42 different universities asking me to be part of their part because I scored very highly on the SAT.
We're not trying to brag about what you could do. So
I brag about fucking everything that I do because I'm a piece of shit now, so I have to enjoy the crap that I actually did back then.
Yeah. We coulda, woulda, shoulda. Right? I had the same.
All right.
So let's go on to what you.
So I went to Mexico to help my dad with his business. So I was studying international business, but I ended up learning engineering because I had to install the machines.
Was he like a drug dealer in a cartel or some shit?
No, he was selling offset machinery for yogurt cups and toothpaste and that sort of thing. The stuff that prints on those.
That's more boring,
he was selling American equipment to Mexico. Our entire family has always been international business. My great grandfather brought
he probably
to Mexico.
Legally got the equipment and sold it on a low in Mexico.
No, there's nothing illegal about that. The only illegal faction.
Come on, bro. I'm
trying
to make your story sound more dangerous.
It's not. I am dangerous. That's the only thing.
Yeah, you're not dangerous.
Okay. So your dad was selling yogurt equipment in Mexico. What happened then?
Offset equipment in Mexico. Then we had neighbors in the ritzy freaking neighborhood where we are because my dad always wanted to make sure that I was among the best of the best. I don't agree with that because they're all people. Yeah, they're all pieces of shit because they're all about money. And so they give a fuck about anybody else. And I learned that really fucking young. But anyway, he got tickets to a carnival, a Brazilian carnival. I didn't want to go. I was depressed as a motherfucker because I always am depressed.
He left
but I ended up.
Carnival.
Do what?
He left you at the carnival? Is that the story?
No. He got tickets to a carnival dance in Mexico City that the Brazilian community was organizing in Mexico City. We had some neighbors that were Brazilian. They sold my dad bought some tickets to the carnival dance from them, and he wanted me to go. He bought 3 tickets, one for him, one for my mom, and one for me. I didn't want to go, but I ended up going. While I was at carnival, I actually met a blonde-haired, green-eyed, German-looking woman with big breasts and a nice ass, and she actually wasn't disgusted by my speaking. So I ended up endearing myself.
You fell in love with a girl, it didn't work out, and you stayed.
No, I fell in love with the girl, but she's a pain in the ass.
Miguel, let's jump to Texas. Why you left the States politically?
She is from Brazil. She is from Joinville. And 3 years later, I ended up here where I'm at right now. So yeah,
you
I
were
met her in Mexico City.
Chasing a girl.
What?
You end up in Brazil chasing a girl back to her home country.
Yeah, that was her. I'm living about 2 miles away from her mother.
Yeah, you need to move, bro. Shit, bro.
The paradise that I created here makes it difficult for me.
If you like that place better than
on
the place you've been in your life, I don't blame you, but I hope you're not staying there for a girl when it's not going to work out.
No. As soon as the swamp is drained and the United States returns to the things that I remember it used to be, what the Constitution told us that it should be, when America is America, I will be back because I have 2 kids
What do you
that I want
mean,
to be
bro?
raised. Do what?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, listen. I don't want to get into politics. I want to fight about politics. When you say I'm waiting for the swamp to be drained, like Trump didn't get reelected, like it's already been drained. Like, what are you waiting for? I don't get it.
The United States right now is going through what I experienced in Latin America in the 1980s. Y'all don't realize the bad.
I don't want to go down. Sorry, I don't want to go down this road. He's right. Let's not talk politics because it's just an endless battle. And I'll be 100% honest. You have a little more faith in Trump than I do, and I consider myself a conservative. You consider yourself probably more of a Republican, but I feel like we talk way too much about Trump in our podcasts, and I don't want any of that.
You're absolutely right.
No, but listen, I'm being real.
It's your channel. You're absolutely right.
The good thing about Trump is I don't have to talk about it anymore. Like, he's not the president. He's not going to ever.
Did I mention his name?
It's going to.
Did I mention his name?
No, you didn't. You didn't bring it up. Birdhouse did.
3 books as the worst president ever.
I didn't mention his name at all. The only thing is that when I was living in Mexico,
you said drain the. You said drain the swamp, though. That's a quote from him. So
well, yeah,
let's be honest.
Trump quote.
It's not his; it's somebody else's quote. But anyway, when I was in Mexico, and I was also in the United States, I would see the corruption that was endemic in Mexico and the government
Trump
and everything else.
Loves immigrants. Yeah, you're right. You're fucking literally biting your own foot off, dude. Like,
he actually does like him, but that's another.
Hey, wait! I'm gonna interject.
No.
Trump does not have a problem with any illegal. I mean, he has a problem with illegal immigrants. He doesn't have a problem with people passing the border illegally. That's 100% true. So I hate the disinformation when it comes to that. I'm not a Trumper. My family's Trumpers, and it drives me nuts. The people that think, oh, he's gonna get reelected. He's still the president. He's an underground president that people don't know about. I don't like all the bullshit conspiracy theories about it. But at the same time, Trump said honestly the whole time, and I don't want to hear there's good people on both sides argument because that's been debunked. Don't give me any bullshit stories about media bias because it's bullshit. And when it comes to him not liking immigrants, that's bullshit as well. It's a cop-out story, and it's not true. He's happy with any legal immigrants. His wife is an immigrant. I mean, I don't understand the argument. Why would he not want immigrants in this country? That's what this country is based on. That's not what he's trying to say. So we're not going to run down that road, but it's not true.
Trump is literally a Democrat, dude.
I agree. I agree with you.
He donated to
Trump's a
fucking
Democrat.
Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton. He was a Democrat the whole time. Like he literally said in an interview, if I ever run for president, I'm going to run as Republican because they're dumb, easily manipulated people. I 100% agree with you on that. Trump is the least religious person you ever meet in your life. You got these dumb Bible.
No. Let me interject. I agree with you on that. I think Trump ran as a Republican because he knew he could beat everybody on the Republican side. I thought it was a strategy. He tested out the waters in the Democratic
He didn't
Party,
know he could.
and then
that
didn't
was
run.
Surprise to him, bro. Like he run for that shit. He didn't actually think he could win, but once he was in it, like he was way over.
Well, no. I think that's why he put his foot in the water with the Democratic Party first. Why do you think he put his foot in the water with the Democratic Party first and then switched parties?
The good thing is, like I said, we don't have to talk about Trump anymore. Like he's a black stain on our country. He's never.
I don't think, and that's your own opinion. That's fine. I don't think he's a black stain on the country. Yeah. I think Trumpists are a black stain on the country, and I think people that follow any leader blindly and don't pick which politics that they like from a person and which politics they don't from a person, I think that's dangerous. Nobody
black
should wholeheartedly
president
follow
here, and
anybody.
The racist white people in our country say, "We're gonna take our country back."
Like I say, I think that's a fucking horrible way to think about it. That's not the way any
No,
country
but
should.
listen, Trump is not. He's not their champion. He's not like the dumb South religious people's champion. He literally debated these people, and it's cringe.
Right.
I mean, he's complete opposite. He's an elitist. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth his whole life, and
That's why the Clintons have been friends with him until he ran for office.
Yeah, but listen, that's a problem with our country. The fact that he was able to win, like, it exposed our country.
Well, no, that just shows what our election thing is. It's a what's it called? It's a popularity contest. And yes, if you put a celebrity in there, if The Rock or Oprah ran, people would vote for them.
I mean, honestly, The Rock would be a good president.
Why do you think The Rock would be a good president? Because of his political background? Are you kidding me?
Listen. You're better than Trump.
No, I'm just saying you're giving a great example of how people
You're
for a politician because of its popularity contest.
You're talking to a left-wing extremist. I want Bernie, bro.
Oh, and I have nothing wrong with. I have no problem with Bernie.
I wanna
live in Bernie's. The reason I like Bernie so much,
like Mother Russia, dude. Yeah.
The reason I like Bernie so much is because he actually is
socialist government. That's what they like to say, right? Socialist.
No. The reason I like Bernie so much is because he sticks with his same ideas. He's been a consistent politician.
Yeah, he wants to fix the corrupt Wall Street crook government. Like, he wants to.
I don't even think.
Forget student loans. I mean, free healthcare for everyone, like any Western civilized country does now. I mean,
I don't think it's beneficial to the country to give free college tuition. I think people should go into jobs, especially in college, based on what they want to do when they get out of college. If you go into a field that doesn't pay after you get out of college, that's your own decision. If you get hired in a career, then that's what you should try to go for, is where you can actually make money. Don't try to open up into a field where there's no jobs. I mean, I don't think that we should pay for people's college in that sense. And when it comes to if Bernie has everything right, no, I don't think Bernie has every solution right. I like the fact that he's consistent. Like I said, I don't think you should ever follow any politician wholeheartedly, because I don't think any politician has all of the answers. You need to pick and choose their policies and figure out what's right for you, which ones you support, and we try to get the best person in office as we can. But right now it's come down to every election is the shiniest turd or a popularity contest.
I have a 17-year-old kid, which is in the middle of the decision of what he's going to do for college. So that decision affects me heavily. I did not go to MIT and Harvard because I didn't want the expense and the debt of $250,000 for an education, which today would be $1.5 million. Hold on a second, man. I did not, and it was one of the biggest fucking regrets of my life, because I would be a master of the universe if I would have done something to go to MIT or actually graduate from Harvard and MIT. I did not. I chose to go to University of Texas,
who knows
which was a state university, which means I didn't have any debt. I still have a degree.
I agree with Bernie.
I still have a degree.
You could have failed out
Some
of
people
Harvard.
take on that debt and they have to deal with that debt.
No one wants to go to college or have that debt anymore. I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, but my son is about to go to college, and he needs to decide what he's going to do.
When you graduated high school back in the day, if you didn't go to college, you're a failure. Nowadays, like, people like, why are you going to college? Like, it's a waste.
Yeah, nowadays, like, if you're a hustler, you make money. That's what decides how much money you make.
Well, and then you got other alternatives.
You got kids. You got 15-year-old kids making like $1 million a year on eBay, like selling shoes. So it's a different type of culture now, bro.
You got to be a hustler.
Is
I
that
came.
it? You
Well,
gotta be a hustler.
I came into the job market doing union jobs. I said, okay, I could pay 4
That's
years
great.
for tuition,
Union
or I could start making money
makes
through
money,
union. I'm saying there's a lot of ways you can go to make money coming out of high school. You don't necessarily have to go to a career
No,
school. You can go to a career
be in a
trade.
labor union as a fucking apprentice. I knew niggas that were making like fucking $30 an hour, like a year out of college, a
Yeah.
year out of high school, because they went into
Bro, marble workers make $80 an hour,
juniors,
bro.
They went to the carpenters junior. They were apprentice. They're making $30 an hour, and they're collecting fucking $1,000 a month on.
Or you can pay for 4 years. Or you can pay
You're
for 4
making
years to
you're
be in
making
debt.
my argument for me. I didn't
No,
take on
college is a
debt.
joke now. I understand it didn't used to be a joke, but it is now.
No, I know it's gotten to that point, and I think it's also because of tuition prices. I think schools have bid themselves out of the market.
Imagine these kids that had to deal with COVID, and they're showing up to class, they're doing online classes, they're paying $30,000 a year to sit on their computer at home in their parents' house.
Well, and that's what I mean. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute you. That's what I mean is I didn't want the taxpayers to suck up this debt. I wanted the government to crack down on the schools and say, sorry, you're putting this tuition too far out of the way for people to actually get educated with it. Like that's the actual disconnect.
My son has to make that choice this year.
Why do you have to work for 20 years to pay off your college education?
Exactly.
Okay, that's exactly the question that I made myself when I went to the University of Texas, because I decided to go get an education that I could actually pay for.
College is free. College is free. They're not in debt. You know what I mean? Every other civilized Western nation, like
but then I don't think
Sorry.
it is. So here's my only problem with that, Birdhouse. If you give free education, do you think the quality of education is going to change?
As long as you pay the teachers appropriately, I don't think so. No.
Teachers are
Who's going to pay them?
shit.
Who's going to pay them? The taxpayers are going to pay them?
No, listen, the colleges make money. You know how much money they make in the fucking States, bro?
You're saying free college. So do you want the taxpayers to pick up this? Or do you want the schools to pick up this money,
bro? Like you said you went to Texas. You said you went to Texas, right? You know how much Texas schools make off football players? Like,
okay, so my question
for
I
you
was
is,
a football player. I was a football player on the national championship team.
When you say free college,
you know how much money they make on it, but actually it's changing now because college players can actually make money off their,
which is awesome.
Actually happens,
and it's about fucking time.
I think
they were making money off of us.
The players should have.
These kids are playing. In the college in my state, there was like basketball players that were playing. They're hungry eating ramen noodles. They should be making millions of dollars because listen, they could just go to the NBA and not go to college, but they're going to a.
No, I agree with you, Birdhouse. What I'm trying to say is they should be able to make money off of their own names. They should be able to have that benefit. I think the colleges have been making money off of students for years and years and years, and I'm glad that new law has been passed.
And plus the boosters, millions and millions of dollars. Yeah.
I was in the football program. I know what that shit's about.
It's changing, though. You're right. It is changing. So,
now, Mud Rabbit has an excellent point.
These kids are getting agents as a freshman in college, as they should.
But Birdhouse,
deals.
Hey, Birdhouse, do you guys have any
kinds
questions?
of money.
There's actually a few more people that want to jump into the video chat. Did you guys have any more questions you wanted to knock out before you guys got off?
Oh, you want us to get off? Yeah, that's fine.
No. There's more. Hey, guys, there's more guys that want to talk. I just wanted to give everybody an opportunity. If you guys have any more questions you want to get out, we're happy to answer them.
No, we'll be quiet. Let's just let people talk to one talk. Yeah.
Okay. It's just hard.
But just to finish that little cycle, I chose a state university so I wouldn't have the debt. And the problem is that I have my son at this particular point this year. That is a question that he has to make because he is graduating from high school this year. And I have given him the opportunity to go to the U.S. to be with my mother, his grandmother, to be able to take advantage of the university system. And he's not sure if he wants to. He's not even sure if he wants to go to college. Why? Because
That's every kid now. They don't want to go to college now because it's fucking
exactly. And Mud Rabbit's topic is true. People in trade jobs, blue
But that
collar,
started
make
happening
more
a
than
long
white
time
collar
ago
people.
when people go to school for 4 years and they can't get a job at a college. Like, what's the point of going to college?
How are you going to pay your debt if you can't get a job?
Spending 4 years, they're spending $100,000 to go to college and they're working at Starbucks. Like,
it matters what it is that you study.
I'm not going to take over your.
No, it's what I keep trying to tell my kid. It's what you're going to do with your life for the rest of your life. It's what you need to learn, and for that you need to know yourself. For example, my kid doesn't know if he wants to be an engineer or a doctor.
Say that again. We couldn't hear you.
Repeat that.
Oh, I think
that.
Okay.
A doctor is a shitload of money, but you got to go to school for like 10 years, so it's a lot, dude.
Yeah.
They take too much money, and it's not fair because too many people don't have access to it. I agree with you. Education should be cheap.
I'd rather go to school to be a nurse than be a doctor. It's too much schooling, dude. It's too much work.
Now,
but like I said,
I have a question.
Over your shit. I know you want to move into other shit.
I have a question for you. For example, Harvard and MIT offer their educational services. My wife sent me a link today to Harvard's free educational services, and MIT has offered that for decades. Khan Academy is also a great site that offers education for free. Now, what happens if I want to have a degree?
I'm gonna be real. Like, I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
No, I can actually send you the link if you want. They're all the information they have is free access.
Schools do have free education for like employees that work for the college or like.
No, hold on. Let me explain. All the content of their classes is for free. If you want the degree, the proof that you went through it, then you have to pay what it is you pay for the normal semester for the class. But the information is free, so you can still learn without paying. You just don't have a certificate telling you.
I've lied on every resume I've ever made in my life. Like, no,
I have never lied on a single resume.
We can make
Therein lies a problem.
No one backs
I have never lied on a resume. I've actually taken off information.
You should start, bro. That's how I got every job I got, bro. No questions.
No, you can't. When you start with a lie, you live a lie. You can't.
No, it's fine. I have no problem getting ahead with lies, dude. Fuck the system. Man. You know what I mean? Fake it till you make it. Like, you don't have these kids that got it.
It's about your personal essence. You have to live in truth.
Oh, you mean like religious shit? Like I'm going to hell for lying on a resume? Oh.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the idea of one. Leo's watch Jacob's interview with Leo. Okay, it's the law of one. You want to be a good person because that's what propagates.
But
something
lying
that's
on a
sustainable.
resume to like make more money is not being a bad person.
I don't lie on resumes.
It's a victimless crime.
I have a question. I have a question for you, Birdhouse. You said you're not religious, right?
You could just say K Solo. I was the only one talking here.
It's just say it again so I can get it right.
I said just say K Solo, not Birdhouse, because all
right, K Solo. Do you consider yourself religious in any way?
No. Listen.
No.
I'll say this. I believe that there is some type of
higher power
or some shit we don't know about that's out there. But I'm a heavy believer in science. But I also believe there is some shit we don't fully understand, and there is something that at some point, like maybe like created a soul or did something that is something. But listen, that's why I always like this nigga said like he's worried about like he sinned too much or did some. But that's why I lived my life the way I lived it. You know what I mean?
No,
So,
I think you have a healthy perspective.
If if I had to show up at the pearly gates, I think I'd be good. I think I could walk through that shit.
Okay,
But,
so
I mean, that also like says that with parks in New York, but like I don't believe in organized religion. I don't believe in
I don't
any
either.
type of
Organized
church.
religion is corrupt.
You
All
don't need a
organized
church
religions
to
are corrupt.
pray or worship a god. You don't need to drop money in the donation plate. Like that's all bullshit. But I do believe there is something we don't understand that's bigger than us. That whatever it is, which I don't know, but I don't shit on anyone that believes whatever they believe. Like, if that helps them, more power to you. Like, I'm not trying to tell anyone what they believe is not true. If it's true to them, it's true to them. What's true to me is I don't know what's out there. I don't know what's real. I know there's something out there that's bigger than myself.
no, I think that's a great, healthy perspective, and I kind of feel some of the same ways that you do. I don't.
You're the reason I
believe in
created
any
my
religion.
channel. You are the reason I created my channel. I start with science. I actually in the 12 episodes, the 12 videos that I have on my channel, I don't talk about religion at all. I am pure science in all of the videos that I show on my channel. They're in Portuguese, unfortunately, but there is a subtitle option for YouTube.
I used to date a Portuguese girl that was from South America. She was hot as fuck.
Oh, they're hot.
Dead ass.
I understand.
But even that,
you can audit a class. You can learn everything.
What type of Brazil what part of Brazil you live in? Dude?
South of Brazil.
No, you don't live by the water. I hope it is like Shark Attack Central.
I don't live next to what?
You ever watch those Brazil Shark Attack videos? Dude? It's crazy, bro.
I don't watch.
My kids swimming in the water. They have fucking like wave runners saving these kids from the sharks, bro. But Brazil is.
There are regions of Brazil.
Like, listen. I wish I could go to Carnival at least once in Brazil. I know it's a big party there.
I've been 3 times. It's an awesome fucking party. I was kissed on the lips by a French woman. It's an awesome fucking party. I recommend it. However, the person from Texas that I brought down to enjoy Carnival said that he had a better time in Colombia.
Oh, Colombia, bro. Colombia is like you get a bunch of raw cocaine, but
he's not into the. They'll like
kidnap you.
He was into women, so he talked about the Colombian women were a lot better than the Brazilian women that he saw. But later on, when I left after Carnival, the Brazilian women of Rio de Janeiro.
There's a lot of trannies in both states, but I mean, there's also hot girls in both states.
I didn't fucking say tranny for fuck all.
Yeah,
trannies are. That's another conversation. Carnival was nice. Yeah, it's a nice place to be. You should come down to Brazil. I recommend it.
Carnival. Yeah.
There are lots of Americans in Brazil that would agree with you more than with you than me. To be honest, there is a group of Americans in Brazil.
You live in Brazil. I'm not trying to pretend like I know more about Brazil than you do. But I did do a book report on Bolivia. Like, they have to pick a country, I think in like high school. I did do a book report on Bolivia.
My picture on Facebook is me in La Paz, Bolivia. Been to Cochabamba and that sort of thing. Beautiful country. Bizarre culture. They're a little bit more closed off than what you would believe. Bolivians, native Bolivians, they protect their own and they don't like people from outside. But Bolivia is a beautiful country. I enjoyed it personally. Ecuador was absolutely fantastic.
Was it like a 6'5" like ghetto white boy?
There. A 6'5" ghetto white boy would stand out like a rock in Bolivia. And they would look at him strange and he would suffer abuse the rest of his life in Bolivia, to be honest with you.
Whoa. I thought it'd be like hook up with the cartels or something, right?
Now, Bolivia sells their coca to and Peruvians have told me, and I've been to Peru as well, Lima. I've been to Cusco.
I mean, Bolivia, Venezuela.
Venezuela's another story, but Bolivians and
100%,
Peruvians
100%.
actually preferred the Colombians in charge because now they have to do all their business with Mexicans because Mexicans took over the Colombian deals, and the Peruvians and Bolivians.
Colombians got hooked too much up with the DA, dude.
Yeah, which is why Mexico took over the business. And the Peruvians and the Bolivians prefer the Colombians because the Mexicans are too fucking violent. We have a tendency of taking people's heads off and burying their bodies. They don't like
they
that.
just like cut you. They just skin you and shit. It's weird.
No, there's a 14-year-old. There was a 14-year-old kid that actually disintegrated more than 320 bodies in acid. That was his job.
Yeah, we don't want to hear about that shit, dude.
Okay, sorry. That's what
You probably don't want to
Mexican
hear about
culture is.
skinning people either, but there's a lot
Exactly.
of crimes
They don't
commit.
Wait, did I
skin. They
say
don't
that?
skin people.
All right,
They
you're
just
right. You're
deteriorate
right.
their body
You're
in
right.
acid.
You're right.
Bolivia is a great
You're
country.
right.
Peru
You're right.
is as
Yeah.
well. I've been to both. I love the Nazca lines. I loved going to Machu Picchu in Peru. It's a beautiful fucking
I
place.
love,
If anybody,
but listen, I'm a chef. Like I've been working in kitchens for like a long time, but I worked with a lot
I've worked
of
in
South
kitchens for
American,
5 years, man. I know
South
where you're at.
American people. South American people are great. They're great chefs. They're great cooks. Like they do a lot of cocaine. They party hard, but they show up to work every day.
We always party hard. We like to enjoy life. It's part of Latin American vibe. Fuck the government, fuck the rules. We like to enjoy life, whatever that includes. My grandfather drunk his ass off. Okay. I've seen people destroy their lives with cocaine, so I prefer not to go near that.
Wait, I thought your
I've
grandfather was Mexican or South American.
Yeah, exactly. That grandfather. My American grandfather, which was German descent, he had a 6-pack of beer that rotted in his basement for 12 years. He never drank.
But he got sober.
But when I brought him, I brought my German American grandparents to Brazil for Oktoberfest, the second largest Oktoberfest outside of Munich in Germany is here in Brazil.
They probably outdrank you. Those German niggas drink.
He was fucking awesome. I loved my grandfather. He drank more than I did. I danced with my grandmother. I had a great fucking time when everybody was blitzed.
Yeah,
it
my
was
grandfather. My grandfather died, but that nigga literally drank a gallon of vodka a day, smoked 4 packs of cigarettes a day. He lived to be like 96. But the
My
point
grandfather died at 94 last year. It's going to be
but
a
the
year.
point is, listen. We can't do the same because we live in a total different generation. Because
I do what I do.
Being processed food. No, but they didn't grow up eating processed food on garbage carcinogens we put in our body like they did. Like,
why do you think I moved to Brazil?
They could have drank like they did, smoked cigarettes like they did, because they were like eating like home cooked meals every day. Like it was different. We fucking.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
We put sugar in our body, put all those toxic garbage food in our body, but like it didn't used to be like that. How our grandfathers were raised. Like they ate a home cooked meal every day. You know what I mean? That's why.
Well, I mean, if you think about
I do that here. Why do you think Brazil is 20 and 30 years behind the US? One of the reasons I'm here is because Brazil right now reminds me of the US in the 70s and 80s. I eat fresh vegetables. And
y'all niggas definitely have a lot of problems down there.
I do not eat processed foods. Everything that my kids and my family eat is natural, made here in the area, and prepared every day. It takes us an hour to make lunch, but we have an hour and a half for work.
Sugar.
Miguel, I want to jump into something. I want to jump into something with Birdhouse because this is really interesting.
In the world.
Miguel, Birdhouse or K-Soul, right?
Yeah, I'm about to leave. I'm not trying to take over your shit. But I want to
No, you're fine. I got one more question for you before you go.
Fructose corn syrup, which is in all foods. Like,
I got one more question before you go.
yeah, I'm about to go. Go ahead.
Don't take any offense to this, but what
No, it's fine.
what ethnicity do you consider yourself?
Oh, I consider myself black.
You consider yourself black? You identify as
Yeah,
black,
but
or both
like,
your parents are African American,
but
or
like, if you look at a picture of me, I guess I'm white.
you're white? Because I
But
haven't.
like, I'm
I haven't,
blacker. I'm blacker. I'm blacker than a lot of black niggas out here. You know?
and that's
No, but
exactly what I wanted to ask you about. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you about.
I joke around. I joke around, but I hate racist people. I have no racist bone in my body. But listen,
I agree.
lived in the hood.
Let me ask my question. Let me ask my question.
Right, go ahead.
So I have a problem with racist people as well, and I think it's negative for people to use words that aren't appropriate with one's race. And you use the
So
N-word.
you have a problem with me saying N-word with an A. I understand that. There's a lot of people on Discord who tell me the same, which I respect. But listen,
I personally I consider myself white. I wouldn't use that word because I don't think it's appropriate for me to use.
okay, but
I don't know if it's because of New York and you're growing up. I grew up in the Chicagoland area. I just didn't know if it was because of your upbringing. I was just curious about the question. I'm not judging you at all.
No, pretty much. No, yeah, you can judge me. That's fine.
No, I don't do that. That's not what my channel is about.
My parents were hippies. Like, I'm a Democrat. Like, I was on picket lines as a young child. I lived in the hood. I lived with a lot of black people. Basically, like, how I got my N-word pass, it worked out. This is basically like this nigga just said, "Yo, if you don't call me a nigga, like, I'm gonna knock you out where you stand." White boy. That's what he said. Like, yo, if you don't call me my nigga, like, I'm basically gonna knock you out. Looks like, yeah, I didn't want to do it, but like, okay, my nigga. So they gave me the pass. So, like, not a lot of white people get it.
Do you think it's a universal
hear that
pass?
shit? It offends certain people.
Do you think it's a universal
I say that
pass?
shit in my daily life, but I don't say all.
So no. I'm just saying you're talking about your hood and your upbringing. I'm asking, do you think it's a universal pass where you can say it on any platform, or do you think it's something you should just be saying in your neighborhood?
Myself, yes. For other people, no.
You think you got the pass for everybody?
Is that greedy? Like, unless this nigga check out, like, it's okay to say that shit. I mean, work it out. Listen.
What up, boys?
Yo, homie, I got to say something to you.
Yeah.
When I was playing football at Pierce, game in Dallas, the quarterback came up to me and wanted to box with my ass because I talked too much like a black guy. And he wanted to ask me why the fuck I was talking like a black guy. Because all my fucking friends were black, and that's the way I fucking spoke. And he had a problem with that. Holmes.
You sound like a
if someone
faggot.
says you talk like a white guy or black guy,
guys, hey, sorry, look, we're not gonna. You got other people jumping in that are talking inappropriate. Sorry, we're not gonna do that. But I was happy you guys called in. We had some good dialogue going. But I'm gonna probably pull you guys after that. You can't drop the F word. I don't find that appropriate. But you guys are more than welcome to call in. I just don't want it to get crazy. But yeah. Sorry.
That's
well, no,
okay.
I appreciate a good conversation, and I just don't want to go down a bad road.
But they were good topics, and they were topics that were actually heavy on the news that's going on right now. Okay, because they're very appropriate. Now, the fact that a white quarterback was questioning me, a Mexican, while I was speaking like a black person, yes, is very fitting to the 1990s in Texas, in Dallas. I mean, that's not necessarily where we are at today. Life has evolved a lot. I took my kids 3 years ago back to the to University of Texas for them to know a little bit about my background, and I wanted them to go to the streets that I lived on, and I found out that there were Thai people and people from Singapore and everything. All the shops that I knew when I studied in 1990 in the University of Texas have changed. The entire area has changed. I don't fucking recognize it. But at the same time, it's cool. That's what happens. People come in, things change. Life is never the same, and you cannot accept it to be the same. It will change. Now, do we want to maintain things as they always were? Not necessarily. Things are better today. Do we want to maintain ourselves as we were? That is beneficial. Because people today don't push themselves as much. As my son is depressed because he didn't get as many university invitations as his father got. But my reality was different than his. He has been playing video games and been relaxed in his room for 17 fucking years. He has no stress. I was suicidal. In the 530 people that were in my high school, I lost 9 to suicide. The United States was second only to Japan in suicides when I was in high school, because the pressure of being the best and the most and everything else is extremely destructive. So I didn't want that for my kids. The problem is my kid now is 17. He has to compete with the rest of the world, and he doesn't necessarily is able to compete because he didn't have to compete the way I did. I had to compete with 2 different cultures, 2 different realities, and I was among the top 10% of graduates at that time. I had to be the best. It was expected and demanded of me. I didn't demand that of my kids. Unfortunately, they're suffering because they don't have the same kudos that I received from the effort placed in. My big question is, what is the benefit? I busted my ass to learn things that I'm trying to teach other people today, things that aren't even taught in schools today. But none of that has any benefit because I'm earning less than $500 a month translating fucking documents. So what did all my freaking knowledge gain me? Jack fucking squat. And I don't want my kids stressed out to be something they don't have to be. I want my son to be what he needs and wants to be. For my son to follow his destiny and find what makes him happy and do that to the benefit of others, where he will have the benefit of others appreciating his services. I don't feel that appreciation because my services are not appreciated, which is extremely depressing to a person who fucking studied his fucking ass off. My kid hasn't done that, and most other people haven't either. That's okay, because each one has to be happy with who they are. Exactly, Mud Rabbit. Thank you very much. That's why I want you on my channel. It's exactly that. That right fucking there. That is the essence of everything that is human. That is our destiny. Find something you enjoy and find a way to make money with it.
I mean,
There's an old...
I was going to say that's what I did. I I loved landscaping. I've been doing it for 10 plus years before I started my own business. And it's just something I really like to do. And I was like, oh, you're good at it. You just need to do it for yourself and stop playing middleman for other people that are having you do all of their jobs. Like, I love landscaping. I love when people are happy to see me show up at their house because I'm fixing something for them. Like, I mean, when it's you're the person that was the problem and you need to fix a service that the service isn't working well, that's a different story. That's not what I show up for. I show up to make people happier. And I like that draw with it. The other thing I like to do on the side every once in a while is kids' bounce houses. What was
You're
that?
serving others. That is the purpose.
Exactly. I mean, and I like when people want you to be there. Not you show up there and they're in a disaster and it's all a horror story. I've tried a bunch of different jobs, and when I eventually got myself dialed in, I found something I wanted to do, and now I'm looking at more going down towards Mud Rabbits area, because now that I've landscaped down there, I want to do it more months out of the year, because that's the one thing about being so far north is I only get so many months out of the year to do it, but I get plowing as well. But
I gotta show you my garden and my forest, man. You'll move down to Brazil like tomorrow.
I got a graveyard in my backyard of God. I probably have at least 12 trees all chopped up, ready to sell for firewood. I got my own blackberry trees, and I have. Basically, all the trees in my yard are fruit or shade purposes. And I got to bring my rabbit out today because the temperature kind of finally dropped down. So I have this metal cage that I built outside. It's basically just a fence. Then I can stick it in the ground, and my rabbit gets to roam the yard and eat all the clovers in the yard, because I'm pretty big on not spraying my own yard. But
beautiful.
Yeah, no,
how old is your rabbit, and what's the rabbit's name?
Oh, my rabbit's name. Oh, okay. So I said this to Mud Rabbit the other day. My rabbit's name originally was Bunny McMurray, and it was named after a TV series called Letterkenny, and it's a Canadian comedy show. But then once we figured out my bunny was a boy, we had to change it to a boy name. So he ended up being, we've had everything from Big Chungus to Rabbit De Niro to a little bit of everything. But then we turned it into the nickname is now Dirt Bunny in honor of Mud Rabbit. But here, let me pull him out so everybody can see him. He's actually yelling at me right now. Hey, buddy. But yeah, he was just yelling at me because he wants to hang out. He just ate all my kale.
Well, we got to see that rabbit more often, man. He's got to be a co-host on this show.
Oh yeah,
look at that big boy.
Yeah, he's a big boy. I grow my own kale for him to eat. And most of the stuff because I don't want him to be too reliant on pellets and stuff like that. I try to keep it somewhat natural. I mix some pellets in with his food just to make sure he's got the good proper diet. But yeah, we've done everything from Rabbit De Niro to a bunch of other different names. But yeah, he's a big boy, Big Chungus, we call him. He's got a bunch of different names.
Big Chungus. I like Big Chungus. Big Chungus is a good one because he's a big fucking rabbit.
Well, I told Mud Rabbit we got a nickname for him, and it's Dirt Bunny in honor of Mud
Rabbit. Dirt Bunny. I like Dirt Bunny. We got to do Dirt Bunny. I swear my brain is not working right in the last couple of weeks or week or so. It's bizarre. Dirt Bunny.
But yeah, that's my big boy. He's about.
You just pulled the rabbit out of your hat. That's fucking awesome.
But yeah,
thank you, Terry.
I've had him for about a year. He's gonna get bigger than this. He's gonna be a big boy. He's a mixture between a lop and I'm not sure what the other version is. So his ears flop. One side will flop, and one side will be up. It's kind of different all the time, but yeah, he's an interesting little guy.
Do you know why it's different every time?
Because he's got the mixture between the two breeds. Lops actually have floppy ears, and his other breed has straight ears. So sometimes his ears will be more relaxed, and sometimes they won't. It just depends on the breed. But he's got.
I was thinking it had more to do with the conscious state of the rabbit. Sorry, I was getting too deep into it.
When rabbits get scared and stuff like that, they actually go into like the shock mode, and their body gets stiff. Like right now, he's really lazy. He's actually laying on me. But when they get into like a scared mode, they actually stiffen up and they like lock their body like they're dead. And it's almost a defense mode. So they're never relaxed when they're stressed out.
It's kind of like possums that play dead.
No. Yeah, it's exactly like a possum. Yeah.
Because they're prey.
I'm gonna say goodbye. Go back in.
It's the way that prey defend themselves because prey don't want to be preyed upon.
Yep, it's true. Used to have a bunny named Lily. That's nice.
You can all consider.
What kind of bunny was it, Tiffany? What'd you say? We could all what?
No, it's that. Anthropology, paleontology, and the study of evolution and everything else can actually tell us a lot about the behavior of certain individuals, animals, and everything else from where they came from. Angora, yeah, that's too much. That's too much in Florida. Angoras won't do well. Definitely, I love them. They're freaking great. Now
their coats too.
Sweaters, the Angora sweaters are even better.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
A woman in an Angora sweater. Oh, I've had a crush on a couple of those. Yes, your rabbit is magic, Jake. Thank you very much for bringing Dirt Bunny out for us. That was special, definitely.
Yeah, every once in a while I gotta bring him out. He likes being out. He's actually really good with people. That's the guy I bought him from. So all of my animals
Hold on. You gotta read Mud Rabbit's comment, please.
I have a drop spindle for making yarn. Angora is wonderful to knit with. Gosh, come on. You guys are dark. But no, I got my money because he was raised for feed. There's the house that he was at. There's some really big snakes there that were going to eat him, and I decided to save him and keep him for myself. And yeah, same with my bunny. Not my bunny, my cat. I have a cat that's got two deformed front arms. And the only reason I have that cat is because she used to be at a 2-story house where she had to walk up and down the stairs to get her food. And now she stays with me because it's all 1 story and we can make it work a little bit better. I have no idea how old my cat is because she was like the runt of her family and we have no idea what the age was when we got her.
Part of what it is. Speaking of which, I keep wondering, that's your living room, but you have a bedroom and a kitchen and but anyway, what? Because I'm thinking about going back to the US, so I'm trying to
I have this is kind of my studio / living room / hangout room. Basically this is just where this is the man cave, I guess, if you want to call it that.
This is my area. Nobody else comes here. They're all indoors. I've got a home theater, dining room. The second story is what I consider the residential area. So yeah, I got both my kids' bedrooms. My wife's bedroom is back here as well. So yeah, at night they're all up there and I'm down here. Outside, I'm in the grill area. So yeah, it's covered by a roof. I don't get rained on. but I'm exposed to the weather, which is why I usually wear my parka when it's too damn cold. Right now, it's saying that it's 56 degrees here, so I'm wearing my little jacket over my shirt because it's 56 degrees. But yeah, this is my man cave studio, but it's my garden. Because in reality, I've got 2 lots that are next to this, which are basically the forest that I allowed to grow. So I sit here and I enjoy the things that are of my making. It's my area. Nobody else. When they come here, they know that they're entering mine. They usually don't. They usually stay in the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen. They don't come out here unless they want to specifically speak to me because they know that this area is mine. When they come here, it's because of me. But maybe that's just my personality. I don't know.
So you got to explain this more to us, Mud Rabbit, next
Cup
time.
of catnip tea. Catnip tea. Now I'm interested in but hold on. Is it just any pillow or is it my pillow? Because it would be great if you had a my pillow.
I still want to know more about this catnip tea. I don't know how that's working out. I appreciate it, Tiffany. Yeah, we'll talk to you soon. I appreciate you letting me on your show the other day too. And I was super
Tiffany,
surprised.
invite me on yours. I'd love to have a conversation with you too. Divine Tiffany, I enjoy your questions and everything else, your comments in the chat and everything else. I'd love to be on your channel. And if you could be on mine, that would be wonderful. So yeah, let's keep in touch, please.
I popped over to Tiffany's show yesterday. I always share Tiffany's show on my Facebook whenever it's live. And Terry was over in there. Me and Terry both got a tarot card pulled. And yeah, it was a good time.
Sounds like fun. I'm worried about Terry because he keeps mentioning the phrases that I say. And
He's quoting you a lot. He's holding you to your words.
He's holding me to my word. The good thing is that I live in truth. So, yeah, Tiffany is I would trust that. So I need to go on there to get my cards read as well. Definitely. But Terry is definitely holding to my word because it will be etched in stone, basically.
Forever documented.
It's a good thing that I speak truth. Otherwise, I'd be screwed like Biden or Fauci or Pelosi. But that's a whole nother fucking topic I don't want to get into right now. Maybe in 3-4 weeks. Yes, that's one of the phrases that I will be held to. Absolutely.
I'm going to keep that one. That one's getting saved in the banner.
But it is... Unfortunately, it is not untrue. I have a machete and an axe to make sure that nobody invades my property because guns make too much noise. I'm not against the objective of guns. I'm against the noise they make that draws the attention of others.
That doesn't necessarily have to do with dangerous. Come on.
No, I consider defending my property. I will defend my property and my family to the utmost expense. And guns are too fucking loud. The neighbors would complain, the police would be involved, and then all shit goes to hell. As long as nobody knows what the fuck is going on, I can dispense with the burglar at will. Thank you, Terry. I hope I am very quotable. I appreciate that. you should come onto my channel and allow me to make more quotes answering your questions on Benya Perspective. I am lacking a little bit of content on my channel, so please allow me to be much more quotable indeed.
You guys should be honored. That's the one thing I've noticed. I've never been invited on the Benya Perspective, so all the guests that are invited, you guys should be honored. I've never been invited. I invite.
What the fuck?
Miguel
You've never been invited. You
time.
are on my channel. You're the second half of my fucking channel. Until you got off of Zoom and got onto this thing, and you don't send me our feeds.
True story.
Since you don't send me our feeds,
I fail.
None of them. I can't put them on my channel. I just have to keep reminding you like some Latin American freak.
Mom needs me tonight, but I will be available to join. Okay. I appreciate it.
Divine Tiffany, let me know. Any date is good.
We're honored to know you. I've been watching more of your work over time. And yeah, we love all. I mean, I personally love all your work. I love watching your covers. I love watching your tarot card readings. And to be honest with you, the last couple that you've done with my girlfriend sitting right next to me, she has been absolutely mind blown because all of them are hitting home with her, and it's awesome. I appreciate it. She needs that other spiritual side to her life that she doesn't want to necessarily address sometimes. So I appreciate the work, Tiffany.
Thanks, Tiffany. Terry, yeah, please show up on my show, man.
Yeah, Terry's got all kinds of good stuff.
Whenever you have time, figure out in the next couple of months or whatever. I don't care. If you want to come on, ask me some questions because I have appreciated, especially you holding my feet to the fire. That is, Terry has quoted me 3 or 4 times. So yeah, he's definitely holding my feet to the fire. Thank God I speak truth. So my feet don't burn when they're held there. Yeah, I am a dangerous man, and the other quotes that he's also made of me. The messages.
She's talking about the tarot card readings she's doing for us. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand, but
I'm glad she's getting us in the light.
I got messages in college. Man, God was talking to me big time. Second, third years at the University of Texas. He was wanting me. He was doing his best to call me and show me how he was involved in my life specifically. But he's involved in everyone's, and he shows himself if people are willing to listen. Most people are not willing to listen, and so they don't perceive it, and they believe the world is this menial reality that it is. However, the ones that dominate this material reality do not want or allow us to be free or happy. However, he who created us wants us to be fulfilled, wants us to reach our full potential and to achieve our destiny for which we were placed here. That is his will for each individual one of us. The powers that be do not want that. They want us all to be a hive mind, not have any individuality, and all execute the commands of central control perfectly. I am the robot that you want me to be. Thank you for my existence. Sorry. No.
Got an update. Uh-oh. Aaron is live right now. Man.
All right, we gotta go. We gotta go on to Aaron's show. 2.5 hours of our stream. What's Aaron talking about tonight?
I don't know what he's talking about. I think I'm gonna stay on. I got a few more people that might jump on.
Well, then let's bring him on. You know, you invited me on, so I'm here. Let's go. Your co-host is.
But I want to let Mud Rabbit and everybody know that Aaron's going on. So Terry, Mud Rabbit, anybody that's a regular viewer of Aaron, I always want to push Aaron over myself. You got me
You're
where I'm at.
absolutely right. Mud Rabbit, go over to Aaron's show.
Mud Rabbit just updated.
Oh, okay. So she knows better than we do.
We'll check it. We'll check back with it then.
We'll watch it whenever we have to. What did I hit on the spot? I talk about a lot of fucking different things, and I lose my own thoughts because I'm fucking nuts.
But no, I believe the future guest that we might have on by the name of Joey, it might jump into the chat with us and ask us a few questions. So I'm going to give him a chance to jump on if he wants to, and
that would be awesome.
So
I got no problem with that.
He wants to talk a lot of stuff with you. He wants to talk religion with you, spiritual perspective.
That's on. That's the guy that you're going to have on Thursday with me. Is that?
Well, no, I want to give him his own day first, and that's what I told him. So we might actually be setting up a day tomorrow to do a one-on-one. And I told him I just wanted to get him on. And the craziest thing is, I was introduced to him, and then I was like, "Oh, so where are you from?" He's like, "Oh, I live in your town." I was like, oh, wait, what? I didn't know him. My girlfriend knew him, and they were friends in high school. And so small world.
That's pretty fucking cool. So yeah, the robot thing, Tiffany. Yeah, thanks. I was spot on. You say, unfortunately, that's the world that we live in. That's not the world that I want to create for myself, for my family, for those that I esteem, that I care for. Unfortunately, it's the world that's being created around us.
And I gotta hop off for a second. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
What's up?
I just gotta hop off for a second. You guys can keep talking. I was just saying I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries. I need to go into the chat then and find out exactly what we're going on. So here we got Mud Rabbit telling us it's not live, and Divine Tiffany telling us it's thanking me for my robot interpretation. The world that we live in is a manipulated control structure. The propaganda machine, the things that we see on the television, are not necessarily reality. They're what they want us to believe reality is. So we have to go more profoundly, more in depth into what reality is. That's on my channel. It's what I'm trying to talk about, which is, the physics and the science that explains what the reality that we are living in really is. That happens to mesh. The more I learn about quantum physics, the more I learn about physics itself, the more I learn. In my book, I had to learn about chemistry and biology as well, which were topics that I wasn't very much interested in. But to understand how the consciousness and the effect of our consciousness on the multidimensional reality that we live in affects our quest to achieve our personal goal. The reason why we were born here, the reason why we came, the reason why we are. Okay. So finding that is incredible for each individual one of us. Yes, we are going through a reality split. Yeah, unfortunately, you're talking about the earth is giving birth and her water broke. Yeah, God told us in Revelation that the end times would be like the birth pangs of a woman, increasing in pain and urgency. And we see that. And the fact that you said that Gaia broke her water is indicative of the fact that we are at the end. We gave birth to what is the next sequence of reality, what we are, who we are, what we are here to do, what society believes us to be, all those things end up affecting our perception of who we are. So yeah, we need to go beyond the programming and listen to our internal voice, the things that's behind our third eye, that's right in our pineal gland, the thing that's stuck in the middle of our heart. Our heart has a brain, and all of this stuff gets into the esoteric, really bizarre shit that science doesn't understand. And I tried to explain that with science, and it's really fucking hard because we haven't reached that synchronicity yet, to where science can explain everything the Bible tells us, and everything the Bible tells us has not been unproven. Not a single word of it has been unproven. So to connect the two, but in reality, the only reason to connect the two.
What about the age of the earth? That's been disproven in the Bible.
Every day is as 1,000 days.
Well, no. So the only thing that hasn't been explained in the Bible is their time reference when they consider a day compared to when the public considers a day. So the Bible didn't explain itself.
Whose day?
We have a measured day by science, right? And
but that's an Earth day. But that's an Earth day. That is
I agree with you. I agree with you. There's
one planet.
I agree with you. There's people in the Bible living amounts of years that we couldn't even fathom today. But my question is, why doesn't the Bible explain how they measure a day? And why do they reference it as a day in that word if they don't have a measurement for it? And that's where I think there's a disconnect.
Okay, but they're phases. What we can see is in that explanation, there are different phases of what evolution tells us what happens. And each one of those days can take 1 billion years. Okay, and so that's the thing that I'm trying to be able to stretch out one and contract the other, because when I was studying SETI and everything else, it also doesn't match the anthropological. When I was studying about Lucy afarensis, one of the first Homo sapiens that anthropology has been able to find, is but a mere 1.3 million years old. Our planet is 4.5 billion years old. And all those things that I studied in school don't necessarily mesh with the things that I studied in Mexico, in Peru, in Bolivia, in Chile. Here in Brazil, they got another aspect that's really bizarre. They're completely materialistic. They haven't gotten into those deeper things. But whenever I studied in the past about the ancient Maya, which weren't the Olmecs and Toltecs, Toltecs and Olmecs. Olmecs were the originators of all of that stuff. The Aztecs ended up taking it and stealing it from the Maya after they took over their areas. But we also have the Incas. We also have other areas that have discussed things that are much, much older. And I believe many of the structures in Latin America and the Incan structures are antediluvian, before the flood. The thing when it was a global community, okay, controlled by what today we're finding is a global conspiracy. Mud Rabbit, what did she say?
within each
year
chapter.
for a day, sometimes 1,000 years for a day, usually for God. Yeah, that's the whole thing. The time is irrelevant because, he knows the end. Yeah, that too. And a generation is what? When he said that this generation shall not pass away without them seeing that I believe. Yeah, the generation is a generation of humanity. These last 6,000 years, this current generation of human society will not pass before he comes. Now, is this the only generation that humanity has experienced? The Mayan tells us that there's 5 before us. Many others tell us about Lemuria and Mu, which were well before Atlantis, which is one of the antediluvian civilizations that I like to study, that I've studied since I was 7 years old. So it puts 42 fucking years of study on Atlantis and the antediluvian global race. So yeah, there are things that don't necessarily mesh with the Bible, but which is why I went after science to find out what really is. But along with all those things, I ended up searching into Enoch and into the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were written well before Jesus's time. And so whenever you combine all those things, all those different perspectives, it's like that GPS. You don't know where you are unless you know what satellites you're around or what cell towers you're around. They grab 3 cell towers, preferably 5 cell towers, and they find that center point and they find out where your cell phone is. The same way truth can be found when you grab more different perspectives to try and find out what they have in common. Therein lies your truth. What they all have in common is the thing that you can consider truth, because they all consider that as truth. And that is what I've studied, and that's what I've sought out, and that's what I've tried to find. Yeah, Genesis 1:5, cool. I need to use that one for my uncle, who tells me that the universe was created in 6 days. He believes in the absolute 6-day period. Now, science tells us that the universe is 12 billion years old, 14.5 billion, depending on some. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Okay. How do we relate that to things that whenever I see it as phases? Because even evolution, for example, if somebody's going to describe to you things, is he going to describe to you the minutia of, I was walking through town and I saw a blue sky and there were a couple of birds that were singing and this guy said hello to me and he was wearing some dark glasses? No, he's going to tell you, this particular thing happened on this day. Later on in the next phase, this other significant event happened on that particular timeline. And later on, this big significant effect happened on that timeline. Whether that timeline is a day, 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or 1,000,000,000 years, it depends on how you can see what science has told us that is actually happening and try and correlate that to someone who is outside of time, seeing all these things happening and trying to explain us during a Stone Age what the fuck happened in a quantum multiverse. So things that he tries to explain evolve because humanity evolved to be able to understand the things that he was saying. That's between you and Zach. Jake, you
Zach,
take that one.
I answered it in the chat. It just depends on when they were said and how long they were up, and if there was any.
Some of them won't be, but a lot of the questions you could actually. I don't know if you can actually
and Zach, I don't know
integrate.
And I don't know if Zach got a chance to hear what I was saying. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to probably have to mute the audio. So I can go. That's what I'm trying to do, is not cut out the video and the audio. I want to go back and just cut out the audio during that and then possibly leave any text and everything else that we're up. But
the question is, does the chat follow along with your video edits? That's, I think, is his question.
well, and that's
Because if you edit the
cut out-
video, all of a sudden the chat will still follow along the same natural progression of the
and
chat.
that's what I'm saying. If I cut out just the audio version, the video in the chat would be the same. So that's why I'm going to try to update that. And then also, Zachary, I'm going to have Michael McIntosh on again this week. So if you want to ask any of those same questions, we're going to be doing a one-on-one where he'll get a little more chance to answer them. So just
That'd be a good. I'll be in the chat most likely.
Oh yeah, we'd love to have you. Always.
Yeah, exactly. A day that we consider is one rotation of our planet. Whenever you consider somebody who created all of existence, what is a day? A day isn't going to be a day of our planetary rotation. Okay, a day might be our galactic rotation, which is hundreds of thousands of years, or it might be a single rotation of the universe, because maybe we're not expanding, we're expanding and rotating. We don't fucking know yet, because science hasn't evolved to that point to be able to perceive that reality. So maybe it's a universal day. So the day becomes very, very relative. And that's where that argument lies in, 6 days. Yeah, but what is a day? My uncle shut it down, said, it's 6 Earth days. I wasn't going to argue with him because I understood that his position was that one. I believe that it's 6 days, reference to what he says, the Father says. But he's outside of everything. He created everything. So what does a day be him? Jesus said that a day is as 1,000 years. So it's all fucking relative.
But yeah, no, that's always been my thing with the Bible as well. Whether it was years, days, stuff like that, it's relative to the person that's talking about it. But we have a reference to what ours is. I pulled up Genesis 1:5. I don't think it references it, but it doesn't necessarily give a time frame for what it is. Depending on, maybe
Genesis
there's a version
1:5 say specifically? You brought it up.
I just had it pulled up while you were talking. Hold on, let me pull it back up. What version would you like?
I don't care.
Okay.
They're all fucked up.
Let's see here. Genesis 1:5, which is the creation story, which is in the beginning God spoke, blah blah blah. I don't mean to do that. Blah blah. I didn't mean that.
That's okay. No, I always thought that it started with God created light, because that's the way my videos and everything else are going. But it didn't start. Light wasn't the first thing he created. Holy crap. So I was freaked out whenever I reread Genesis as well. So reread to me, please, Genesis 1:5 for me to.
Pulling it up right. I'm going to pull it right now so you can see it at the same time. So I don't
fortify my things. And I love that image when we should both be on the side so we can see that. That circle in the clouds and that little cloud that looks like something that shouldn't necessarily be there. All right. So, let's see, I got to increase my. All right. God, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Now the heaven was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. 3, and God said, let there be light. There was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. 5, God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, there was morning, the first day. So at that point, okay, the perspective of Earth days, but then again, the entire story could be from the entire perspective of Earth, because he's not going to tell us about the rest of the planets. the civilization he created in Alpha Centauri, the civilization that was created in Orion, the civilization that was created in Draco, the civilization that was created in all those innumerable possibilities of infinite, almost infinite stars that there are. I mean, there are billions of stars. If you were to count that number, you would die before you reached that number. So in our terms, it's quasi-infinite. It's billions of stars. And now science finds that majority of the stars, 85%, have planets, which increases the amount of possibilities of them being in the green zone, of being able to develop what we consider life. Yeah, that would be from our perspective of this planet. Which means that the story that he's telling us is a story that we need to know about this planet, not the others. Now, those are those who from the heavens to earth came. Sumerians count that text as well. Actually, that's their text. So the name Anunnaki is technically those who from the heavens came.
I need to jump in on this next comment.
Go ahead. I haven't even seen the comment. I need to get out of full screen.
So I don't know if you know this about me, but what I went to church.
Divine Tiffany, I love that verse too. Thank you very much.
So I went to church camp when I was younger, and I grew up going to church camp. The church camp was called RCC, Rockford Christian Camp, and we got points. We got points and badges and all this other stuff. It was set up like a Boy Scout camp for religion, and basically you got these rewards for memorizing verses. And John 3:16 has always been my favorite verse, and it was the easiest. Well, there was other easy ones that were only literally 3 words, but
that is the one that is most impacting, and that is the one that most matters.
Yeah.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son to die for us, so that he who
not perish.
believes in him should not perish but have eternal life.
Exactly.
He created this reality for us to have free will. However, the fact that we have free will causes the necessity of justice, because free will means that we're going to do something that is outside of God's will. God's will is usually for our benefit. Don't kill others. Don't steal shit. Don't be a jealous little son of a bitch. Don't want your neighbor's crap. Those are basic fucking instincts. What's the problem in those 10 commandments? What of those do people have problems with other than, do not commit adultery, which is the easiest for the majority of the people to make, any kind of sort. I mean, yeah, it's not just people who are willing to sodomize each other. It's also people who are willing to partake in things that are not of the marriage. Actually, I should be married to the first woman that I ever had intercourse with. Why? Because that would be the focus. I was willing to have intercourse with her, so we're willing to create a next generation, and therefore that should have been the person that I stay with for the rest of time. Why? Because that's safe. You're not exposed to all.
Terry knows my favorite quote, and that's Austin 3:16.
That one I'm not aware of.
Terry's a big wrestling. He's an old school wrestling fan, and we also like WWF and stuff like that. And he's a referee for professional wrestling, so Terry will get it. But everybody else.
Who's Austin?
But we also have Stone Cold Steve Austin. But we have a guest jumping in that I was talking about earlier, and I'm going to add him to the chat here. Joey, welcome.
Holmes, you look cooler than I am, man. I need to put on my shades. My shades were broke by my kids, so I don't have them. Holy shit, but I wanted to be cool like you. That's fucking awesome.
All right. How's it going, Joey?
What's up, Joey?
Enjoy.
Let's do this.
Got these THC diamonds, so just kind of chilling.
Got some diamonds
THC
tonight?
diamond. I'm lacking some THC. I got to work some THC up into the thing, but yeah,
Nice.
we're there. We're copacetic.
I'm rolling up some runts at the moment, trying to get a little bit going.
I can't because in my area it's technically not allowed.
Oh,
Well, welcome to Illinois with the rest of us.
who would have thought Illinois was
I mean, knowing California and knowing Illinois, I would have assumed they were going to be one of the first few states. I'm surprised it took them so long, actually. I mean, I feel like California and Illinois are definitely those two states that are going to jump in line after Colorado.
In the 90s, they should have been in there in the 90s, man.
we had the
I would have moved to California instead of Brazil.
No, it's,
But yeah, Joey, the pen
You
of
had some
here, he lives in,
questions. Go for it.
well, no, I wanted to give him a little intro. The pen of perspective here, he lives in southern Brazil, and he's the one that I talk about does my regular Thursday show with us that I think you'd be interested in jumping on because I think Joey has a good religious perspective.
Joey was the guy
and
who wanted to
spiritual
talk about
perspective
religion.
as
It was
well.
supposed to be on my Thursday show. Is that it?
Yep, this is Joey.
All right. So, hey, Joey, we're here on Monday. We didn't wait for Thursday.
hey,
Let's do this thing.
sometimes
Cool.
wait, you know,
Oh yeah, no, I'm glad you had the opportunity.
Yeah. I am too. Yeah,
God's got his time frame. So let's do this thing, Joey.
I'm here.
Everybody in the chat saying hi to you.
Hey, it's very good to be here. It's nice to be chatting with you guys. So
So what have you been up to lately? I heard you did a moon ritual the other day. How did that go?
it went really well, actually. So I just recently started a local coven. I'm kind of an omnist, so I practice all sorts of different spiritual paths, and there's a lot of different realities wrapped up in what I work with. Basically, omnism is the concept that there is no faith that contains all of the truth, but truth is contained within all faiths. So it's just like not everybody knows everything, and that's so fucking true. So so basically, with that in mind, when I hold a ritual, basically what I'm doing is I do a circle casting. So basically, you can think of it as sort of this protective energy that's around the good juju in and keeps the bad juju out. That's all it is. So we do the circle casting, call our spirits that we work with.
What's good, Juju?
Man. So for me, that would be like in shamanism, I have my spirit guides, like animal spirits. Work with my higher self. My higher self, me in the form of Buddha. So I work with kind of that energy. But it's kind of however you want to work with it. Like I said, I call it a coven, but it's not really just specifically Wicca. It's totally open to whatever your practice is. But yeah, to wrap it up, the moon ritual went great, man. It was really cool. Basically set an intention and went through this inner visualization process, and it was a really beautiful thing.
Oh yeah, no, we have somebody in our chat, Divine Tiffany, who does tarot readings and stuff like that. And I'm always about learning more about the spirituality side when it comes to those own protections you can put over yourself. I used to dabble in Ouija boards a lot, and I used to study Wicca, and I found myself in some dangerous situations from not learning the proper tools and also not learning the right protections. And I found
your last guest taught you about that, didn't she, Jacob?
Oh yes, one of the last. Well, she didn't teach me about it. I learned about it prior to that, but she reinforced it, and it was good to hear it from other people as well. Because that's why I like to get so many multiple perspectives on this, is because there's so much about this esoteric and this religious and spiritual side that I feel like could never be conveyed through human knowledge. I feel like humans are too corrupt by nature, and I feel like their words, they crave too much power. And I feel like the human influence is usually a negative one. and it's hard to get what can be considered the word of the higher power, of the word of God, without having that human influence involved.
Beyond the ego, it also has to do with the fact that the human mind, simply due to the structure of the human mind, we can't fathom the secret. We can't fathom the very nature of the universe. So our mortal minds have this construct called
normal human minds. I agree with you. However, I've been searching that out my entire life. My entire family, including the ones that are around me at this moment, think that I'm extremely strange because I perceive reality beyond what most human beings are able to perceive it as. The problem is that I want to make other human beings to understand the quantum multidimensional matrix in which we live and be able to get out of the programmed matrix in which each culture is ensconced in and find the greater resonance, which is their destiny. Each individual, it was born here for a reason. And for each individual to find their reason for being is the objective of my channel.
That's beautiful. Well, we are at the next.
That's what I want to get to. My channel is starting. The first 13 episodes, the first 12 episodes are almost purely scientific, trying to explain what this reality that we perceive has been perceived by those who have measured it as much as they possibly can. But I want to pivot it to, and it started with the pivot was basically God putting me in contact with Jacob, because Jake sees me, and the majority of the people that see his channel see me as the spiritual perspective of his channel.
Religious perspective.
Yeah, which wasn't necessarily the original perspective of my channel, but is what I wanted to get to. So when I was in that in-depth and I asked to the creator, I want to pivot towards spirituality. At that point, I started my conversations with Jacob. And all of a sudden, the conversations that propagated themselves to the multiverse were no longer simply scientifically based, but, as Jacob said, religiously based. Am I a Bible thumper like my grandmother or grandfather? You're gonna go to hell. No, sorry. We're all going to hell. We're all fucked because we've all done stupid fucking shit. We've all done it. There ain't a fucking one of us that deserves shit. Fuck all. We have all been measured. We have all been weighed and measured. And we have all been found wanting.
Go ahead. I'm gonna answer Tiffany's question, and then I want you to jump in here, Joey. I had some near-death experiences as well, and struggled with the phenomena for many years as a child. Pneumonia. Sorry about that. I read it wrong. Pneumonia for many years as a child. So, what do you think, Joey? Is there more of a spiritual aspect to it? Do you think it's, do we understand any earthly religion, or how do you feel about it personally?
Okay, so in regards to actually the way that energy affects the body.
Yeah, sure, that works.
Okay, well, you mentioned pneumonia, so I actually have a couple different certifications in sound healing, and beyond sound healing affecting the etheric light body or chakras, sound healing affects you physiologically and can be measured in allopathic medicine, measured using modern medicine. Basically, it increases respiration, it deepens your breathing, which increases the oxygenation of your blood, and thus your body doesn't have to work as hard to be properly nourished and function as it should.
You just scientifically explain spirituality.
Yeah, basically. There you go.
So I got another question for you, Joe. How deeply do you feel about sound and vibration when it comes to handling things of matter? Do you think vibrations are more than people think they are? In the sense of, I think there's a possibility if we understood vibrations more, we might understand what Stonehenge is. We might understand how to pass through solid objects. We might there might be a lot more to matter when it comes to vibration. To me,
how they were quarrying stone down in Egypt. I mean, come on, they were melting it. You know, how are they doing that? So anyway, so to answer your question,
No, absolutely, it's not anyway. That's what it is. We can actually make reality the way it is. They are not only melted the stone, they floated the motherfuckers and pushed them with just a couple of fucking slaves into the millimetric position that they needed because it was all molded prefabricated. We see that in Peru. We see that in Bolivia. We see that in the structures. All these things are molded fucking stone. It's pure fucking stone. And it's molded in ways that not even laser cutters can do it.
That's right.
Why? Because it was fucking molded.
So
How was it molded? Sound.
Two-part answer to this. So basically, I have a caffeine thing, right? So like there's this one day, man, I downed like 3 monsters, I'm not gonna lie. And my lymph node in my jaw was so swollen and painful. Like it was physically swollen. I could feel it. And it was throbbing in pain actually. So
your body was reacting to that. That's just your reaction to the coffee.
It was like 150 grams of sugar that I ingested, right? So I took my weighted tuning fork, something like 136 hertz, I believe. So I activated jawbone 3 or 4 times just over that general area. And I shit you not, it completely affirmed my belief in sound healing because I ran that over 3 or 4 times. The pain completely went away within a few hours. The swelling had gone down. And it really taught me a lesson about sugar, let me tell you that. But okay.
It also taught you about the sound resonance healing.
Let me jump in here before we get too off of the topic we were talking about. When it comes to the Great Pyramids, I just had a guest on recently by the name of Stephen Meyer, and he's written 2 books about the way that the pyramids were actually constructed, and he believes that they were used for a water pump, and that's also how they were built. And so if anybody gets a chance, check that out. I mean, you have your own perspective, Mr. Michael Pena, but he's an author and he has his perspective, and he explains it. And he also thinks that they could have been cut by high pressured water jets, which is what we use today to cut stone. And it's actually just more of a realization than the actual perspective that we have now, that science is telling us that they rolled all of these into place by trees. And he goes, there's no example of that. We can't prove that.
My second point. So my second point was actually in regards to the construction of these like ancient megalithic sites, right? So you've probably heard the theory of there's a video floating around on YouTube of how they used floats to float the stones down the Nile and then floated them using like levee systems up to where they should be on the pyramid. That's an alternate theory to rolling it on trees as they floated on.
Yeah. We've had an author on the channel that wrote 2 different books about that, and he explains it in his theory.
It's an interesting theory. Don't get me wrong, but
Fiorino said that.
What's that?
There's
Mark Fiorino said that.
No, see, you got to catch up with my channel, the Pena Perspective.
I got to catch up with you. There's too much fucking shit I haven't.
We had a recent
you produce 4 or 5 times a week. I can't keep up. It's too much stuff, man.
Hey, I try to get all the perspectives and I try to compile all this information together. So what we had is we had a guest on by the name of Stephen Myers, and he's written 2 books and he's completed 2 documentaries. He's also been to Egypt and studied the pyramids himself. And this is the realization that he came to off of his research. And I think it's a way more plausible answer, then we rolled all of these into place with slaves and trees, logs, if you will.
Which is unreal. It's what anthropology says, but it's fucking stupid as shit.
The Great Pyramids.
It's what they expect Stone Age people to do. They were not Stone Age people.
What was that, Joey?
They weren't Stone Age people, and they were not slaves. The people that built the Great Pyramids. The Great Pyramid of Giza was not built by slaves.
I agree. Most of the time, people don't even have a perspective of who built the pyramid. We have a general idea of who found the pyramids and undug them from where they were found, but we have no idea of who actually built the pyramids.
Mm-hmm. No, exactly. Okay, so my point talking about the river, it's an interesting theory, but regarding sound and vibration and levitation, I believe that when they found the resonant frequency of the stones that they cut these stones to a very particular dimension. They knew the resonant frequency of this object. When you find a resonant frequency, literally the object that you are amplifying the sound towards begins vibrating, and it begins resonating. So, and vibrating, levitating. So, I mean,
Joey, let me go with what you got there. What do you know about the coral castles?
I don't know a whole ton about Coral Castle other than like the guy like whistled or something.
Okay, so
how much do you know? Hold on, Jake. Canada. There is a scientist, a modern day scientist, called. God, I want to remember. It's not McKenna. He was on the mushrooms. Fuck, I'm still stuck on that shit. The fact that he found a resonance for each different material, and he was able to make cannonballs levitate and shoot up through the roof. Why? Because he found the resonance. Hutchinson effect. That's it.
Yeah.
The Hutchinson effect.
Wild. And knobs and buttons everywhere.
But yeah, no. So with the coral
fucking
castle,
apartment looks like a mess.
Yeah.
But what he does is awesome.
It's a beautiful mess. Genius.
So with the coral castles, this guy apparently moved all of these pretty big structures for one man by himself, and he apparently used these two cones, which created a vibration that was actually able. And he always did it under the dead of night. He never did it with anybody else, and he did it by himself. And it was always interesting because I do think there's something to sound resonancies and vibrations that people are not picking up. I think it's a lost knowledge. I'm a big supporter of Graham Hancock and his studies, and that we are a civilization with amnesia, and we are not the most advanced civilization as we think we are on this planet. I think there's been higher civilizations before us.
I feel that that's almost with what we're seeing and what we keep on discovering about these ancient cultures and how modern medicine keeps proving sound healing and proving these spiritual
modern medicine is a fucking myth.
Well, allopathic medicine, MRI scans, CAT scans are proving that Buddhist monks are activating these brainwave states almost immediately, that shamans can tap into the theta wave like that, you know.
But why just Buddhist monks? Why isn't it that Jesus's fact that he said your faith has healed you?
Well, I think
considering the placebo effect, considering the situation where they were, considering the resonance that he emanated in the environment where they were, the fact that they believed that he was able to heal them, knows our entire body. We see one of the doctors that I like to mention a lot is Lipton, Dr. Bruce Lipton, that mentions that he was a cellular biologist. Okay, that's why I like to cite him, is because he found that cells actually have an intelligence. They tap into the consciousness. They are their actions of defense or growth depend on the environment in which they are, and the environment in which they are is our bloodstream. So the pH levels of our blood, the stress levels, the toxin levels that we have in our blood affect the genes in our system, as well as all the things that are in our system. So if we can change our perspective if we can change our consciousness, if we can be more light beings, the genetics within our body represent and reproduce that light beingness, and the genetics in our body end up representing a little bit more of what our conscious essence is. So if our conscious essence is positive, we will not get sick. If our conscious essence is stressed the fuck out and worried about every fucking detail, you're going to create all kinds of diseases inside your body because your body doesn't know how to fucking deal with all that shit.
I agree with that, and then I also think the biggest aspect of it is the modern perception of medicine. The U.S. has done away with Eastern medicine for the longest time. That's the reason we never had marijuana legalized. That's the reason we weren't studying any kind of spiritual medicine or earthly medicine. It was all cut and knife doctors, and it was
acupuncture and acupressure.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. We didn't want to have anything to do with acupuncture or any kind of spiritual healing or anything like that.
Well, that's scary. That requires work and commitment.
Yeah. And you can't tax it.
And you can't make money off something that's natural.
Yeah.
You can't make money off vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc. You can't make money off of, this particular point in your body is creating your stress. Let's relieve the stress in that area and the rest of your body will heal. We don't want to believe in that because we want to charge a bunch of freaking money for some chemical freaking interference, which we try and create, but as humans mess with crap, we end up making crap worse. For example, when I went up to Machu Picchu, my guide had a bag full of coca leaves for us to deal with the freaking altitude because it was high as shit. So what we did is we chewed on these coca leaves and I was able to breathe more freely going up to Machu Picchu, which was high as fuck. All these things are natural. Now, when I asked my guide, how many of those leaves will we need to make one of those little grams that we so much value in the United States and in other areas of the world because we like to be hyperactive? He said 8 kilograms of leaves are processed to make 1 gram, which leads us to the point to where nature, good, man-made, bad.
Joey,
Yeah.
Joey, I got a question for you. So I saw the torch. Why can't we just do like a pastry flamer? Why does it got to be so big?
Well, because I actually use this when I'm doing like hand pan repairs.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah,
okay, so I didn't. We haven't brought this up yet, but Jody told me about this that you play the hand pan.
Yeah, I have one here. I can show you just a quick.
Dude, you got to give us a demonstration. We have another musical genius here with us.
I love those things. Play that, baby. Take this, man. I want this as an intro to my channel.
Awesome. No,
dude,
that's awesome.
you gotta play me a tune for the intro for my channel, man. You gotta come in. I'm gonna tape it and we'll put it in the fucking YouTube intro for all of my fucking programs, man. That is freaking awesome. I love those things. Do that again, dude.
Yeah, I've got a couple of them. So let me grab another one. It's gonna be a little easier to show kind of demonstrate my point. So like under these, let me show you.
And it looks like a fucking UFO. That's even better.
That's the emoji we use when we talk about them.
Okay.
So basically, under this little rubber thing, this is literally this is actually like the cover, the weather trimming from a car door.
Yeah.
Okay.
So under this, you can see it's like just 2 sheets of steel that are domed, obviously. and they're actually glued together using like construction adhesive, Loctite. If you're in the UK or if you're in the European Union,
The important thing is the
or
shape
Bennett.
that you made of the upper one, because those shapes make the different tones that you're
Yes.
playing.
Yes, the different sizes determine the note. Exactly, that's right.
I mean, that is in the Caribbean. That's one of the things. Whenever we want to go on vacation, we want to go to the Caribbean, something tropical, something fun, and the instrument that they play
Steel pan.
is that one.
So so actually the steel pan from Trinidad, which was invented in the 1930s, is what inspired the hand pan. The hand pan was invented in the year 2000 in Switzerland.
Wow. Okay. Switzerland, really?
Yes.
How
yeah.
the fuck would they figure that out? The Swiss are freaking away from everything else.
I know, right? They're like all tucked away in the mountains. You'd think that they would be too busy with their skis and lodges and stuff.
And their tunnels and their satanic celebrations of the opening of the abyss.
Oh,
yeah, you heard that, Jake. I got that.
Oh yeah, no, I gotta keep an eye on you when I shut off my camera. I never know if you think it's free range.
I have a tendency of going off the rails. This is right. Joey, please play us a tune.
You don't mind if I just shoot from the hip on this one?
Oh yeah,
Go for it.
Whatever you got.
All right, so this is gonna be like a 3-minute song, just a warning. But this is a song that it's a composite.
Jacob, you gotta tape this because I'm gonna want
all
to
the
copy
time.
this later on.
We'll cut it out. I'm gonna cut it out later if you don't mind. If you don't mind me using it,
go for it, man. Absolutely.
All right.
So this is basically this song is called Jotun, which is basically like a Norse god, basically like a god, badass Norse god.
Which one of them? There are lots of Norse gods.
So a Jotun is actually more of like it's more of like a giant. It's a type of god.
what's the spelling of it?
Jotun. And when you look it up, you'll see it's a fancy
Jotun.
Yeah.
Okay. I hadn't heard that one, but let's go for it. Let's hear it.
Yeah. So it's a composite of 3 jams, all of which I came up with while tripping on acid. So.
All right, cool.
All right.
So we're gonna hear some demon tunes. Let's go for it, man.
Hey, wait. No context. It's not demon tune.
Not quite.
Hold that, Jake. I'm reading it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
That was
Joey,
awesome. Divine Tiffany enjoyed it as well. I want more of those. If you can produce those, that'll be an item that we can sell on our channel. That would be absolutely fantastic if that's possible. Because I would love to have one myself.
Oh, I mean,
Joey,
you're actually.
I was playing along with you, man. I mean, holy fucking shit.
I am able to sell these commercially, retail for 900. So I have a pretty good deal with this guy from Russia. But people just have to place an order with me and understand that there is about a 3-month wait time because the dude is making them. So
yeah,
you know, but it's a pretty.
900 is a bit expensive for Brazil. That's expensive as fuck. But
Well,
hey,
if you're in Brazil,
we're
actually, there are hand pan makers in that area that I could refer you to.
that would be excellent, dude. That would be an excellent item that we could actually make available for others, because this area loves the party scene. Something like that would be freaking fantastic.
Joey, I got a couple questions coming in the chat. Terry wants to know, does Joey have a YouTube channel or a place to check his music out?
So if you actually go on to Apple Music, I'm kind of an odd bird. I do a little bit of everything. I paint. I'm writing a book right now on spirituality, shamanism, and psychedelics in the modern world. I longboard everywhere, 10 miles a day. I am.
Where are you to be able to longboard?
I live an hour west of Chicago. I live in DeKalb.
How do you longboard an hour west of Chicago?
How do I longboard? I mean, with my feet, man. I kick.
Yeah, all you need is a road. What do you mean?
I'm goofy footed.
I was thinking longboard was a long surfboard. Longboard.
Oh
is
yeah,
like
longboard, skateboard. I know what he's talking about.
Oh, longboard is a longboard skateboard.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Those are fun.
I told you. He's a local. I didn't know about Joey. I stumbled upon Joey from my significant other, and
seriously.
Hey,
Joey, I didn't even know we were in the same town.
As soon as all this COVID bullshit is over with, and we don't have to actually get a poisonous shot in order to travel the planet, I'm going up to the U.S. I'm going back home. I need to find things to do. I'm going back to y'all's area because Jake, has some serious freaking possibilities that I want to look into. Yeah, I'm naturally from Texas, but in the end, I'm American, which means I go where the money is. So if
shout out Terry. Terry's also from Illinois. So
exactly,
you understand.
As soon as the obligatory poisoning is over with, I'm getting back home, and y'all is definitely the first persons I'm visiting.
You don't feel like being a guinea pig? Is that what you're telling us?
What's that?
You don't feel like being a guinea pig?
I am not a guinea pig, which is a fucking reason why I'm down here in my own goddamn paradise. Because the rest of them can fuck off.
I lost you.
That's okay. You didn't lose us. We're still here. Right. There are lots of things we are guinea pigs, to be honest with you, because everything is a fucking experiment. My kids are my guinea pigs. I have been doing psychological experiments with them to figure out if they can be less fucked up than me. Whereas my father was also doing psychological experiments with me, hoping that I could be as badass as he was, and I never was. So, yeah. Do what?
Boy named Sue, that kind of thing.
Boy named Sue, I didn't get it.
You don't know.
Boy named Sue, Johnny Cash.
Yeah, come on, man.
Sorry, I don't listen to Cash very often.
We'll skip over that one. That's okay.
Okay, that's all right. Hey, if I'm there for longer, we can spend a couple of hours just listening to that and delving into it. Not a problem.
So Joey, I'm going to be 100% on it. We got to do our show tomorrow. We definitely got to set up our show tomorrow. We'll do a one-on-one, and then I have a feeling the Pen of Perspective would love to have you on Thursday.
On Thursday, dude, we're going to have...
on Thursday? Because I have a performance here locally, 7 to 10 at a restaurant.
So you want me to come and record it, you said?
Yeah, exactly.
Look, we'll set it up for whatever time you have, 7 to 10. That means midnight my time is when we'd be able to start, maybe after 10, because I'm 2 hours.
We could always
I'm central time plus 2.
We could always do the Pen and Perspective early, and we can jump on a later show and do something else.
Not a problem whatsoever. I mean, because after all, I don't go to sleep till like 2, 3 o'clock. I mean, for the last week and a half, I've been going to sleep at 4 o'clock in the morning, because I like what we're doing, Jake. I like building up Jake's channel. I want to build up my channel. I want to create content for mine as well. And I want to finish my book, and I want to go on to do Leo's speeches and everything else and be able to help humanity heal and grow and find their own destiny. The sounds that you gave me, I want your permission to be able to put that on my channel as my intro.
Also, one more thing. I kind of digressed when I was answering their question about where to find me because I do so many things. On Apple Music, you can look up Amun Raja, AMUN.
Hey, Joey, there's a private chat in our thing. Write it down, and I'll share it. I'll share it with everybody so they can see it on the bottom of the screen.
Chat.
That way,
you can also put it in the YouTube chat as well.
You can put it in the YouTube chat. I can put it on anywhere you want to put it, and then I can get it on there so everybody can see it, so we get the spelling right. Or if there's any links you want to add, I can put those on there as well.
All right. I basically got rid of my. There we go.
You got to start up this YouTube again. We were just talking about it.
I do have to definitely do that, man. So anyway, so if you look me up, I just sent it to you so you can maybe put that up there.
Okay.
So basically, if you look me up on Instagram, I share a plethora of things, but something I've been really doing a lot of lately is actually doing readings from the Tao Te Ching. Or however you want to pronounce it. There's different pronunciations. People say Tao Te Ching, but Tao Te Ching is typically more typical. So anywho, I do a lot of readings from there. I talk about basically my own spiritual path. Sometimes I'm feeling super inspired. I'll talk about basically embodying the divine elements of who we are. But then a lot of it's just handpan and music, and I make bass music. So yeah, if you look me up on Apple Music, right now you're going to find mostly bass music. Look me up on SoundCloud. That's where all my music's at. If you're on Bandcamp, I have an album on there called Evolution that I contributed all the proceeds to onetreeplanted.org. So I actually ended up planting 183 trees down in the Amazon. So that felt good.
Awesome.
Joey, I'm gonna have to now. I'm definitely, just to show you the fuck up, I am going to have to make a video of my garden mite / forest. I've been promising that for about a week, but now that you mentioned that, no, I personally haven't invested money in making sure that the Amazon remains the Amazon. But I have invested money to make sure that the Atlantic rainforest remains similar. What happened is when I bought my land, it was clear cut. It was completely clean. To be able to build something on top of it, that's what builders and people do, right? And I saw the stuff around me and it was all freaking clear cut and it was ready for building and everything else. And then I look over on the mountain. It was right behind me. It was completely green. And I'm thinking to myself, this mountain used to be just like that one before they clear cut it so I could buy the lot to build the house that I'm living on now. So I decided that I wanted to buy one other lot to be able to give back to nature what was taken for me to do what I wanted to do, which is the house. I planned for 15 years. It's lasted for 25, and it's still going to go on even further. I was able to get 4 lots instead of just 2. I ended up selling one, and right now I can't tape my videos during the day because they're building and there's all kinds of freaking noise. But I still have the third lot, which is completely taken over by trees, and it's my forest. So I want to take that video and show it to Jake, but it will be also useful to you because I have my own personal forest.
I love that.
Because it was only possible here. Otherwise, I'd have bushes and brush wherever else I was in the US because it rains so much here and it's so hot that nature grows. Trees love it. I mean, we bought some corn on the cob, and things go into our fridge. If the kids don't eat it, if we don't eat it, it sits there for fucking ever. And the corn on the cob got old. And my wife doesn't like old stuff because she thinks it's going to do harm. Okay, I'm thinking 150 years ago, 200 years ago, humanity lived on a lot more severe situations that we live on today. And that's my personal reference. But hey, we can't eat it. Fine, we'll throw it out. I don't like putting stuff in the garbage because we fill up the landfills with too much stuff. I mulch my stuff. The only stuff that I throw away is actually shit that I can't put in my land. So those corn on the cob, I threw over to the next lot. And guess what? It motherfucking grew. I had an entire freaking collection, a harvest of corn. And I didn't harvest a single one of them because the birds ate it before I got to it. They knew when it was ready before I knew it was ready. When I thought it was ready, it was already gone. The birds enjoyed it too much. This is a wonderful freaking area.
I'm trying to get people to understand what the corn is like in DeKalb and try to like explain it to the rest of the world. I was like, most people don't realize like we supply feed to all of the livestock in the whole world. Like DeKalb is that town that literally supplies corn to everybody for every reason. Like that's literally all our farms are used for is supplying corn to other people. Like
mostly
corn here. I just threw out freaking old corn cobs and I grew corn.
There you go.
Corn's easy. It's great. It's fantastic.
Don't let
corn
Monsanto
can generate energy.
Tell it to Monsanto.
yeah. Don't let them know because they're going to come and test it. And if you're freaking cross,
fuck Monsanto, they're trying to genetically alter everything to be under their control.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
I
better not be washing them seeds.
yeah, watch out for that.
Their seeds don't regrow. That's the whole point. Every fucking year you have to buy their goddamn seeds.
But they
Miguel, if you ever get a chance, there's a movie that's got the guy. Well, it's got Zac Efron in it, and it's got some other guy. God, I can't think of the actor's name right now. But he's a classic actor, and basically the whole thing was shot in DeKalb. I went to one of the sets when they were shooting it, and it's all based on DeKalb, and it was shot on the farms. Joey, you'll understand this reference. There's a couple scenes that were shot in the Junction in DeKalb, and also other farms around town. And it was all about Monsanto and this guy washing his seeds and growing his own crop, and how he had all of this backlash. And it's all based on our town, and people don't even realize it. I gave a reference before about Cindy Crawford as well, but most people like don't realize our town's known for two things.
Can I give you a reference? Can I give you two references for the town that I grew up in?
Oh yeah, of course.
Guthrie, Oklahoma is an insignificant little town, 45 minutes north of Oklahoma City. All right. It doesn't mean shit. It's a farming community. Nobody fucking knows about it other than being the first center, the first capital of the state of Oklahoma. Other than that, Guthrie really has no significance. However, we've had two movies that were filmed right here. Rain Man. Whenever they go to that doctor in the Midwest to try and figure out what's going on and everything else, that was filmed in Guthrie. So that big Masonic temple in the back of that movie, that was Guthrie and Guthrie's Masonic temple. Okay.
A League of Their Own. A League of Their Own also had scenes shot in our town.
The second one was Twister. Twister actually wanted to rent my grandfather's house for the movie. And he said, but you're going to destroy my house. You're going to move. Yeah, because I don't want to. So they filmed it on the south side of town. Somebody else was willing to rent out or give out their house because the destruction that they did after the movie, the house was basically worthless, which is why my grandfather decided not to do it. But it was filmed in Guthrie. So parts of Twister, the movie, were also filmed in Guthrie. So 2 movies are indicative. The Masons and Tornadoes are very indicative of Guthrie. Outside that, I can't tell you much other than my place.
There we have
Joey, I'm an animal lover. You got to tell us about that dog there.
All right, so I've got her name is Dixie, and she is a Weimaraner.
Okay.
Yep.
She's a what?
She's a Weimaraner, so she's a German
Wiener dog.
No, not a dog. Not a wiener dog. A Weimaraner. So
okay.
She's big. What's funny though is that she's actually a small Weim. I'm just like manhandling her. Oh.
She likes it.
Oh.
She likes to play
That's
the
a
baby.
big dog.
Hi.
That's a big dog. I got a dog too, but she ain't that big. I got to bring her here just to show you guys.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it. I haven't seen your dog.
So,
but how long have you had her?
I've had her since she was a puppy, so she's 2 years old.
Oh, she's a cutie.
Yeah,
so she still got some puppy in her.
She still has some of that kind of doofiness. I think it might just be her though, honestly.
And that rambunctiousness and hopping around and being wild.
She does still have a bit of that. Oh, hi.
Big yawns.
I picked you up.
But yeah, I appreciate you coming on tonight, man. I really do. I hope you're enjoying it.
I am. Yeah,
it's
a lot of fun.
This is my baby girl. She's not used to me holding.
You got a sweater on that dog?
Yeah, it's cold. She's not used to me holding her like this because I almost never pet her like this and hold her in my lap. I'm not like you guys. She's just a little, I give her the food whenever she wants and I give her some loving, but I never hold her in my lap and she's never inside the house. But this is my puppy dog. This is my Mel, which in English would be Huddy. This is fun.
She's loving it. See, look at her. She wants some more of that love. See, you gotta be picking her up more. You gotta be showing her that affection.
That
she
love.
wants it. She wants it.
But she's stinky. And every time
come on.
Are you stinky?
Are you stinky?
I always tell her that I'm going to crush her into a powder.
Squeeze her with that love.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to turn her into a diamond.
Diamond is good. And diamond is always good.
A diamond is forever.
All right. All right. Come on. I didn't know we were running ads.
No, that's bullshit. Actually, the value of diamonds is totally controlled by the market itself. And
thank you very much. How many diamonds do they have hidden just to make sure that the value goes up?
Let me show you I'm pretty sure this is actually the rarest gemstone in the world, and that's Moldavite, actually. So this is this is half faceted, half raw. The one side of it is raw and the other is like slightly faceted. And this is the faceted side. You can see it's kind of flashy.
Ooh, that's some nice cleavage there.
Some nice cleavage, right? Yeah. So, yeah, Moldavite's a very spacey rock, but metaphysically speaking, it's what connects you to your higher guides. It's also a little bit cosmic and it's kind of part earth, but part space. Quite literally.
You think it came from asteroids, or do you think it developed naturally?
It did come from asteroids. I think it was about 60 billion years ago, or I might be Ooh,
I want to get into this. Ooh, okay. Ooh, I like this.
So
what do you believe?
The numbers.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's fine. We're rough on the number, but we're just going to go with 60 billion. 60 billion years ago, this asteroid of beryllium comes in and strikes the planet, and then basically like mixes with the Earth material and like shoots up into the sky, right? And all this stuff is mixing, and then it cools into this like sort of like beryllium glass crystal lattice structure in midair, and then rains down on the Earth. And it's really just incredibly this like beautiful fire green. It's like kryptonite, basically, you know. And then according to legend, of course, this is like, but it, like in the mythos, the stones that would be on like Excalibur would be Moldavite. The stone that the Holy Grail would be carved from would be Moldavite. So it is apparently, like, from what I recollect, the rarest of the gemstones on Earth because it came from a one-time event that won't happen again. Probably.
No, I like it. I like it. So with that, I have a question for you.
What's up?
How do you think the asteroid belt was developed? I mean, it's all theory, of course, because we don't really have science that explains it. But how do you think the asteroid belt? Because my theory, I'll give you mine before I hear yours. I think it was because of an intergalactic war, and there was a planet that was destroyed, and that's what's left in our atmosphere at this point.
That's actually.
What are you talking about, Tiamat?
No. I'm talking about specifically the asteroid belt.
Yeah, which is Tiamat.
What are your theories about it, Joey?
So really, I suppose that I look at things like dark matter and kind of the unforeseen forces, forces at a distance that we don't necessarily know the cause of, like fish looking up at the lilies on the surface of the water, bobbing up and down, and just not maybe understanding exactly what's causing that motion. It's something beyond our comprehension, I think. And the cause of it perhaps could be beyond our comprehension.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah. Kind of, I mean, in the same way.
Do you think the same thing when it comes to extra dimensional beings, like looking in on our perception? Do you think it could be just a misunderstanding of what you're taking in for information?
I think that there's like higher spheres of, call them higher dimensions of consciousness, higher, and they vibrate at different frequencies, right? Different states. Mm-hmm. So there's different beings that operate and function within these different dimensions or within these different planes, if you will. Yeah.
God, I love it. God, Joey, we're going to talk for hours. I already know it's coming.
There we go.
The higher planes and the higher dimensions is what we want to reach. That's what our objective is. Otherwise, we will not be.
That's attachment, though. Are you sure? Because now that means that you're scared of the lower vibrations, man. Are you sure?
We are going from lower vibrations to higher vibrations, and unfortunately, the ones that we perceive on this channel are of a higher vibration. Okay. I say unfortunately because I would like the majority of humanity to be on that vibration. If the majority of humanity were on that vibration, we would survive and be much more sustainable than we are today.
And I also agree with you on that sense, because I want to get out of the lower vibrations, because that's where the negative vibrations are also at. I want to excel into
the demons feed off of. They feed off of the negative vibrations, which is why they've been programming the majority of humanity to be in those lower negative vibrations, especially in the last 2 years.
So what is true is that
fear and terror is what feeds the demons, and that's what they've been feeding us.
That's true.
What you need to do is go into a higher vibration, which is the higher vibration is love, empathy, compassion.
And you get there through removing those attachments, right? You through compassion, as you said, through embracing gratitude. No,
We release the needs of the body, and we embrace the needs of the consciousness.
Exactly.
Because only the consciousness will survive.
And when I was saying that you don't just want the higher vibes, that's not necessarily true. When you operate at that higher frequency, as you were saying, it's like the negativity bounces off of you. And I've witnessed it happen. You're operating at a higher frequency. People are at a lower vibe, and they might even try to come at you, but they just can't get through the wall. However, you don't want to fall into the trap of toxic positivity and toxic spirituality and just say love and light, love and light. You need to embrace the shadow work. You need to not be scared of that, and need to not be scared of those lower frequencies.
Which is the objective of my book. Why? Because I want people to understand what the essence of reality is and how they can use that to reach their personal destiny. Each one was born here for a reason, and they need to reach their personal destiny. How you do that is by being as close to the light as possible, because the light is what takes you to your personal destiny. What we do is through freedom of choice, we end up going into sub destinies, our own choice, but we end up spiraling in those addictions that take us away from what is our original essential destiny, our reason of being.
You better
all
let
those
us get on
things
that
that we
didgeridoo.
focus on take us away from what it is, our real destiny.
Let's hear it.
No, this is a rain stick.
Yeah, let's hear
Go
it.
for it. I'm loving that thing. What is that, a piece of bamboo?
It's a rain stick.
It's dried cactus, actually. And it's
What?
dried cactus.
Oh,
It's like a cactus.
cool. I know that one. All right. In Mexico, we do those.
Yeah, in my sound healing practices, that's actually how I end the session, is with rain stick.
You're a shaman. I can tell that.
I can show you.
Divine Tiffany wanted to jump in. She said, is that a rain stick? And she said, I have one as well. She was the one I was referring to earlier. She does tarot readings as well.
Hi. I love tarot.
Divine Tiffany is freaking awesome.
She's got an amazing channel. If you ever get a chance, check out Divine Tiffany's channel on YouTube.
Not a chance. She's in the chat. Just click on her on her title as a chat, and you'll go to her channel. You'll find all her videos. It's absolutely wonderful. I would recommend.
If she doesn't mind, I'm happy to share it. But I just don't know. I want to make sure she's okay with it. So if you hear this, Tiffany, answer in the chat. I know it's got a little bit of a delay, but I'd be happy to share your channel so that other people can see it.
As far as tarot is concerned, I have a big appreciation for spirit coming into the cards or coming in through divination to deliver a message that you are open to and that you are going to accept.
Yes.
And that could be through different mediums.
The problem with that, I unfortunately have to mention that whenever you invite spirits in, the spirits that are available are not necessarily positive.
Then that's why you call in your higher self and you work with your
and that's why you also put these protections into place. That's what we were talking about before. You put these protections into place. Tiffany's a very good practicer when it comes to, she burns sage. She tries to bring in the light spirits when she's summoning these spirits to get these answers. She's not looking for dark entities. She's applying the proper protection and practicing things accordingly. And that's the same thing I've had with all of the mediums that have ever been on my channel, is they're very safe in their practice, and that's why I like them.
You always cleanse your space. Not only do you cleanse your space, you cleanse yourself energetically, you cleanse your healing tools. If you're doing tarot correctly, you're actually cleansing your deck. Don't work with a dirty deck. It's energetically dirty and gross. If you're letting other people touch it, yuck. Get rid of that. So you need to, and another thing, when you're when you're burning away this energy and getting rid of it with the smudging, first of all, open a window or a door and walk the energy out, please. Second of all, you're not
sweep it out. There's a reason why witches use brooms.
Yes.
They got to sweep out the fucking energy.
Or out through the chimney. Siberian. Anyway, so you're not destroying energy. You're not getting rid of bad energy.
You're just getting it away from you.
What I tell people in my practice in sound healing is to think of it as stagnant energy that we are transmuting into potential energy, and we're giving it out to the universe because the universe knows what to do with it.
So I'm sharing Divine Tiffany's page right now at the same time we're talking.
Nice.
But yeah, she is always open to pull one card for anybody that shows up. And then if anybody wants any more after that, she's happy to
Divine
comply.
Tiffany, show up. Divine Tiffany, show up on Thursday after my conversation with Joey. We can do some card readings. You can throw down some cards for me. I'll be willing to do that for you. Not a problem. Joey, about the there's some that I was about to mention, and it completely.
We were on shamanism, and we were talking about different instruments, and then we got onto tarot and working with your higher spirits, and talking about how different spirits can come across, basically.
That's not the topic.
I'm gonna catch up the chat and let Tiffany answer this. Some of the stuff she was saying, true, but yes, protection is good. Yes, because I don't want to make sure. I want to make sure I wasn't speaking on her behalf. Yes, we need to release it out. And then, okay, sounds good, Michael. She got your last message as well.
Yeah, please. Thursday. So I guess we got a full show on Thursday then, huh? Joey's going to be on, and
we got a full week. It's already it's already pretty picked out. We have another author coming on either this week or next week. By the name of Peter Moon. He's written books about Scientology, about the Montauk Project. He's I've had authors on. He'll be my third author and documentarian, but he's got more books than any of the previous authors I've had. I'm excited. I might have Dakota of Earth. I can now talk about it on the channel. I might have Dakota of Earth on soon. If anybody's heard of him, go ahead and look him up. I have to make a realization. It wasn't Galaxy. I've talked to Dakota since then. It wasn't Galaxy. He's not the same person. Galaxy that me and the Pen of Perspective talked to was not the same person. They sound very familiar, but are similar, but they're not actually the same person. So but Dakota wanted to talk to us after that because he was like, "Well, wow, that's a crazy story." Because honestly, I told him I was coming down off of 10 hits of acid, and he put a live stream up that that just like came to me like all of a sudden. And basically, he made this one about he went on Jake Paul's comments about what he thought about Trumpers and this and that. And basically, it premised what we were talking about in our conversation with Galaxy and why he jumped in our conversation and wanted to talk to us. And I got along with him in the thing, and then eventually he kind of went off the rails towards the end of the conversation. But at the same time,
he started attacking me. That's why. When you guys were talking, everything was good.
He also didn't respect my guidelines about not talking about minors in that way. That was the way that's the way that was sent me off on. And I'll kick you off in a second if you want to talk about minors and justifying what a minor is. Sorry, I'm okay with at least the legal stance of what a minor is, and I'm not going to argue a point to make it any younger. I have a daughter, and fuck that, I'm not going to hear it because I think women's rights and everything like that should be respected. And anybody that wants to travel down the road
I asked God.
I don't want to hear
I
it.
asked God.
I
asked God for a personal favor.
Here. What are we even talking about? Like lowering a consent age or something? What are we talking about?
Basically,
he was
trying
to. He was talking about. But
he was trying to.
I asked God personally for 2 sons. for sons because I couldn't be the father of a daughter.
Oh,
Because if one of those little 15-year-old bastards came up to my front door, I'd be in prison because I'd killed the little son of a bitch.
greasy
Because
hair.
I knew what he was thinking, because I was thinking the same fucking thing. I know what's going through his mind, and he ain't gonna do that shit with my little girl.
That's not what I was getting. That's not what I was getting from the conversation.
If I were the parent of a little girl, I'd be fucked. And so God was merciful with me and gave me 2 boys. I don't worry about that shit. I worry about the other thing. Don't take advantage. Don't be too much of you.
Exactly. No.
Pay attention.
And I also have 2 boys. However, we also have to, as fathers of boys, we have to recognize our responsibility in embracing. I'm a very spiritual person.
They cannot be abusive. Absolutely not. No, that's not an option.
No.
So you guys all have boys. You guys have to worry about your boys' penises. I have to worry about all the penises in the world.
You do.
That's the common perspective that I've always had as a father of a girl.
I did not want that pain. I did not want that pain at all, which is why
I've honestly wanted a daughter ever since. I'm weird in the sense I've wanted a daughter since I was about 14 or 15, and me and Jody are actually me and my significant other. I usually don't say her name, but me and my significant other had children at a young age, and we were always the oxymoron in, oh, you're gonna end up split up, and your guys are gonna end up failing, and you're not going to be, a proper member of society. And that alone was our motivation. Like, besides the fact that we had a daughter to raise, we had that
question. You are together with your significant other to this day. Why is,
high school sweetheart.
You respected, that's beautiful. I absolutely love that. I respect that. And I wish I had that. That is absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. However, you consider her your significant other.
It's more because I don't want to put her presence on the internet if she doesn't want that. And sometimes
it's not about that. It's the fact that she should be your wife after all these years.
That's more of a long story that I wouldn't want to put her personal information on the internet.
Okay.
But
I'll respect that.
I'll give you as much as I can give you without overstepping any boundaries. We haven't been together the whole time. Our daughter's been born, and we've been together for the majority of her life that she's been born. And we're living together, and we lived together for the last 6 years, and we do plan on getting married.
Each one's destiny is their own. Period.
Well, it sounds like
we have free will in this. This universe was created to give us free will, and the fact that you remain together is absolutely fantastic. It is not a judge or a priest that is going to define your union. Your union is defined by the fact that y'all love each other.
Absolutely.
Y'all have family, you create something, and you are together. That is the objective. It is sustainability. It is for us to have prole in Portuguese, kids. I have kids so that they can have grandkids, so they can have kids, so I can have grandkids. My dad gave me this house so that my family, his grandkids, his genetic offerings would be great and would have a good life. And I want the same thing for my grandkids. I want my kids, my boys, to be okay and to propagate. So no, I don't want a son that is going to be living with me at 30 years of age that hasn't found a girlfriend or a wife yet. No, he's 17. He's still my little boy. I don't want him to leave home. However, I want him to start a family when he is ready, because that's the reason and the objective that I had it. Why? Because the name, the genetic strain has to be propagated. That is our objective.
I'm not worried about my name living on or anything like that. But Joe, you were gonna say something. Go ahead and jump in.
Oh, I just want to familiarize anybody who hasn't heard it before with the concept of the marriage box. Essentially, just that marriage, and this can actually apply to any relationship, literally any relationship in your life. But a lot of people get married with this concept that marriage is full of love, marriage is full of trust, and marriage is full of all these beautiful things. But marriage is full of nothing. When you get married, you can think of it like a box, and when you get married, the box is empty. You have to put the love into it. You have to put the memories into it. You have to put the care into it. And
but the box didn't exist before you got married. The fact that you decided to make
the framework. I think the fact
that you decided to create a new reality together allows you to create that box, which requires you, once you've created that box, it requires you to put your memories, your experiences, your life, your fulfillment of what you expect life to be. Once you have created that box, it is your responsibility to fill that box. Sorry, Joey.
Let me jump in for a second. Yes. I do think Western framework has put a idea of what marriage is.
Oh yeah.
I don't think we have a disconnect of what marriage is, what tax benefits you get from it, and
that's all propaganda.
What bullshit that's tied to marriage is. That's why
that's all propaganda. The only thing marriage is the first person you fucking have a kid with and decide to make a life with.
Well, and that's why me and my partner have a perspective of we're probably going to get married in a courthouse, and then we're going to have a party with the family. It's not
question. Are you going to go out tomorrow night? Are you going to go out tomorrow night and go to a bar and find somebody else to have some fun with? No, because you have your significant other that you always come home to, and you enjoy your relationship that you have. That is a marriage. It's not a bond created by some
law or anything else.
Exactly. It is the bond that you created together with her. Period. The end. It's got nothing to do with anything else. It's the fact that both of you come together and decide to create a whole new reality, a whole new existential, multi-dimensional reality that was not a possibility.
Joey, jump back in here.
I feel as though, okay, so yes, you are choosing something together. However, you're not creating anything that wasn't already there. In the real world, you are not actually tangibly creating anything. In this analogy, yes, there is this box that is there from the choice of union, right? But that union doesn't necessarily have to be through marriage, as I was saying. It could be any other relationship. But in marriage, there is an intentional choice. And that could even apply to something like hand fasting.
That is an eventuality normally.
True.
Because
in most cultures,
in this current millennium, people are together without having that union. In the last millennium in which I was created, there was a certain reality to where you could, in some centuries of that millennium, to where you didn't even have the choice. You had to create a union with someone that was chosen for you, for family ties, for other relationships, for other realities. You know, the families had to get together, so you have to like this girl. But she's a bitch. I don't like her. Fuck it. I need her dad's approval, so you got to like this girl. But she's a fucking cunt. I can't. She's all material, and I can't do this. You gotta fucking do this. That was last millennium. This millennium is we want to create something in the future?
That's
Do
right.
you want to create something with me? Do you? My wife told me the other day, day before yesterday, oh, I still love you. And I asked her, and I answered her, great. I have no fucking idea why. She loves me. I don't know why. Because I don't do any of the things that women would consider lovable. I'm not the breadwinner. I'm not the romantic type. I'm not any of the things which is why I thank God that I am with the person that I am with, because no other woman would actually accept my fucking ass. However, because of her, I have 2 boys, which was one of my main objectives since I was 8 years old. Nobody could answer my questions, so I had to look for the answers myself. Once I found the answers, I wanted to teach somebody, so therefore I wanted kids that I could teach that to. Now that I have kids, they don't want to fucking know what I know, which is why I'm making this video. So maybe in 20 years, they'll find out what the fuck their dad was talking about, because they don't talk to me today.
Yeah.
That's the problem of being a dad.
Sir, I will say that my children, my oldest being 5, are somewhat receptive to my talks of being here in the present moment, because we were out on a walk and we were talking about, unfortunately, the snacks back at home being cake. And I told my eldest that we just had to enjoy this present moment, and that he's worrying about the future, and that the future hasn't happened yet, and that it's easy to get hung up on the past, but in this present moment, we have all this time in the world, and it's eternal. But as soon as you stop to measure it, it's gone, and you just need to enjoy it. And he was like, oh.
He's 5? That's
5.
a bit deep for a 5-year-old.
Well,
I mean, I got
he
one
was
that's
processing.
Yeah, it is a process. And my wife believes that my kids aren't old enough to understand the deep fucking shit that I keep trying to teach them, but they have integrated it and accepted it completely. My kid was 7, 8 years old. His other cousins were getting in trouble in somebody's marriage, a wedding and that sort of thing. And then there was a cousin that came up. Oh, 3 of y'all stop. I'm going to tell your dad and you're going to get a good whipping. My son answered her, my dad doesn't beat me. He tells me words. Okay. So evidently I talked to my kid and he doesn't understand a damn thing. I just tell him words. That's okay.
He tells me words. Oh, that's a good point.
However, my kids are deeper and more profound than most other people's. Whenever my 5-year-old son was playing with his friend, the mother of that friend called us up and said, "What's your religion?" Why? What's the problem? No, it's because your son is talking to my son about saints, angels, and demons. And I was just wondering what kind of religion you were, because I wasn't expecting 5-year-old kids to talk about these things. Yeah, we have an effect on our kids. He was talking about those things because I talked about those things with him. Okay, so he was talking to his best friend about the same fucking things that I talked to him about. So how we affect our kids affects who they are. They, whether or not I ask them or not, to this day, they pray before eating every meal, because that's what dad does. So the effect that you're going to have with your kids is going to affect their perception of reality. Now I'm going to get into my psychological rant. Hold on. I'll be done in a minute. The first 3 years of humanity, we're developing our perception of what is the universe. We're trying to figure out what gravity is. We're trying to figure out what our arms do. We're trying to figure out how to be able to balance this fucking weird ass body. Once we get to 2 to 3 to 5, 6 years old, we're trying to figure out what love is. Okay, what the most essential things in life are, how to love other people. We learn how our parents love us, how they give us love whenever we're feeling needs, how our grandparents give us love when we're feeling needs. And in that fashion, that programmed in our childhood fashion is the way that we show love to others when we are adults. When we're adults, we're going to show our children the same type of love that we received when we were children. That is the natural progression of things. We have religion, we have the Bible, we have other things that tell us to be able to break those negative patterns. If your parents were beating you too much, you're going to want to beat your children just a little bit less, hopefully. Okay. Sometimes we go overboard, we spoil our kids, and they're worthless fucking human beings. I also want to avoid that fact. So after that, they get to their 6 to 10-year-olds. They're thinking about their heroes. They love the police officers, the firemen. What do you want to be when you grow up? Oh, I want to be a stockbroker. I want to be a fireman. I want to be the president. I want to be whatever. They set up their ideals of what they enjoy. The problem that most adults don't like about teenagers is because that particular age in life is they've already found out what life is like, what love is like, what they like. Now they need to find out what it is that they don't like. So the teenage years are figuring out, yeah, that's my hero, but that's not the type of hero I want to be. That's the type of person that I don't want to be. Those are the things that I don't want to do. And so, unfortunately, they focus on our lives and say, Dad, you suck because you do this, that, and the other. Mom, you suck because you do this, that, and the other. And those teenage years are them trying to figure out all the negative things that they don't want to be. That sometimes include us, which is why everybody says that the teenage years are the worst ones. No, it's just we don't like seeing the mirror.
That's the rebellious balance we have to deal with as parents, though. It comes with every generation.
That rebellion, but psychologically, it's not rebellion. It's them focusing on the negative aspects of life that they want to avoid.
Well,
yeah,
we focus it as rebellion because we focus our lives as complete perfection that we.
But I think our kids' immediate example is their parents, and that's what they want to rebel against, is being the same as their parents. They want to be a better version.
They don't want to be, because they're recognizing the things that they don't want to be.
Yeah.
Okay. For example, kids are always going to be more similar to their grandparents. Why? Because the kids rebelled against the parents and the grandkids rebelled against their parents, which means that their rebellion against their parents is very similar to the way their grandparents originally were. So we see that it's psychologically in generations, and we need to be able to recognize that within the generations that we are creating to understand that, no, it's not against me. My kid's not bitching about me. He saw something negative that he doesn't want to expand and integrate into his reality. And that's his right. And we have to respect that. After that, I mean, our frontal cortex doesn't completely develop until 25 years of age. So we're not doing completely logical thoughts until we're 25 anyway. Until that point, we're developing our subconscious and our emotional reactions to things, depending on everyone else who is around us. So you got kids that are 5. You got the next 10 years to figure out what I just got through telling you. I've got the next 20 years to try and figure out how to fix the fucking shit that I fucked up in the last 17 years.
Throughout the whole ego building, the ego construction process, figuring out their ego and who they identify as. Yeah, exactly. So, and that's
we can't take them as our possessions. They're our kids. We want them to be like us. No, they are free individuals. They have their reality and they will have their own destiny. And we have to allow them to reach what is their potential.
That's what I think most parents in modern days have a problem with, is respecting their kids' boundaries in the in the person that they are going to develop into. You have to give them free range to develop into whatever they're going to develop into without your own personal bias being influenced on it. That's the hardest part. As much as you want to have, you want to give them all the answers, but until you make your own mistakes in life, you're not going to come to those answers. You're not going to listen to your parents.
Herein, Jacob, lies the problem. Herein, Jacob, lies the problem. I have not tried to implement my perspective on life the way my father tried to implement on me, and he did great things. I am the great human being that I am because of the things that he pushed me to be. I didn't want to stress out my kids in that same fashion. However, I have always allowed them to be who they are. Independent of that, there is an Oedipal and a basic psychological thing is that even though I haven't tried to push my perspective on them,
it still comes off.
My oldest is wanting to study economics because his dad studied economics. He is worried about the fact that he didn't get called by 45 colleges the way his dad got called, and he's all depressed because
But I feel like there's a balance to it. Having influence and then also guiding them yourself and saying this is the right path are two different things. But Joey, jump in here.
The building process should be a support system. And it reminds me kind of, actually, I come from an acting background, and in improv, the attitude is yes and. In improv, you never say no. You never stop the act by just saying no in improv. It's always yes and. So when you're supporting your child.
My wife is all about the no.
No, it should never be no. When you're supporting your child, it should be yes and. You go with them and you push them to go further. That's what you should be doing.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Tiffany just added, but it's important to be there for them and give them your opinion, but not push them. And I agree with you, Tiffany.
And even then, I don't even try and give them my opinion. In fact, I feel bad because this is my area and this is always my area, and they're in the rest of the house. They're actually in the house. I'm outside the house. So I've had little to no influence on them actively. I haven't pushed my reality onto them. I haven't pushed my expectations onto them at all. However, they still have the influence of my stories. And I've tried to limit my stories. I don't try to tell them. In fact, my oldest came to me and says, my mom told me that you don't like to talk about your youth. It's not that I don't like to talk about it. It's just so fucking awesome that I don't want y'all to feel fucking bad that you weren't like me when you were kids. Because my dad made my fucking life freaking awesome. But I don't want to tell my kids about my freaking life. Otherwise, they're going to feel like shit about the freaking worthless life that I gave them. So I try and stay quiet and let them figure shit out for themselves and guide them as I'm going along. No, son, this isn't necessarily because the world actually does this thing and the other. So you might want to reconsider doing that particular thing. I haven't tried to really push them, but the fact that we're present is an influence that we can't avoid. My history has been pushed on them, whether or not I wanted to push it or not, simply because it is. So
you can't not be who you are and not have your background. And that's how we view the world, is through our lens, through our perspective. And
we view the world through the lens that was created by our parents, or through our perception of who our parents are. The thing that we study in college is because
yes and no. It's our parents as well as our personal experiences.
Why does my kid want to study economics at the university?
Well, that's the habit.
I haven't pushed that at all. His mom has pushed him to be a systems analyst or a programmer because that's what she's making serious fucking cash doing.
You just answered your own question. I was pushed by my father to pursue electronics and computer science, which is what he did, and I never wanted to do that.
No, I was pushed by my dad to do international business and to be the rich ass motherfucker and fuck all those plebes because they're worthless.
So yeah,
I
you
didn't push
see the
my kids.
structure. That
My
is set
wife
up.
Let me
is
jump in for a second, guys.
Yeah.
Hi, Olivia. This is we're kind of doing an open format chat, and if anybody wants to jump in, if they have any questions, we're kind of letting people join in. So just wanted to let you know.
At this particular point, we're talking about parenting because all of us are parents, and so today evidently is focusing on that just a little bit.
Parenting and just kind of like personal growth, child growth, and development. You know,
You can't grow your children if you yourself are not grown. I actually, my father actually told me yesterday, I have read, I'm more intelligent than he is, and I have read more than he is, and blah, blah, blah. My dad was a whole hell of a lot more successful than I am. And his tip that he gave me is he made objectives and he made steps to run after them. So I'm intelligent as fuck. I've read a bunch of fucking shit that the majority of humanity hasn't even read. I can fucking guarantee you. But at the same time, I'm not as materially successful as my father because my father simply put objectives and went after them. He didn't get into
the. Tiffany said, yes, it's a mixture of what we are born into and what we experience as well. And I always simplify it as, yes, it's a mixture between nature and nurture. There's some things that you are born knowing, and there's some things that you're taught. And I
both
think
of those are pre-programmed.
Well, and every individual figures out what's good for them. And I think that's how you should do it.
But they're all pre-programmed because our destiny is already put before us.
Yes.
Those pieces.
This reminded me of a beautiful point here. So we come out born from spirit, knowing all of this. But like I was saying, our mortal minds, our like human brains can't contain the fractalic nature of our true destiny and of our life paths and of our soul's path. And however you view it, your afterlife path, your reincarnations on the wheel of samsara, however you look upon it, it's really that you can't fathom it. So we come into this world as spirit and perhaps recognizing and remembering some of this, but then our ego, our mind creates this ego, which is what starts latching onto these things and how we survive, and it becomes our identity. And really it becomes a path of building the ego and then diminishing the ego and returning back to that spirituality.
Okay, that in itself is exactly what Jesus told us. You must be born again.
Mm-hmm.
You must relinquish your physical self and embrace your spiritual self.
Detach from the body, detach from the ego, embrace this oneness with nothingness.
Mm-hmm. This cigarette and these things that I have are attachments to this world. Yes, I'm not a perfect being. I am a sinner.
No one is.
Progress.
No one is. Who in the eyes of Christianity is perfect besides Jesus?
Nobody.
Ye fool, remove the plank from your own eye before pointing out the speck in your brother's.
Thank you very much. That is the phrase of the century, of this millennia, because this millennia isn't doing this. The cancel culture is exactly the opposite of that, is taking the splinter out of the others, and they still got the fucking plank in their own.
They're just jamming it
freaking
in,
screams the hypocrisy of their existence. Returning to innocence is fantastic. That is what we should prescribe to. I am not innocent. I wanted, as a child, I wanted to experience all the things because my parents told me that's bad, don't do it. But lots of people were doing it. So I wanted to know why those people were doing it, including cigarettes, including alcohol, including other things. Those have been detriments, but also steps in my evolution. Now, can I continue doing this? No, because it's gonna fucking kill me. I got to eventually go beyond my physical needs and go into more of the spiritual needs. The problem is that I'm really tied to the body. And these things told me that I could, at that certain age, that I could interact with certain types of human beings that had these habits, that I would be able to tell his message to that everybody else had abandoned, which is the reason why I'm so marginalized and in the freaking relative area of existence where I am. Why? Because I wanted to be able to reach those people specifically that everybody else had abandoned and tell them God loves you too. Search for your destiny. Joey, you've got something to read. Go for it.
Yes, just a very short passage, just 2 lines from the Tao Te Ching. And it correlates.
Gao De Jing? What is the Gao De Jing?
No, the Tao Te Ching is the writings of Lao Tzu, and it's what Taoism.
Okay, Taoism.
Taoism. It's the precepts of Taoism, exactly.
Thank
I
you.
pronounce it Taoism because it's a Southern and Northern Chinese thing. It's just a dialectic difference.
Same
Anyway,
thing. And it's
so-
very useful, but for very small things. I didn't like Taoism because it can't be expanded to 7.5 billion people.
I
But
prefer
anyway.
Buddhism, Zen Buddhism, and shamanism in my practice personally.
I also studied those. Those are excellent. Continue your reading. Sorry, I'm going to shut up.
It's perfect. So the reading here is Unity, passage 39. And just the very beginning, only those who attain unity become what they are meant to be. So, and truly, I mean, it's as simple as that. Yes, we have these devices and things that we latch onto that are comforts. I self-medicate, yes, I smoke pot, I dab, but those are attachments but when you find unity within yourself and when you truly realize that you don't really need these things, when you come to basically a level of comfort, then that is when you truly have unity, and that is when you have found yourself and basically the one, following the way.
Whenever you're good with you, you can emanate the energy that is good for others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you got to be good with you.
Your path. Yeah, it's your path. You don't have, there's not necessarily a judgment. It's just if you attain unity with how, what have you.
You have to love yourself, otherwise you cannot love others. And our ultimate objective is to love others. But we can't love others if we don't first love ourselves.
Can't pour from an empty cup.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Now, the thing is that we have taken some of those passages and say we got to love ourselves exactly how we are. No, because how we are is destined to hell.
Well, and you should always want the better self. You should never settle with what you have. You should always want the better self and the further perspective when it comes to the best version of yourself you can find.
That's absolutely right. And you're always trying to manifest and aim to be your higher self, trying to bring that higher self into this reality. With some of my favorite song lyrics.
That's our objectives. That's what we want to do. I always say that my life, I looked at it as looking at 60, how I was going to be at 65, because that's the end of our productive age. Nowadays, I have to put it at 75 or whatever because we live longer, and my mother close to 70 and she's still working and everything else. But what basically the idea is you look at yourself close to the end of your life and try and figure out what you want to see as your own memory of yourself. And then you go back in your reality and try to create that semblance, which means that, no, I don't want to see myself as that type, which means that you're not going to do that when you're younger. I want to see myself as this type of person. So you're going to find out what paces you need to take to reach that point later on. And that all goes back to, what am I going to do tomorrow morning? Because when I'm 65, I want to be person X. In order to be person X means that tomorrow I have to take step Y.
Yep.
We have a question coming in.
Sorry,
we have a question coming in the chat. I wanna jump in and how can we love ourselves when we always want our better selves? I want everybody to answer this. Joey, go ahead. You can start it off.
Okay, so you have to start off by accepting who you are inherently, your causality, the things that have brought you where you are already. that cannot be changed. Your path. I always tell people, how could you be anywhere other than exactly where you are meant to be, right? And also, how can a person be tempered if they don't go through the fire, my friends? I mean, truly. So it, as much as it can burn sometimes, it truly is a path of growth. And if you just stay the path and focus on loving yourself and breathing, really a good exercise for compassion and self-love that I find is breathing into your heart center, focusing on basically this energetic heart center in the middle of your chest, breathing in through your nose, and basically embodying this mantra of I am loving awareness. I am loving awareness. And this is directly actually from Ram Dass. And it's a beautiful mantra to bring you into this heart center of not only just being loving to yourself, but just when you are love, everything that you see is love. So we were talking about raising your frequency and being part of that vibe. When you're on that higher frequency, the lower vibes just bounce off.
And Olivia, what I would say is when so I'm going to rephrase it just to kind of bring some more context. How can we love ourselves when we always want a better self?
Right.
I would say the best way to think about it is your future self is yourself. So whether you want a negative outcome or whether you want a positive outcome, the effort you put into it is what you get out of it. And that is all part of yourself. Your whole life is part of yourself. So when you think about the future version of yourself, that is a manifestation of the self that you are putting in the work to get to. So whatever work you put in to get to that point, that's what you're investing into your future self, but that's still part of you. Yeah, it's a timeline. So I think wanting a better self is never a negative aspect. Wanting the best out of everything, thinking positive is the best way to manifest these things into your reality. If you manifest negative things, it's easily possible to bring those into your reality as well. But we need the pen of perspective on Olivia's question as well.
If you love yourself, you will want the best for yourself. You will also eventually want the best for others that are around you, because you will understand that the energy that you propagate will come back to you. So loving yourself, you want the best of yourself because you want the best objective for yourself, because you love. I mean, we consider love, for example, parents for kids. We want our kids to be happy. My father always tells me, because I'm not happy because I don't have a decent job or I've got a job and I've got an income, but it's not what I expected of myself for the studies that I put myself through. And so I'm frustrated with that. And my father always tells me whenever he's talking to me on WhatsApp or whatever, son, I just want you to be happy. But I am. I've got a house. I've got kids. I've got a wife. I've got a family. I've got a reality that majority of people would dream to have. Why am I not fucking happy? I don't know, because I haven't fulfilled my own expectations of myself.
Well, and it's hard for the outside perspective to understand it, because what makes you happy doesn't make everyone else happy. There's balance to it.
Yeah, and what I have would make many others happy, but I'm not.
But that's why
because I know
you can't try to make everybody happy, and that's why you can't try to make others happy. As you were saying, you have to make yourself happy, and in so doing, you will better your environment. And it's not about being a hedonist; it's about bringing a balance to the universe.
If you are good with you, you are good with others that are around you.
Yeah.
There's a saying in psychology that says people never remember what you said to them; they remember how you made them feel. So if you're happy, you will have a tendency of making others around you also happy. And if you have a tendency of making those around you happier, they will have a tendency to be wanting to be more around you because everybody wants to be happy and they end up helping each other. So the more we love ourselves, we love who we are able to be happy with others, ecstatic, they will be happy with us. They will be drawn to our energy because we, in the end, not through our words, through how we make them feel, since we make them feel happy about themselves, they want to be around us. And that energy ends up turning into a synergy, and you can turn that into something that can make a progressive destiny for yourself. Now, I'm talking hypocritically because I am not that. I am usually focused on all the negative shit that's happening in this world, complaining about all the negative crap that fucking happens on me. And so I don't have that many people that conglomerate around me because I'm not this joyous freaking spirit that just emanates joy to everybody. So that's something that I'm trying to enjoy.
Another question for everybody.
Really quick, I was going to say there's an expression that we should address here, if you pardon it. You'll attract more bees with honey than shit. Really,
exactly.
My grandmother used to say you'll attract more flies with honey than vinegar.
Yep.
But same thing.
Yeah.
Olivia's question is it okay to not know what's best or what your path is?
Your path is what you are comfortable with. Your path was decided by you before you were born. My mother doesn't believe in this, but my personal perception and what I'm trying to put in eventually in my book is the following. Before you are born, you sit on God's lap, and you and God decide what your life is going to be by his perspective. And his perspective is that which is going to be beneficial for you and for others. So he puts out all these helpful steps for you to reach your ultimate objective, which isn't necessarily material or money driven. It's emotional and spreading love throughout the world, making others around you feel good and comfortable. That is the objective. So we are born into this place and we forget everything beforehand, but we have our genetic differences, our preferences, because even though my sons are brothers, they are completely different. One got his mom's perspective of things, another one got his dad's perspective of things, and they are completely different consciousnesses, even though they have similar genetics. Each one is individual. And God places the steps for us to reach our destiny whenever we get closer to what he wants us to do. Whenever we love others, all of a sudden those steps form in front of us. Other people come in and help us and do the things that we want to do because what we want to do actually meshes with what he wants us to do. So when we do what is his will, we end up doing what is deeply in our will. We make our life better. We are most likely to reach our destiny, the reason for which we were placed on this earth, whenever we follow his dictums.
Joey, I'll let you jump in here. Go ahead.
That's kind of like just a quick comment on what he said, and then I'll go on. But it reminded me a bit of as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. Hermes, Trimus Justice.
Yeah, Hermetism. I've been studying that over the last week as well. It's very deep. As above, so below is a phrase that I have a personal problem with because that's been adopted by many.
The personal problem that you have with that has to do with direction, literally. The above being heaven and below being hell. I think that's too descriptive in your own mind. And but also, it's your own perspective. I totally understand.
That's semantics, and that's arbitrary and somewhat meaningless, really. That's just language, and it could be anything else. You could change it.
Yeah, I don't think that there's not a good place and a bad place, or a higher vibration and a lower vibration, however you want to determine those aspects. My thing is, I don't think you should limit it to above and below.
In shamanism, the lower worlds and the higher worlds are both very useful and contain different spirits. Nature spirits,
They're both the
and higher
same.
ascended masters.
They're both the same, exactly the opposite. That's the whole point. When I was doing shrooms, when I was doing shrooms, God showed me exactly what it was that his absence implicated. And it is an absolutely self-absorbed, destructive reality towards others. It is an absolute glorification of the self. And when the self is glorified, we destroy everything else around us. And that is hell, because all of the individuals are trying to get their own and fuck everybody else. And unfortunately, we are seeing that on this world. On this world, we are seeing that
born of suffering.
Below.
It's born of
Repeat.
suffering. It's born of suffering and people drowning in it and trying to kick themselves out of it and kicking other people.
Why are we so? But see, then we get into the crab mentality.
Let's jump in. I want to let Joey answer this question as well,
Yeah.
because Olivia's got more questions coming in, and Tiffany's.
Please, Olivia's got some good questions.
So hit me with this question.
Olivia
hold
on. I would like her to go on to Pena Perspective as well and subscribe and everything else. She's got some great fucking questions. I'm loving this stuff.
So
Joey, go ahead.
How do we accept where we are on this path? Or without knowing where we are on this path, essentially? I would say essentially that it's the not knowing that you have to surrender to, and that's part of the path itself, in accepting that it's not a destination. You're not after a certain goal. You're just on a path, and it's a journey to yourself, and we're all just walking each other home on this path.
The destination, everybody has the same destination, which is death. We all die.
Everybody's going to die, but that's not necessarily.
Everybody's going to die. It's what you do while you're alive that matters.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and
take advantage of your life. I'm 50.
Proverb
My life is almost fucking over, and I did fuck all for the last 30 years. And my channel is trying to make sure that people don't do that fucking stupid shit of doing fuck all for 30 fucking years. Find your destiny. Go after it. Find it early. Fuck everybody else's opinions. You have what you need to do, and go do it.
There's an Egyptian proverb that ties into that. That's the gods are immortal men, and men are mortal gods. I mean, we can do whatever the fuck we want, and we just need to embrace our own power, stand in your power, and bring your own light into the world, because the world has seen enough generic bullshit. So we just want to see what you've got, you know? So,
we are God seeing his creation through individual eyes.
Yeah, we are the universe observing itself. And exactly, God was like, you know what? We're just going to do this. Fracture. Let's just see what happens.
And tying in with what Joey said a little bit, I think of it the same way I think of college. I don't think you necessarily have to have your path figured out by the time you get to college. I think your path is figured out by experience. It's not necessarily figured out and written in stone. You have to go through these experiences, figuring out what's best for you.
Which is the biggest problem that I've had with my wife this week. Because like I said before, that's exactly the battle that I had this week. Hold on, Tiffany. I'm going to answer this question, but I need to read Tiffany's quote first.
Yes, we should love ourselves, but wanting to better ourselves really has nothing to do with the love, but just wanting the best us we can be. Always strive for what makes us feel better.
Okay, so my son's 17, and we're trying to figure out, and I remember when I was 17, and I also remember the statistics that the majority, more than 50% of juniors changed their majors because after 2 years of college, they figured out that what I wanted to come in as when I was an 18-year-old has nothing to do with what I want to do later on. So they always change. And there were times and there were people that, and I mentioned this to my wife, that in the U.S. we have this idea that some people that have money, they have time to take a year off of life. Basically, they go off to some other place. Usually they fly off to Europe and they backpack through the 15 countries in Europe that decide to visit on the Euro Pass or whatever it is. And they find themselves in that year and they come back with a better realization of what it is that they need to do. And then they can get into college and do something useful versus getting into college and wasting money doing something they're never going to be useful at. So what my wife said, yeah, but we can't send anybody to Europe. We're for the Brazilian. We got no money and fuck all that shit. And I'm saying, yeah, but we got family in the U.S. and in Mexico. We don't have to send them to Europe. We can send them to somewhere where they have a base. They can do something. And more importantly, he can take that year off and work his ass off. Get a job, find out what real world is like, find out what it is that he likes, what he's good at, what he can actually do, which gives him a focus. So when he goes to college, I want to study that because that is what I want to do for the next 35 fucking years. When you're 18, you don't know that shit. But if you take a year to actually figure out how fucked up life can be if you don't know shit, you figure out what it is that you want to know so that life isn't as fucked up. So that's the debate that I'm having with my wife, whether or not my son at the end of this year will go to the U.S. and get a job and get fucked up like everybody else is to try and figure out what it is that he wants to do. And then he'll have an option to either continue that destiny in the U.S. or in Brazil, whatever he chooses, he'll have those options.
Well, I think that
my wife doesn't like those options. She wants him to go off to college next year and fuck what you want, fuck your feelings and everything else. Do what you have to do what's going to make more money and focus on that and fuck everything else.
Truly, the constant thing in life is change. And we just have to embrace this. And that's a big part of not knowing where you're on the path and being okay with that and finding it's a constant wash of finding yourself over and over. It's never like, yes, you achieve enlightenment. However, a Buddhist proverb, Zen proverb actually, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. Nothing changes.
You like Terry Waters? I've read some of his stuff. I have some problems with that, but then again, I didn't want to admit that I am, but I'm a Bible thumping Christian. So yeah, I've studied everything else.
He's got a good last name. I'll give him that much.
I like a lot of his works, and I like a lot of the positions that he puts. Not all of them. Because after all, my biggest basis for my comprehension of reality is this.
The Bible. My Bible. Yes, that's a book for me.
Unfortunately, that is the one book that has actually been able to answer more of my questions and doubts than any other book that I have read. And trust me, I read a lot of fucking books, including Taoism, including Confucianism, including the Quran, including the Vedic texts. I've gone into all of that stuff.
I told you I gotta get Randy back on here soon. We gotta talk more about Stoicism as well.
Stoicism is good too. I mean, I studied a lot about Stoicism after your video with Ryan, and yes, Randy. I agree with a lot of it. Huh?
Truly, you can't control. Randy. You can't control the things that happen to you in the world. You can only control
No.
the way that you react.
The only thing you can do is the only thing you control is how you
that, guys.
perceive the things that happened.
Going with that, guys. Let's answer Olivia's next question. I'm going to have Joey take it off. So what's meant to happen will happen? ?
Yes and no. It's a matter of aligning yourself with actually manifesting your goals and manifesting your dreams, and basically coming into that reality. So we all sort of live in our own little reality tunnels, and you have to align yourself with that, basically. And yes, it is true that kind of whatever will be, but you are going down a river, and you might try to fight the current, but ultimately you're going to get exhausted and realize that you can't do anything but follow the river and go with the current. And ultimately we're going with the flow. And part of the battle is finding the direction the river is going and wondering where the river is going to end up. Where is the river taking us? And that's kind of part of that life path, is finding that. But yes, what is down the river, that is kind of what was touched on earlier, is part of soul contracts. When you have a soulmate or a twin flame or a karmic partner or just a soul bump, somebody that you know from a past life, that is, you're on this river and you're all kind of on this path. Like I said earlier, how could you be anywhere other than the path that you're meant to be on, you know? So you're all on this path, and you're crossing paths with all these different people, your soul tribe, your satsang, you know, your soul family, spiritual family. And in that way, you are going down this towards a destination, but it is the journey. And the things that happen along the journey, yes, are things that perhaps we have agreed to. Perhaps there's certain things that we have agreed to. In an example of a tragic son's death, a beautiful son who was maybe in the prime of his life, in his 20s. This is actually something that happened, died in Hawaii in a terrible snorkeling accident, actually. And his parents were bereaved with awful feelings of death, of course, and grief. And they received a letter from Ram Dass, which ultimately, among other things, basically said that as painful as it is, your son's death is like his gift to you. Like the beauty of his life is that like you reflect on it, and like the way that he left this world was preordained, essentially. And it is like, there is a certain truth to that, in that like, even when somebody's life is shortened and it feels like they're stolen, or when something tragic happens, I just went through a terrible heartbreak. And when something terrible like that happens and it's tragic and it wrenches your heart, it feels like it's not right. And like it's you should just wake up from a dream and like everything's fine now. But it's a reality that you have to come to accept. And when you come to accept it, that's when you are standing in your power again. And that's when you are truly, that's when you're not fighting the current. That's when you're going with the path. And you just have to go with the flow and follow the path of least resistance.
Then I had two collocations. I have a cousin of mine who, his dad was well off, because after all, my dad's family is always well off. I'm the only fucked up son of a bitch that's not making any goddamn money. Besides that, this kid had a brand new, and Mustangs were not normal in Mexico City. But my cousin got a brand new Mustang when he was 16 years old. Well, he did what any 16-year-old would do. He pushed a Mustang to the limit. Problem is that pushing the Mustang to the limit made it crash and flip 7 times, and he was paraplegic from the waist down. His life and his entire family's life changed from that day forward. His mother being the most affected by it. They eliminated the tennis court on their property and put in a swimming pool, because the swimming pool was the best for the physical education that their now paraplegic son needed. So I could no longer play tennis with my cousin because he couldn't play tennis. He had to swim and he was without legs. He couldn't play tennis. Certain things happen, but the perception of what things happen, for example, his parents continued mourning that accident for a decade plus. My cousin lost his girlfriend because she didn't want somebody who couldn't do what he needed to do as a father. His life completely went to shit at some point, but he found a girlfriend. Today, he is a father of 3 girls. He has skied where I haven't even snow skied in my life. He has done things that I am unable to do. He used his brain to follow in what his father was doing with Singer and everything else. And now he's a great big executive with a wife and multiple kids, and he's para-fucking-plegic.
Hell yeah.
His mother suffered more than he did. His mother has still not gotten over the fact that he is paraplegic. He said, my life is fucked, but I'm going to do something with it. And he decided to continue living his life. And he lived his hot life more fully than I, as a complete individual, was able to live. So to that, my kudos. Life will send you all kinds of fucked up shit.
Yes.
It's what you decide to do with that defines who you are.
Yes. And that parental grief, as great as it may be, unfortunately in this instance was born out of an attachment to her child not being paraplegic. And in this case, as we see,
because he is an object of possession. He is their child. He is not the individual, the being, which is what I've wanted to be implement in my 2 boys. Yes. My will is one, but they are who they are.
You need to activate.
And they will be who they will be. I am but a part of their journey.
Yes. You are activating their individuality, basically. You are making them so that they are their own agent, essentially. That's beautiful.
Exactly.
As a parent, I think that that's kind of my objective. Now, my wife also as a parent has told me that I'm fucked up in my objective because, I'm too much. I should have shown them what a man is supposed to be. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to do that because I don't pay the fucking bills yet.
When Joey, I just noticed your dog has a snip tail. Did your dog have a snip tail when you got it?
He did, and unfortunately, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have put her through that, but the breeders chose to do that before I could have told them, hey, you don't have to do that.
It's not necessary. Yeah,
it's not necessary.
My brother-in-law had a Rottweiler that he gave away recently, and he had a cut tail. My neighbor has a Rottweiler that has a full tail. Let me tell you, it's really bizarre seeing a Rottweiler with a full fucking tail. Yeah, because I'm used to seeing that little stub just ripping around. To see that
I love
fucking tail just whipping around is really freaking bizarre.
I love seeing boxers or Rottweilers with non-clipped ears with the floppy ears.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's my favorite.
They're so much prettier. They're happier.
Oh yeah, so natural.
They're happier because they are who they are, not who we want.
The second I realized how they did that, especially with the tails, I heard about the rubber bands. Oh, and that's how they did it. It's insane. Yeah, so Olivia from the chat looks like she's jumping in here with us. I'm going to give Olivia a chance to jump in if she would like. If she has any questions, she said you might not have a question.
Visit Pena Perspective. Give me a like. Give me a subscribe.
She's in here with us now.
So Olivia, hi. How you doing, cutie? How you doing? Cute as fuck. I can't say anything because I'm obsessed by other things. So I'll let you interact with Joey and Jacob because I'm worthless at this particular point.
Well, I have a question, I guess. What do you guys think about mental health and how do you guys like deal with it, I guess? I know it's
Where are you from, Olivia?
Hold on a second. What did you say? What power?
Mental health.
Mental health
yeah. Is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I heard all that, but her accent, I'm wondering where she's from.
New Zealand.
New Zealand. Okay. Holy shit. Your country is going through some serious fucking chaos right now. Your government has decided to bend the knee to the Chinese government, and they are doing everything. Those sadistic motherfuckers.
Hey, no politics right now. I want to answer her question. No politics right now. But back to mental health. Go ahead, Olivia.
Another question before that question. Just because I like what you all have said, it's just been really, really great. And I was wondering, because I've subscribed to Jacob, I was wondering if the other two had channels, I guess. We could subscribe to them.
Pena Perspective, it also has his own channel. And it's the same as his name, PENA PERSPECTIVE on YouTube.
Awesome, thank you.
And Joey needs to get his channel up and going again. Yeah. But Joey, if you'd like to give your channel, go ahead.
Well, on YouTube, I'm not really all that active, but if you want to find me on Instagram, that's where I'm actually mainly active. So it's Amun Raja, A-M as in Michael, U-N as in Nancy, R-A-J-A. Oh, he got it tagged up there now.
I put it on the bottom of the screen for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Amun being Egyptian and Raja being Indian.
Absolutely. You got that right, brother.
Thank you very much.
Sun King.
So what was your question about mental health?
Dealing with it, is that correct?
Just like your thoughts on like, I guess like the negative side, like depression and all that type of stuff, and if you guys have like had to deal with it and what, just like your thought, I guess, about all that type of stuff.
We'll let everybody take it. Well, Pena, why don't you start it off, and then we'll go to Joey. Go ahead.
All right. I wanted to kill myself at 13 because the expectations of my life were beyond what I could possibly comprehend and achieve. And unfortunately, in my high school class of 530 people, I had 9 suicides, 2 of which were in classes that I attended. So I knew these people when they decided to end. And one of them was an extremely competent English student. But the fact that she had to have a job when she was 15 to help support her family, and the knowledge that she wouldn't be able to achieve the things that she needed to achieve, she decided to end her life early. And that is sad to me. The entire school left with that. My mother has problems with my grandmother, because my mother decided to not spend time with her grandchildren because she wanted to be with her mother, with her family. But now that my grandfather passed, that it's going to be almost a year, she can't stand my grandmother because she is extremely negative and depressed. And I recognized the clinical depression that affected my mother, that affects me, that I recognize is affecting one of my boys. also came from my grandmother. It is genetic. The depression is something that we have to be able to deal with. Now, I have tried to self-medicate. My wife has medicated her depression, and I didn't accept that because I couldn't do certain things that I required for self-medication. Depression is a very serious thing. It is a very difficult thing. It is something that many people deal with throughout the world. And one of the ways to deal with depression is to find your own destiny. When you find the focus of what you need to do and you take the steps that you need to reach that objective that you place before you, it allows the rest of the stuff to simply fade away, and you can avoid your own depression by searching and walking towards and creating your own success.
Having a higher purpose, I agree, is having a drive is very, very big. I think. Go on though. Sorry.
Your turn, Joey. I'm done.
Okay,
Go ahead,
absolutely.
Joey.
So, as far as mental health, I mean, I really do believe sort of in this trifecta of mind, body, spirit, and you need to address all of these concerns, or else the pyramid won't stand. So, as far as the body, treat it as a temple. The mind, make sure that you are educating yourself, and the spirit, I manifest. In my mornings, I wake up and I literally write down things that I desire in my life. I sit down and I think about my higher goals. And in part of that, I'm literally aligning and envisioning my connection
Your
to my
own
higher
personal
self.
destiny.
Yes, exactly. So I'm envisioning my connection to my higher self, and through that, I'm channeling what I want to come out, and then that's what I basically bring. But anyway, as far as mental health, I actually, as I was saying, I'm a sound healer. So I use biofield tuning and basically the chakra system to alleviate both stress and to help people with insomnia. And as I was saying earlier, the techniques basically aid in deep breathing, and that respiration really does help the body. And in so doing, you're bringing oxygen into the brain, and you're actually engaging both. Let me see. It's the limbic system, and I'm trying to remember the other section of the brain, temporal lobe. So it's the language processing, and then the part of the brain that's associated with memory and emotion. And of course, a lot of it is all interlinked, but those are like the main aspects of the brain that you're really triggering when you're listening to those sound healing tones, basically. And that can be either through whether it's drumming or if it is some type of melodic, like I've got the hand pans and stuff, but all of it ties together, really.
Sound makes a difference.
Sound.
One of the things that I miss the most in my house is music. I used to listen to fucking music all the damn time. But when I had small kids, they need things quiet, and my wife needs things quiet. And so all of a sudden, things in this house became quiet, which sort of eliminated that basic aspect of the energy that I got from the music that I listened to, because the sounds and the resonances make a difference in how you perceive yourself and how you feel about yourself. Go ahead, Joey.
Can I touch on this a bit more? So speaking of the sounds that you listen to and surround yourself with, a lot of people, and I do this too, but a lot of people, like when they are getting out of work or going to work, going to the gym, they'll listen to music that gets them pumped up. And a lot of this tends to be heavy music, whether it's heavy metal, bass music. I make bass music, and I'm still guilty of this. Or rap music. And a lot of this, it engages the brain in this high beta brainwave state. And you can look this up. I believe it's beta 2.0. But a high beta brainwave state is associated with stress, anxiety, paranoia, lack of sleep, So you are literally putting your brain into this like stress, sort of a fight or flight state of mind, brainwave state when you're listening to certain types of music. So that's something that needs to be addressed when you're.
And Joey,
we can't listen to Mozart the entire time because it becomes kind of boring.
Yeah,
Joey, I touched on this with a past guest, and not only were we talking about frequencies and sound waves, but we were also I brought up beats per minute, and I think it makes a difference in sounds that people don't necessarily address. Beats per minute and the rhythms that you're picking up also have a frequency of their own.
Yes.
But to address Olivia's question.
Oh,
what was that? Oh, sorry.
I can touch on that a little bit specifically here, just for it might take like a minute just to explain. So,
go ahead.
Shamanism, so sonic driving. There's different types of shamanism. Some people actually do just use psychedelics like entheogens, like DMT and things of that nature. I'm not against that, and I have extensively studied that. But I am what I practice is sonic driving. So it's drumming or rattling while blindfolded at 4 to 7 beats per second. And when you do that, you're engaging the brain at 4 to 7 hertz, and that is the theta brainwave state. So when you're
my question for you, Joey, is: do you feel the same when those rhythms are multiplied? Whether it's, you said 7 to what?
4 to 7 is
4 to 7. So if you did 8 to 14, do you feel the same way as you do?
No, you do not. It affects your brain waves in a different way. The resonance and the frequency in which you interact will affect the way that your brain works.
So you have delta, and then you have theta, and then you have alpha, and then beta as well. But so basically delta is like a deep sleep. I believe, unless sometimes I get these flip-flops, but I believe delta is a deep sleep, and then theta is basically this in-between visionary state. It's like the dream state, which rapid eye movement, REM, occurs in. And then you have alpha, which is awake but relaxed, and you might be in bed or just sipping on a cup of tea or something like that. But in this theta wave state, it is basically like you are engaging a dream state. It's like you are intentionally activating a dream.
Your dream state is the same as the higher self in the reality.
Yes.
Because your dream state is what you ultimately want to be able to be, whereas the reality holds you back. You need to go towards your dream state.
And as far as mental health, the beauty of this is with shamanism, and this is what I tell people, even with this style of journeying, even if you don't believe in the spirit world, if you don't necessarily believe that the experiences that you're having are of a spiritual nature, they are still interactions with your subconscious and with your psyche, and that's pretty fucking interesting.
I wanna have a conversation with you, Joey, on a different time about DMT, because I have a very interesting perspective on
Thursday. Thursday we're gonna get into some seriously good topics.
But I want to jump on. I want to answer Olivia's question with mental health as well, and I'm going to try to give you, with you being from New Zealand, I want to give you the American perspective, and I don't think that's been addressed, because I think most of the guests that we have on here right now, with Mr. Penna and also Joey, who lives relatively close to me, he doesn't necessarily have the regular American perspective of mental health. The American perspective of mental health is, I consider drug problems to be a mental health issue. Addiction can be a mental health issue. I think there's a lot of things that are definitely suppressed when it comes to mental health, that we try to make a legal issue rather than a mental health issue, and it's not addressed in society as well. I think that's the biggest problem with mental health, is it's not addressed as its own issue.
The racial and control issue. They created the majority of the laws that we have to eliminate and subjugate the races they didn't necessarily agree with. I'm not BLM, and I don't get into all that fucking bullshit. But at the same time, Ansslager was a racist son of a bitch. And Ansslager, back in the 1960s, wanted to
Hold on. I want to finish a little bit. When I'm referring to mental health, I really want people to take the mental aspect with it as well, because most of the time it's just realized on a legal aspect. When they realize that on a legal aspect, they're trying to punish people for problems that they can't get over on their own. And also, often the resources that are given to you by the government are not necessarily resources that are going to benefit you, whether you're talking about the jailing system, whether you're talking about psychology, whether you're talking about any form of government aid when it comes to this way of rehabilitating yourself to become a better member of society. I don't think a better member of society is recognized.
Be a better robot.
Yeah. I feel like there's a system you're supposed to fall into in the American society, and mental health isn't addressed.
Not beneficial
I call
to
these
you.
people. These people are the drones, or these people are the NPCs. They're the non-player characters within our society.
Mm-hmm. I like
Who
that.
people?
I like that term.
The majority of people.
I'm gonna catch up the chat a little bit. Tiffany,
Who makes sure that we're not the NPC?
Yeah, don't become the NPC. Stay awake.
Tiffany said, yes, depression is difficult. I tried meds, but they seem to make it worse. So now I meditate. I listen to music and do things I enjoy. Also, what Jacob is smoking helps. Well, thank you. Yes, it helps sometimes. It's different for everybody. I wouldn't recommend it for everyone.
It helps me, and I would recommend it for everybody.
I wouldn't recommend it for
and fuck everybody else.
Hold on. I'm gonna 100% make an adjustment to that. I don't recommend it for everyone. I do think there are cases like schizophrenia, and you can get diagnosed the wrong medicine no matter what it is. And so I think you have to be guided down
My
the wrong
wife is a pain in the
path.
ass, and if she smoked what we smoke, she'd be a lot fucking better off. But that's
another
a
story.
whole nother story. the only way that we can get I am a clinical depressant. Okay, my mother has it, my grandmother has it, my son has it, and I need to teach him how to deal with that shit. So
Thank you for
I am a
coming
clinical. I need to get some sleep. Okay. Thank you. Much love and light, Divine Tiffany. Thank you very much for showing up. Appreciate it. My time is holy shit. It's 5 o'clock in the morning here in Brazil. Anyway, we've been on for a while. Shit, the stream is 5.5 hours long. Holy crap. I didn't even notice that. Our conversation went on. I am a
I feel like I
clinical
only jumped
depressant.
on at like 3.5 or something.
Hey, time flies when you're having fun. When you're having good conversation, I feel like it moves quick.
It does.
It doesn't really matter. But the thing about depression is this, and after 50 years of fighting this shit, I kind of figured out that I still haven't figured it out because I'm still depressed. But anyway, I think that maybe one of the ways out of is finding something that you are good at, achieving your destiny, finding what the purpose for your life is. By the Japanese perception, is what the ultimate goal of reality is, finding out what your destiny is and then implementing that. The sooner you find out what your destiny is, the sooner you implement that, the sooner you can find your own happiness, your own state of being, and the more people you can actually help by doing what it is that is natural for you to do. So the basic essence is finding out what your destiny is. What is it that you're good at? What is it that your genetics made you better at? What makes it that your interests that you're not bored by or bothered by, and the things that you need to do that can help others, things that others can't do that you can do, because ultimately the only reason that we're going to receive some kind of benefit in this life is because we help others benefit their lives.
I want to share my experience about how I figured out basically my purpose, if you will, or a purpose I have. So I mentioned practicing shamanism. So this was actually my third spirit journey, and the first time I actually met a spirit guide. So I was using my rattle. I left my body spiritually. I was blindfolded. So everything I explain is in spirit, right? So I traced my steps to a spot in nature where I feel at one in nature. In shamanism, this is called your sacred garden. So I went to this spot and I basically looked for a portal in the ground, like a tunnel, which I found, and I ended up going down through this sort of like portal wormhole down through the ground. And basically the first thing I saw, like I woke up, so to speak, and the first thing I saw spiritually was a deer that licked my face. And then I like got up and the deer ran off, and I didn't chase it or anything. The deer just ran off, and I was thinking, okay, what do I see? What do I see? Sometimes in shamanism, when you're doing these journeys, it's helpful just to say nothing's happening, or you ask yourself, what do I see? What do I see? So I sort of moved forward. I moved forward, like walked forward, I don't know, and moved forward, and I saw a bush in front of me. So I looked through this bush, and it was sort of like neon, right? And neon colors. And I look through the bush, and then there's a coiled up snake inside the bush. And as soon as I see it, it strikes at me and poisons me, right? And I'm like, okay, great. I've definitely just been poisoned by this snake. And it just slithers off, and I'm like stressed out now. So then as soon as the snake slithers off, an eagle flies out of the sky, and it has these like herbs in its talons, and it lands on a tree branch right directly in front of me. And it says, "You've been poisoned. I have medicine to heal you, but I need to make a deal with you." And I said, "What is it?" And he said, "I need you to protect the earth." I said, "Okay, I can do that."
Deal.
So, right, I can do that. So, so then I asked, "Are you my spirit guide?" And he said, "I'm one of many. I watch over you." I'm going to tear up. "I watch over you in the skies of reality." And that's the thing, is like, this is like verbatim. This is exactly what was said. And this was like external information that beamed to me, you know, that's how it feels, just to describe it. So anyway, so I asked,
get past depression.
Yeah. So I asked Eagle what it was like to fly. And then I literally experienced what would be considered shamanic shapeshifting. So like transformation into the next thing I experienced was basically eagle flying in the sky, and I as eagle, and I could actually feel like the G's of force on my body and feel the air under my wings. So essentially, it's just a beautiful, beautiful coming to realization that not only do I have all this within me, but that that I actually had an identification with this purpose. So. And that, like you were saying, I think that's part of it. Finding a purpose.
Not to be confused with the fact that you think you can fly. Don't
Joey,
go to a big.
No, I'm sorry.
Jump off and think that your wings are going to come back. That was a lesson for you to understand your relationship with your essence. Okay, yes. Let's not confuse this with an acid trip, to where we think we all have wings. There are very distinct realities. Or we think that everything around us is breathing or moving.
Let me give another perspective. There's very interesting realities, but at the same time, I feel like people don't necessarily know when somebody's tripping on acid. I think that's a great example. Is something I gave you the other day, Mr. Penna. Is you don't always necessarily know when somebody's.
I did a long fucking time. It's not just you, Jacob. A lot of us. Thank you very much. You got to put that up there. That's what are those, Joey?
Blotters. It's blotter paper.
Blotters. Okay, so that's a bunch of fucking acid.
No, it's not. It's not dosed. It's just art. It's just blotter art.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
This is from
blotter for me. I was associating there with something else.
This is from a painter buddy of mine, and then this is from actually Zane Kesey, Ken Kesey's son.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Hey, pull that back. Hey, Joey, bring that back up. I'm gonna put you full screen.
Okay.
Hold on, see if I can do it. Being a little sloppy right now.
Yeah.
See the two skulls. That
faces.
That to me is an ayahuasca trip.
The faces down on the bottom too.
Oh yeah, I hadn't seen those. Holy crap!
It's
Yeah, the
beautiful,
dragon's
right?
there as well.
So this is actually, if you guys want to check it out, this guy is the Taurus energy, like a Taurus, like the energy donut, the Taurus energy on Instagram. He's a good friend of mine, and he's an incredible artist. When Ram Dass left the body, the next day he made a beautiful painting of Ram Dass, and I had to have it. So anyway, so that's that artist. This is the one by Zane Kesey. Actually, I'll take it out of the. It's not really capturing very well. I'll take it out of the film. I don't think this is dosed. Should I be handling this? So that's pretty cool. Very this flowery, man. Far out.
Even if it is, you'll have a good night tonight. Don't worry about it.
I'm pretty sure it's not dosed. I got it at a seminar on the therapeutic use of psychedelics.
But in the end,
at least my hands are dry.
Oh yeah.
Mine is a gosh, I can't even pull it up.
completely fucking jealous at
See,
this point.
That's functional.
Fuck off.
That's actually
the only thing worse than that is a Dr. Pepper.
Ooh, as long as it's showing off.
Mine is a big mural of Homer Simpson, and it actually this is only a small piece of it, but
Homer Simpson. I can't even see Homer in the middle of that.
I can't say the same about mine, but my hands are dry at least. It's all
life is to be in the end. Life is to be experienced. If you are not experiencing life,
I'm not gonna pull that on full screen, but it's beautiful.
That is beautiful. That is very, very nice, Joey. Thanks for showing us that. But in the end, depression is like alcoholism. You take it one day at a time.
That's beautiful.
Because you know you are depressed, you know you're in a bad place, and you one day at a time, you make an effort to go towards. The river is flowing past you. And that image that I drew in my analysis of Stoicism is that, yeah, the river is flowing. You don't flow along with the river. Screw the river. The river is the rest of the world, and they're going towards a waterfall. You don't want to go towards the waterfall. You have your objective, your destiny, and you will find a steady footing, and you will put your foot down in that steady footing, and you will continue along your journey. The river of life flowing past you. All those people, all those complaints, all those problems, all that reality, all this materialistic world simply flows past you because you are not interested in those things. You don't flow with the negativity of this world. You are taking the steps to build and go towards your personal destiny. The world will not take you to your destiny. The world will take you to a waterfall. The best thing is for you to take each step in the direction that you know that you need to go to, because you have a definite, you recognize who you are, you recognize what your possibilities are, you recognize your destiny, you have an image of who you want to be, and you rebuilt those steps. And tomorrow, you know that in order to be that person that you want to be, you will take that step, not the others, not the river, not everything else. You have your vision of your destiny, and you go towards that.
So, Olivia, I want to double back. What are your views on mental health? You posed the question, but after hearing all of our kind of opinions,
he hasn't said a damn thing. So please open up, Olivia.
Taking notes on all of it.
We have a couple more questions, but I didn't want to interrupt or anything. But should I
He was taking notes through the whole thing.
Yeah, no. Go ahead.
She's
touch on all your questions that you have, and touch on. But first, touch on the question that you asked us. We want to know your opinion on mental health, and then touch on some of the questions
Absolutely.
that you got from talking to us about them.
Oh God, it's not gonna be as good as anything you guys said. I'm really tired right now, but it is a really serious thing, and it is something I've had to deal with quite a bit. But I feel like you definitely learn a lot about yourself having gone through those things, like the things I've experienced. It's not made me, but it's made me like a better person, and I've chosen to take positive things from it. And I don't know, it still kind of sucks, but like, yeah, I don't really know. I was just curious about you guys.
What are
I
your
don't mean to
problems
put you on
today?
the
What are
spot.
the problems that are facing you that are making your life more depressive than you would like them to be?
Well, I guess it's kind of like what everyone thinks that, because I'm only 19, it's kind of what everyone expects and what everyone thinks you should be doing and what's right and what's wrong, and like
That doesn't
how
go
they
away.
how
That never
they
goes.
measure success and stuff like that. And I know what I value is not what everyone else values, and that's okay, but it's just so hard because everyone else is like that, you know. And yeah, I don't know, it's hard because I just feel like I'm very alone on that. And
You're
it's kind of
19. That's exactly
Joey,
what we all felt.
Add what you were
Yeah.
going to say to that.
So I was going to say, so that feeling doesn't go away, that you're trying to improve, that you're trying, that you're becoming.
I'm 50. I'm still going through that shit.
Right? Exactly. I'm almost 30 here, like for real. Like, so it doesn't just like go away like that. And this is why, you know, I've gone through a whole lot in my life. I'm not where I expected to be. Most people aren't like, I'm going to get married just to get divorced, you know? But like, so I tell my kids, and this is a very healthy way to get them to value themselves and their own opinions. I try to tell them, wow, that's really cool. You must be really proud of yourself. Sometimes I'll tell them, you know, I'm proud of you. And that's nice, but it's better to, rather than try to reward them for impressing me, I want them to have a personal innate drive within themselves. So I tell them, that's awesome. You must be really proud of yourself for that. And they say, yeah, I am, you know, and that's a great way to like build, just to have that, like, to allow yourself to be proud of yourself, you know, like to allow yourself to like, just essentially to be, and to like allow yourself to go through what you're going through.
Yeah.
Thank you, Olivia. We really do appreciate the questions. We don't want to think you don't think because you're 19 you don't have a good perspective, because
sure.
I'm 32 and I'm still learning about what my purpose is in life. I'm still learning more things that I'm
50
functional
and I'm
at.
still trying. I'm 50 and I'm still trying to live the life that I wanted to be able to live when I was 19. I had certain expectations and everything else. My father had sky fucking high expectations of what I would do. I was accepted to Harvard and MIT because my parents pushed me to be that. I didn't go there because my personal goal, my personal destiny had another thing in mind. Life has a tendency of throwing us all kinds of fucking curveballs.
Olivia, it looks like you just got a question in the chat. somebody has a question for Olivia. Hydeer has a question for Olivia about fashion.
I love her plaid. I got no problem with the plaid. I love her plaid. I'm just ensconced and even more passionate about it. However, Haydar Kareem, what would be your fashion question for Olivia?
I don't know. I don't know where this is going, but he already posted it. Let me see.
Huh?
Oh God. Maybe not.
Yeah. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, he wants to see if
Yeah, go ahead and just start posing for us. Like, how about? No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
no, that's okay.
We'd all love
That's
to
not-
see
that's
that
not what we're
shirt
here
just
for.
tied around your waist,
I tell
and
you
that
what,
would
no.
make all of us just have a much better evening.
No thanks.
I mean, I
Ni-
could,
ni-
do you want me to do
Olivia,
that?
you're 19. You're going to face this. You have faced this for
I
the
can go
last
ahead and grab a sweatshirt. and I can
15,
do this.
5 years at least, and you will face this for the next 25 years of your life. So I
That's so
apologize
toxic.
for you. It is the reason
Thank
why I asked God to give me 2 sons, because I never wanted them to face the reality that you are facing, because we
I also
are
apologize for all males on my behalf.
Olivia, don't be afraid to open your throat chakra and just to be able to tell people to fuck off for real.
Thank you very much. Absolutely.
Like,
Now,
for real,
I didn't,
like-
I didn't like that when I was a teenager. I fucking hated that shit. But at the same time, it is completely within your right, because there are too many fucking jagoffs that are not going to improve your life. So they
anyone
are
else.
only expecting that you will improve theirs.
100%.
Okay.
Exactly.
So
And
the
those are
ultimate
the-
perspective is what your life, your destiny is pushing you towards. Your life and your destiny is your genetic structure, your cultural upbringing. There are 2 things that define who your essence is: your parents and where you are. You're not going to be the Queen of England. I'm sorry. That's not possible for you.
That
Your
sounds like
destiny is the-
hey Dar, that sounds like more than fashion tips. We don't need any fashion tips. We're
Yeah,
just
right.
talking about random questions. If you have a question besides fashion tips, we're happy to address
That's
that.
quite all right. I'm loving Olivia's fashion. I mean, I'm just like that.
But it doesn't need to
and-
go beyond any of this, right? I mean, I'm kind of fine
Exactly.
with my shirt, but I'm not gonna like, you know. So I wanted to quote. the
we,
great-
we could go there, but I'm
We
not going
can.
to go there. No, we're not going to go there.
I wanted to quote the great Terrence
We
McKenna.
all
Just
have
say-
our own physical prowess, if you will. But I'm
Yes,
I'm never on my live stream flexing. There's a reason.
No, it's not. It's not.
My
It's
physical
not- it's
prowess
not what
is
this is
right
meant
here.
for.
My physical prowess is right freaking here. Right here. It's just
scary.
a big fucking brain.
I'm terrified.
But gosh, we're going on 6 hours, guys.
Oh, okay. Can I quote McKenna real quick? He
Oh
just
yeah,
said,
yeah.
Have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you'll become a part of somebody else's plan.
Thank you very much. Exactly. The only way for you to have your plan is if you know what your destiny is and you're working towards your own destiny. You have your plan. The rest of the world has their own, and usually it is to your detriment. So what you have to do is find what it is you are passionate about, what you love, find your destiny and walk towards it, and forget the rest of the world, because the rest of the world has nothing to do with it unless they're with the resonance that will allow you to reach your destiny. Those you can include because they will allow you to get there. The rest, let them flow past because they're going towards the waterfall. Be you. You be you.
The
Well,
world.
thank you,
craves
everybody, for
originality.
tuning in. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the questions. Thank you, Olivia, for stopping by. We got to have you on more. We appreciate the
Thank you
good
much.
questions.
Definitely appreciate it. Don't forget
Joey,
to
we're gonna
visit
have a
Kenya
show soon.
Perspective also
Yeah,
on
are we doing that
YouTube.
tomorrow?
Subscribe, like, you'll learn a lot.
What was that, Olivia?
Pardon?
What was that?
Oh, I have heaps more questions, and I've got you all written down, so I'm going to go subscribe and follow you and all that type of stuff. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Olivia. Thank you very much. And Joey, we're going to talk soon. But thank you, everybody online. We're going to sign off now. So peace out, everybody.
Jake and I are on Thursday. Olivia, please tune in. Joey, you're going to be there definitely.
Olivia,
So
Olivia, hang out for a
Please.
minute. Hang out for a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thanks, everybody.